thank you everybody to this hangout again. Taking your time in your day to see this. I hope you guys understand what they're gonna say. If you have questions, please hold them and they'll answer them. And so I'll give it to FPV, and you guys be blessed. Go ahead, FPV.
Okay, cheers, cats. Hello, everyone. Yeah, we're just going to give you some more updates of research and information we've been looking at for the last couple of weeks. I'll just screen share this. What we're going to do here is give you a little tour and a breakdown of the grid and some of the overlays on it, just to help you familiarise yourselves with the grid and what's therein, basically. Can you all see that, yeah? Anyone? Everyone's gone quiet.
I see it. I'm sorry. And it's on screen and chat too.
I don't know what's happened, but everyone's audio has gone very quiet on me. Anyway, let's get on with the tour. Right, so information on screen at the moment. Scripturally speaking, we've got the angels in the north, south, east, and west. The 24 elders referenced in scripture could be attributed to these 24 here. The 8 leaves of the lotus leaf can be referenced to these 8 here. And Brahma, the creator, being the item at the center, being referenced in Hindu beliefs. The grid, the 12 by 12 grid in the background, it's the Sun Star of Peru mandala from the set of Nazca Lines. The 8 by 8 grid, which is the one you see more in white, that's the Nazca mandala. I use this to overlay with maps. This is sacred geometry from Nazca Lines again. And the concentric circles are part of the 12 by 12 grid. It's a grid of 6 squares, 6 circles, and 6 rhombi. So a little information on those. We'll zoom in a bit more. Right, we're going to go through some of the locations on here. We haven't fully finished this, but we'll give you a little tour on some of them that's visible now. Some of these ones here, you know, like Madagascar. If you look on Madagascar, you will see a volcano in that region. This one here is also a volcanic island, as is this one. This one, it's constantly getting constant earthquakes in that region, and we can attribute that to this connection here, I would say. This one here in the Gulf of Mexico, it could be responsible for a lot of weather phenomena and things going in there. This one we need to look at a little bit more. Some of these we've referenced before, but we'll zoom in and give you a little tour starting near the top. So we'll start up in this corner up here. That's the island of Svalbard. I think that's how you pronounce it. We're just going to show you little places on this grid to see how it references things in the world. Now this one here is interesting, the Baltic Sea anomaly. I don't know if you've heard of that before, but it's well worth looking at. It's a feature on the seabed. It looks like there's been movement to it, and it's there. It's on our grid. It's at this location here, interestingly, right where the cross is. Coincidence, perhaps. We'll move on a bit from that one. Kola borehole. Now this image is the wrong one I've found out since attaching it to this, so ignore the image, but the Kola borehole, the deepest hole that man's drilled so far, being, I think it's around about 8 miles. Very coincidental, it's right on top of one of our white spots on our grid, don't you think? Right in the same location this is appearing. This is where this borehole is. We'll continue on. As an aside, by the way, we do know earthquake data from these is roughly about 8 miles down. We'll carry on from that one. German Continental Deep Drilling Program. Here's another one, right on top of one of our little white dots. Our angels. Coincidental? Getting to be a few of them lately. But that's where it is. Same location. There's a bit of a pattern there, I hope. Okay, the Bosnian Pyramid. This location here, this is where the Bosnian Pyramid is. Coincidental, it's on our grid in this location? No, I don't think so, because if you've watched some of our previous research, we've seen the signal on the mimic map from this direction. It got to this location here, which we'll go into in a moment, and it splits into 3 directions. The one signal split into 3 directions at this location here, and this one terminating in the Bosnian Pyramid. Very interesting. Now here's the location the signal came to before it split into 3, Mount Etna. What's the chances of that? And not only that, the one that went this direction, it also went through the Vesuvius and a few others in this location. Signals going to and from volcanoes, guys, and pyramids, or underneath pyramids, I should say. Now this one, Astrakhan, we haven't found a lot of information that we can say, you know, anyone's drilling there or anything of that kind of reference, but we can only look at history for this location. History being, you know, there's been lots of wars and over this particular part of the area. Whether it's related to that, I don't know. Look at it, thinking about it, it probably is. While it's in that location, as an aside here, in this sea here, there's an anomaly that plays havoc with GPS equipment. Now remember I said the signal goes down here and splits into 3. This one signal that goes down here towards the Bosnian Pyramid would be very well be responsible for that GPS anomaly. Because what it does when it happens, it's not constant, it's pretty random. In fact, when the authorities were looking into it, they thought it was people hacking GPS, because what it was doing was telling ships they were on a runway on land. It was locating the ship somewhere else on land, when it was actually in the sea near this location. Yeah, there's another interesting anomaly that might be answered by this grid and its signaling. Right, this one. The only information I can find here, this one, is on Google Earth. There's a location north of there called Buried at Sea. I thought, wow, what's Buried at Sea involving? It turns out Norway, for nearly the past 10 years now, Norway has been pumping CO2, millions of tons of CO2 into underground chambers in this location. Now, if they're pumping millions of tons of CO2 down there, that's got to suggest that wherever they're pumping it is a very big place. You know, this has gone on for nearly a decade. And according to them, it's to do with global warming. Apparently, they put it under the ocean and they monitor it rising. Well, that to me sounds pretty dangerous. You know, CO2 can kill. If millions of tons of that got released into regions where public live, you know, we're talking catastrophe. But it seems very reckless and irresponsible to me what they're doing there. Maybe guys that can look into that further would be, you know, check that out, guys. That doesn't sound right to me, what's going on there. I don't think it's what they're saying it's for anyway. And if it's related to this grid, then why would they be wanting to freeze chambers down here? Why are they drilling in these areas? So that would be my concern with that region. We haven't gone too much into other details on the other ones yet. You can see from this one here, this one can either be Riyadh or Mecca, going by its position in here. So what we're looking at here is grid accuracy. We're trying to see how accurate this grid is in relation to locations or even events in the world. And it's turning out to be very accurate. So just a little tour, just you know, we call it grid accuracy. We've still got more to do on it, but yeah, you know, just for one little small area, that's a hell of a lot of information just from there alone. So hold on, switch back and I'll just stop screen sharing and see if anyone's got any questions or want to add anything to what was on screen there. Any of you guys?
Allergic to Bullshit has a question. I don't have the answer. Do star forts line up on the grid?
Yeah.
Starfots, I would not be surprised if they did. We haven't looked at them ourselves. I've seen Martin Leakey's been looking at them, but I haven't been positioning them. We've got too much other things on. But if anyone wants a copy of this map and to add them to it, by all means, go for it. You know, just ask one of the people that comes in our back chats for the copy of the map or the grid. And if you want to try and plot things on there, by all means, go for it. And it turns out they're in interesting locations, then yeah, it's very well worth presenting.
From Jamie, it says, "Why is Alaska and Russia on the opposite side of the map when they are right next to each other?" And someone
Well, they're
that.
only next. They're only
or
next.
one.
They're only. Is that for you? One or me? I'm not sure the questions to. Hey, I'm going to reconnect, guys. My audio has gone really low, and I don't know why. I'll be back in a minute.
Okay, Juan, can you answer that question?
I can try. So I can give you a couple of different ideas to play with. Because do I know the absolute answers? No. And I'm not even going to pretend to. However, with earthquake data, what I have noticed is that Russia gets deep quakes, okay, right up by that little peninsula that sticks off of northeast Russia. I don't know the name of it off the top of my head, however. So the way quakes work is that if there's a deep earthquake, that it will spread out into shallower, larger movement. What I've noticed is when the deep quakes happen up there by that peninsula, it should reach over and hit larger and more shallow by Alaska. That's not what happens. Okay, so what happens is the deep quake hits up there and it actually spreads southwest down along that island ring. Okay, and then it hits Indonesia and then it wraps back up around through India and it runs through Europe, splits off, goes down to Spain, up to Iceland. So that's all I have to go on, really. I mean, we have other data, but as for the two being close to each other, if they are, I don't understand why earthquakes work a certain way in every other part of the world and not there. And that's.
I can look a bit further if you want.
Very good. Go ahead.
Yeah, what you're looking at, Jamie, they're only close together if you're wrapping it around the globe. Now, we know the globe's bullshit, mate, so we have to open it out. Everything has to be flattened. And this is the model and map we're following. This is the map done by Series. What he did was he took the Google images, which we know are rounded off. He used an algorithm and squared the images back, and this is the image that it reproduced. Now, knowing images when they're taken as square, all he's done is re-squared them all back off, and it's presented what the map should look like. So, you know, it's not just this part. This is only a third of, well, this is roughly half of the map. No, sorry, 2/3 of the map. There's another third up the top you're not seeing. But, you know, it's all obscured information up there on the data we gathered. So we couldn't, you know, we can't point out land masses. It's that bad. It's just a mess of colours. But there is another third to this that sits above this area. So, you know, that already suggests the map's a lot larger than they're telling us, with north, south, and definitely east and west, but by the Nazca Line overlays that we're using. So, yeah, these are the two farthest parts in the world, basically. So, hopefully, hold on, I'll just put my mouse on the screen so you can see where I'm pointing. Well, I did release a video earlier about how they're faking the flights in the north to fake the globe. Is what they're doing. Say a flight wanted to go from here to China, say. They want the globe, all they have to do is go that way down there and come round here, basically. Or either going round here. But what they're really doing is flying west for a little while, then they go north. They come on going east over Greenland, and then they're dropping down over Russia, and then heading south and landing in China. We know this because we've captured them doing it on Flight Radar 24, and it's in one of our previous videos. On Flight Radar 24, there was a wingtip of an aircraft sticking just inside the map. You know, on the map they use, which is the Mercator, the Mercator's basically been derived from this, in my opinion. So I clicked the wingtip, and it showed the trajectory of the flight was doing this. So, you know, you got aircraft going off radar, taking the globe, basically. It was up here doing this. So that tells us we're still, that can, to me, that debunks the globe, the AE map, and the 4D thinking, because the 4D thinking, this in, you can go here and pop out here, Pac-Man idea. No, sorry. The reality is these are the two farthest distances apart. So they've got to fake getting back and two across these two coasts. Hope that answers it for you, mate. Anyone there? It's gone very quiet.
I'm here. He wants to know if the Bering Strait doesn't exist.
Well, I would say it
Yeah.
exists, but it's you got to ask yourself why your ship's being heavily escorted in those areas. Because on our grid, I'll just put that back on. I'll point with the mouse. You can see that, yeah. Shipping going up here has to be heavily escorted. You have to ask yourself why. Because these are here. This is the portals that was referenced in scripture. This is their location. Same with Amelia here, that's flight. She came across here and she went missing here. They were never going to let her get to this location because you're just going to see things here you're not supposed to see. So down here, this area is going to be heavily protected, as is this area, and this area. This one being the closest to known landmass because New Zealand's only several thousand miles away from these locations. Well, this is going to be a heavily guarded and protected area around here. If you don't understand or follow the research we're doing, portals, gates, electronics, mechanics, this is the model that we're presenting. Going by our research, this is how it works. All the decodings we've done with Nazca Lines, geoglyphs, petroglyphs, hieroglyphs, sacred geometry, scriptures, the list goes on. But, it's all pointing to how this model works, explaining the workings of the realm, because what we did, we threw everything away we thought we ever knew and went back to what we've got left. And what we've got left is scriptures, geometries, all the things that were left. And they do tell a story. They're all telling the same story, in fact. Doesn't matter which culture you look at now, it all translates to what you're looking at here. Now, how can, like in the book of Enoch, Enoch describes these portals being the north, south, east, west. How can he possibly be describing something I've took from the Nazca Lines and overlaid on a world map? These are from the Nazca Lines, remember. So how can Enoch possibly be referencing something from the Nazca Lines in his descriptions? It's, it tells you you're onto something. It's not sacred for no reason. It's sacred geometry for a special reason. And it all is. It's not just the geometry of what's at the Nazca Lines. Look around the world, all this old geometry, it's all telling the same story of the construct. We've just forgot through God knows what means, but we all seem to have forgotten how it works. But looking at all these glyphs and scriptures and geometries, we all knew how it worked. We were taught how it worked, and we depicted it. It's everywhere. So this is where we're coming from with this model. It's got a hell of a lot of support for it in the background that just keeps popping up and confirming things.
There's a it says, what do the Nazca? Yeah, there's a question for you. What do the Nazca Lines imply existed outside this realm? And he says, thanks.
Yeah, on the Nazca Lines, I can place them over this map that we've got on the screen. They fit nicely over this overlay, and depict a lot of the underworld and the events going on therein. But going beyond the Nazca Lines, on this map, going southeast. If I travel southeast, and I'll put my mouse on the screen. Now, the Nazca Lines end this region here, say at the bottom, that I can see. for all this grid, and then going down towards Chile and Google Earth, you're going to start finding them again, which on the scale we're looking at between Nazca and Chile suggests there's more to this realm and technology southeast of our known world. It's a great distance away. You know, it's not close. Going by the scale, if it's the same scale, which it does look like the same scale as these geoglyphs that we've seen at Nazca, then it suggests there's another realm southeast of ours, quite a distance away. I couldn't give you a number on the miles, thousands and thousands of miles going southeast, though it suggests on the Nazca line scale. Right, we'll jump to the next one if you want. Yeah, is that it for the that one? Has anyone got any questions on what we've shown so far? So the North Pole is the North Pole is at the top of the map because, well, that's the northern gates. So I would say that's what the reference is, the North Pole, up north of Greenland. On the E map, I think they put it in the centre, but the centre, I'm not sure why they would want the North Pole in the centre. That's suggesting it's a globe. You can't sculpt the globe and just take the top part of it off to keep the pole in the centre and say, you know, that's the North Pole. It's not, it's north, true north. It's north of what we're looking at here. Remember, this is a flat map. And like I said, you know, we're going by scripture, geometry, the aligning and alterations we've done to the grid to get it to line up with events and happenings in the real world. I'll show you a bit more. Hold on, I'll stop presenting this and I'll put another one on.
It's very interesting what you guys do, isn't it? Hi, Alex. I'm just gonna name some people until you get that ready. Allergic, hi, Patrick James, Jason, Juan, Sandra. Let's see. Mr. Minsa. That's how you pronounce it. Shalom. Hi. Just put it. Steven. Flat Earth Underground. Mi amiga. Impressed. Am I missing anybody? Well, anyways, thank you all for coming, and hi, FPV to come back.
Okay,
also, I wanted to add one more thing about the Russia-Alaska thing. I put it in chat, but just in case people are just listening and not reading chat. So if you travel there from Alaska, you lose 20 hours. Don't you think that's a little odd? If they're so close. That's it.
Hey, I didn't even know that. You learn something every day.
They're directing the flights in different ways.
Yeah,
anyways,
yeah.
go ahead,
It's easy done. If you control the software that's plotting the flights on Flight Radar 24, it's easy to manipulate and flip data, and they just mess up now and then. You know, like we've seen them aircraft flying sideways and backwards according to the avatar. Yet, you know, it's because they're flipping data and forgetting to flip the avatar. That's what it looks like anyway. And it ties in with people in Canada are seeing, they're seeing volumes of traffic coming in from the northwest. You know, now where's that coming from? It's that traffic that they're used to seeing, going out the way and you know, incoming and outgoing traffic. So yeah, they're going up there, and that confirms what we're seeing on the light radar. They're going north and then sneaking over the top of Greenland and coming south again. And it also makes sense. That's probably another reason why they're building more airports in northern Russia, because they are getting caught out. Remember, these ones getting caught out that have to land in Alaska. That works on this model, because they've been caught out going over the top of Greenland. They've had an emergency. First, the next stop's going to be Alaska, so it makes sense. That's what's going on. So that doesn't just work for an AE map, if it does work at all on that map, but it does work no problem on this map. What I'll go through here.
There's a question.
More questions. Okay, hold on.
Question. He says, are you saying that the North Pole isn't the center?
Yeah, there's no North Pole in the center on our map or model. It's north of Greenland. Yeah, the gates in the north, south, east, and west, the poles. And
according to scriptures, there's 4 corners, right? Not one, and then south. So it's based on scriptures.
East, west, north, south.
Yeah, northeast, south, and west. And Enoch talks about all 4 corners in great detail.
Yeah, you know, I can see where he's coming from, but he's thinking of the E map or that kind of the pizza style map, where they seem to think North Pole's in the center, but on the center of our map, that's, you know, that's not the center of our map. That's not the map we follow. We have tried other maps, and this is the one that works for us. You know, so it tells, when real world data is tying in with our research, it tells us we're on the correct map, and so far it hasn't failed. It's producing and continuing on the research with it. I'll go into a bit more detail about it now with how the sun operates on it. So I'll present this to you and talk you through it. Right, what you're looking at here is this orange bar going up and over. I've kind of put that there so you can see what these 6 halos are doing. This is for the sunrise, basically. This is the sun's path. Because once it rises, it has to come up and follow a path, get to its zenith, and then come back down the other side. And then there's 2 options how it gets back, because you've got the 24-hour sun, and of course another way of getting back that we're going to go into another presentation. Other things on screen, I've added the Nazca Lines here, so you can see what the sun does in relation to those, so you can get an idea what I meant by it's. I can see the world map in there. Our map from an overhead view with the grid, so you can see what the sun's doing here. And what you're looking down in the bottom right, this is footage from Noumea 3 station, which is allegedly in South Antarctica. I say allegedly because information tells me it's actually in the east. In fact, in reality, there's going to be one of these in every one of these positions, north, south, east, west, these 4 heavily protected areas. Because these are research stations and they're going to be monitoring these 4 positions. Anyway, so I'm putting this one in the east because if you remember, Buzz Aldrin went to Antarctica, which was allegedly here where my mouse is, and he took ill. So where did they take him? All the way over there to New Zealand Hospital. Why go that far when you could, half the distance would have took you to South America or South Africa? So, you know, it's telling me he was actually here, and this is the closest place to it, New Zealand. You'll see why I'm also putting this here, because you're going to see a sunrise from here that defies, well, check it out. I've added this clip just so you can watch a sunrise, and this would go in line with what we're saying, how the sun is a projection. So check this out and watch it, and I'll talk through it as it's going along. So here, bottom right, sunrise from Antarctica, which is really the east gate. So off it goes in all three of these windows. So you can see now how the 3 relate to each other. The Nazca lines, this will be the sun's path, the Toomey ceremonial life. This is where it would shut down if it's not recycling it into a 24-hour cycle. 24-hour sun being this dotted line or this halo here that it's going around. If you look at the altitude of it, going by footage we've seen from people's cameras in the north, it's not that high in the sky, so it suggests it's going around one of these. So that would be, our best guess would be this one. It's going around the edge of these. Of course, though, this one here, it doesn't just go in a straight line. It does get maneuvered round here and there, like my mouse is showing. I just haven't added it. But that's kind of movement it would be doing. So two options, like I said, the 24-hour sun in the northern summer and the southern summer. It doesn't. I'm not sure if it's doing this. We haven't got evidence that there's a 24-hour sun down here yet. But we're going to go into something in another presentation on the sun's. Hold on, Cats. We're going to go into more detail in another presentation about another return path we're working on. Carry on, Cats. What was that? Say again, Cats. Hello? Where's everyone gone?
Shoot, I'm here. Sorry.
How does it relate?
Hold
on. Did you hear me?
Yeah, I'm just wondering why no one's replying. Or any questions in the chat?
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I think it's my end. I don't know what happened, but when we went live, all my audio went quiet. But it doesn't matter, I can still hear you. It's just a lot quieter than it usually is.
How does it relate to the scripture?
Well, can you hear me? Because I'm having
How does it relate to scripture?
You're cutting in and out, Cats. That's cutting in and out. I can hear you sort of and then not. I can't hear you.
Nah, you're breaking up on me as well, Cats.
There, it's close enough.
Yeah. How does this relate to scripture? Well, if you go by Enoch's descriptions or the ones in the Bible, you know, you got to go to the cherubims and how the set before the sunrise was being performed. The cherubim sitting on some vehicle, and then its wings lifted up, and then the sun was there before them, basically going up into the sky. So that was the projector starting up. So these are the portals referenced by Enoch. You know, the sun's coming from portals being gates, the north, south, east, and west gates. So scripturally referenced, it's you know, it's matching up. We have been asked about a dome. We can't see a dome in our research. We have seen references to it everywhere, looking through scriptures and things, but it's not something we can say, yeah, that's it there. But because there is lots of references to it, you know, I'm not writing it off. It does suggest there's something we're not seeing yet, that we're not seeing beyond these halos. But yeah, you know, my mind's open if there's a dome or not. I would not be surprised. Like I said, guys, this would be our theory of what's going on with the 24-hour sun. We're going to be presenting something on another return path in a future presentation. So keep that in mind. But as another aside for research, if this is correct, one way of confirming this would be to launch a high altitude balloon from Australia a few hours before sunrise to give it time to get to altitude, because you are going to see the sun come up this path. You're going to catch it below the horizon, in other words. Clear as day, it should be below the horizon, as long as you can get a high altitude balloon up here before it rises. I would say these locations here are where the balloons are popping. So yeah, if you can get a balloon up the side of this post here, or this one here, you know, think of this as a glide slope, and it's got to climb up and come down. So yeah, places you want to be launching balloons to catch the sun below the horizon, because it has to have a slope to climb up. You know, it's not just coming towards us or doing its path like my mouse is showing here. It does have to gain altitude going by these halos, because we can see it is being manipulated and moved around, and the elevations have to be changing for it to start here and end here, or continue round. You can see when it comes round, I'll just put it back to that clip again. You can see something very unusual here, there. Watch this here. You see that there? See how it come round, got to that point, and then continued again? See that? Very unusual, don't you think? You know, to see our sun do a maneuver like that. It came down towards that station, then jumped back up into the sky. You can go on YouTube. These videos are all over YouTube. They've, I think, around about 2015, 2016, they started using a green screen to hide this. You can find all the videos from New Mayfree Station and look at the footage. You're going to see some amazing footage of very strange things going on, and you can only relate it to luminaries and the behavior. You know, you would say that's not a sun, but if you think it's technologically controlled, then it can do that quite easily. Jimbo could give you a better breakdown of what it's doing, but that is what it's doing, you know, confirmed by their own cameras. You can't get away from that. And that would explain this being a portal gate system. It was just coming back round. It continued back on again, which falls in line with our research. And our sun, you know, sunrise is the technological startup and projection, and off it goes. With the technology moving in the underworld and the projection responding accordingly in the heavens. That's how it works in this model. Hello everyone. If you have been following our research, you will see how the decodings of sacred geometries, mandalas, scriptures, the Nazca Lines, geoglyphs, petroglyphs, hieroglyphs, the Book of Enoch, various cultures and belief systems, research of real-world data, those halos in the sky, earthquake data, the mimic map, and much, much more, decode into a technological and mechanical realm, a construct of vast magnitude and magnificence, described and depicted everywhere in our history, the same story of the underworld, the heavens and their workings, repeated over and over no matter where you look. A history and knowledge we seem to have forgot. Pieces of a jigsaw that slot together into one amazing construct and conclusion. There is a creator. In this video we are going to take you deeper into how the luminaries work, show you what those halos in the sky really are, and cross-reference various related sites in the world. I'll now hand you over to One Conscience.
Hello. So today let's discuss the volcanoes again. And as we've said before, the volcanoes are the waste and recycle system of our world. They're the vents to the underworld. Some ancients used to refer to these as their gods. They would even drop offerings like gold, and there were tales of animal sacrifice. That's true. Nowadays they still leave offerings like leaves, vegetables, incense, candles, crystals are some of the offerings that people still do. So let's talk about a dirty thunderstorm. I hadn't heard of it before, so it was new to me, but I'm going to share some interesting stuff about it. A dirty thunderstorm is also known as volcanic lightning. It is a weather phenomenon that is related to the production of lightning in a volcanic plume. Well, how does that occur? Triboelectric charging from fragmentation of rocks near the vent and within the plume of a volcano during eruption offers another mechanism for electrical charging. A study in the journal Science indicated that electrical charges are generated when rock fragments, ash, and ice particles in a volcanic plume collide and produce static charges, just as ice particles collide in regular thunderstorms. Volcanic eruptions are sometimes accompanied by flashes of lightning. However, this lightning does not descend from the storm clouds in the sky. It is generated within the ash cloud spewing from the volcano in a process called charge separation. So, what's charge separation? It is the process of an electron in the atom being excited to a higher energy level by the absorption of a photon and then leaving the atom to a nearby electron acceptor. This is what happens at the CERN facility, specifically relative to the reaction plane in PB collisions in the ALICE reactor. With different plumes studied, when they started going downwind, it seemed to have a life of its own and produced some 300 lightning bolts. The implication was that it had produced more charge than it started with. A study performed in 2010 found that the water content of volcanic plumes is much greater than the water content of thunderstorms. This study also found that there may be a needed amount of concentration required in a plume for lightning to occur. Naturally occurring radioisotopes within ejected rock particles may cause self-charging of volcanic plumes. So, what are radioisotopes? They're any of several species of the same chemical element with different masses whose nuclei are unstable and dissipate excess energy by spontaneously emitting radiation in the form of alpha, beta, and gamma rays. During an eruption, a large amount of fragmented subsurface rock is ejected into the atmosphere. A study conducted on volcanic ash from Iceland volcanic eruptions found that both samples possessed a natural radioactivity above the background level. At CERN, the same process is used in the Isolde radioactive ion beam facility, located at the Proton Synchrotron Booster, the PSB. The physicists investigate the structure of the nucleus, they explore new regions of the nucleus chart, and study the abundance of chemical elements in the universe. They are currently aiming to expand from its core low energy science to a high energy, and they say that's nearly complete. Currently, Isolde takes half of the protons produced at CERN from the PSB and fires them into a target to produce radioactive isotopes. This is the same process I'm talking about with volcanoes. So, back to the volcanoes. The height of the ash plume appears to be linked with the mechanism which generates the lightning. The taller the plume, it appears that the larger concentration of water vapor are contributing to lightning activity, while the smaller plumes appear to gain more of their electrical charge from the fragmentation of rocks near the vents of the volcano through charge separation. The atmospheric temperature also plays a role in the formation of lightning. Colder temperatures will create greater amounts of ice inside the plume, thus leading to more friction and electrical activity. In a study presented in the Bulletin of Volcanology in 2010, it was stated that more eruptions with lightning were reported in winter than in summer. This finding indicates that the lightning activity is driven by magma-derived water rather than atmospheric water. It has been suggested that a byproduct of volcanic lightning are lightning-induced volcanic spherules. These small glass spherules are thought to be formed during high-temperature processes such as cloud-to-ground lightning strikes. The temperature of a bolt of volcanic lightning can reach 30,000 degrees Celsius. When this bolt contacts ash particles within the plume, it will cause them to melt and then quickly solidify as they cool, forming orb shapes. The presence of volcanic spherules aids in providing evidence for the occurrence of volcanic lightning directly. So, let's take a moment and relate this to our grid and our map and try to simplify it a bit for people to understand. So, to do that, I decided to place these volcanoes on the map with the grid overlay so we can see why this happens. So here we can see that these fall, a lot of them directly on the grid. So I thought that was pretty interesting, and it made me want to, look a little further and try to be able to show you guys the cause. So then I compared it to particle accelerators. Okay, so in this next picture, you're seeing the two of them compared side by side, and I've also circled the areas where there are accelerators and wanted to show how on each side there are these volcanic vents. So that's about all I have. So at this point, I'm going to hand it over for a technical breakdown and decoding of all of this information by FPV. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you, One. As promised, we are going to decode how the luminaries work and give you their modern and ancient terminology, and show you how we make these connections and how it relates to technology, the workings of the luminaries, and of course the workings of the realm. These are halos various people have recorded of what mainstream call sundogs. We decode them as something very different and special. As you can notice with time-lapse photography, the halo moves with the sun. It has very obvious rotation as it moves, which suggests the luminary projectors are not only moving in the underworld, but are also revolving as they go. This we have linked before to the Antikytherian mechanism's movements, the ancient computer that can predict all our major luminaries' movements and even the past, present and future lunar cycles with amazing precision. A hand-cranked computer from an era in our past. It appears our luminary projectors are doing the very same movements in the underworld. This research is also backed up by Ptolemy's use of epicycles. Ptolemy clearly factored in the luminary projectors' movements, meaning the ancients knew very well how this technology works and understood what is happening in the underworld. This is also very evident in petro and hieroglyphs, scriptures, and even the Book of Enoch. We all understood how our world worked, and our kings, queens, tribal chiefs and elders took great pride in depicting this knowledge everywhere. Now we are going to decode and break down what we are really looking at. In this animation we will use the sun halo and its 8 nodes and show you what it really is, and take you through these conclusions using a modern equivalent as a reference. As you can see, we have a wheel in a wheel, which we can reference with Ezekiel's description of what he saw at the East Gate. The ancient terminology I may have to go deeper with in another video with Santos Bonacci. But for now, here is a simple decode which uses modern and ancient terminology. Decoding Node 1. This is Wonderland. This is where the magic happens. Modern terminology for this node is Atlas. The ancient terminology would be Brahma the Creator. Our smaller halo is where our sun's image and high luminosity come from. Decoding Node 2. Modern terminology Alice. This is where wave injection seems to take place. Its ancient terminology would be Rudra. Decoding Node 3. Modern terminology points 3.2 on 3.3. This is where a cleaning cycle takes place called momentum cleaning. Ancient terminology Mahadeva. Decoding Node 4. Modern terminology point 4 or future RF experiments. Ancient terminology Sankara. Decoding Node 5. Modern terminology point 5 or CMS. Ancient terminology Vishnu, a mirror of Brahma, hence it being a high luminosity point directly opposite Node 1. Decoding Node 6. Modern terminology point 6. This is a beam dump cycle. Ancient terminology Sambhu. Decoding Node 7. Modern terminology point 7. This is Betatron cleaning cycle. Ancient terminology Isvara. Decoding Node 8. Modern terminology point 8 or LHC beauty. Ancient terminology Mahesara. In conjunction with all these processes, Shiva or Satan is created at the center of our small halo. This is our sun's generated and projected image. The other functions dealing with frequency and wave injection as well as cleaning and beam dump cycles, as we have illustrated previously in our 12 gates video, where the solar boat, as the Egyptians called it, went through various cleaning cycles and solar rejuvenation, then returned via 12 chakras back to the east gates in the underworld. As above, so below is directly related to these processes ongoing in our underworld. What you see in the heavens are also being played out in the underworld. The luminary projections matching the movements of their physical models in the underworld. Do we have anything we can reference any of this to? Yes, of course. Here are some of One Conscience's line tracings from the ocean floor in Google Earth. As you can see, these actually match some of the sections we have seen on the sun projector, only on a larger scale, and they match segments of the 6 larger halos you see over our grid. In this fantastic clip captured by One Conscience, we are going to break down what she is recording. As you can see, we have Node 8 visible on the right. This is Beauty or Mahesara. Reason you are seeing it with this type of elongated profile is because you are viewing part of the projector from a side perspective, which shows some of the scale of this projector's node and its contents. When viewed from below, we usually see a white or cloud colored node. The complete projection of the halo would look like this if we could see all the parts of it clearly. You can now see how epicycles work and get an idea of what is moving around below us. The electromagnetic projections in the skies mimicking their every move. I'm going to hand over to One Conscience now for more related decodings.
Okay, so let's look at these different maps and then compare them all at the end. All of this information, when you look at it together, it just tells a really big story. So first, here's the volcanoes that we looked at. So I won't go too much into detail in those because we just talked about those for a minute. The second one that I want you to see, though, is the particle accelerators of the world. So when you look at these particle accelerators compared to the map I just showed you of volcanoes, the volcanoes are on the outskirts of these accelerators, confirming that they are the waste system of all this stuff going on. Okay? Alright, so next, we'll look at CO2 sites and nuclear sites. Okay, so what I'm seeing here is these guys are wrapping around or opposite of our major accelerator sites. Okay, so the CO2 is probably cooling all of this stuff that they've got going on with these accelerators. You know, and again, if these accelerators were already there, or if man has put them there, you know, that's kind of up for research. But what I see is they're cooling this stuff, and then the nuclear sites, they're harvesting this energy. Okay. And the last one we'll take a peek at is deep borehole projects. So again, these are all basically in the same areas. So they're digging down and putting the CO2 in, or harvesting, or trying to get to this technology to reverse engineer it. And then the last map I'll show you here is one that I put everything all onto one map so we can look at our story of what's going on. So everything that I was just saying in each individual map, now you can see it all wrapped together, and it's kind of working like I said. They've got the accelerators and they've put them over our, they're on the grid and on these power points. Everything just kind of correlates and tells a big story here. So if they're doing all this, it makes you wonder, what are they doing at our 12 gates? Do your own research, and I'll leave you with that thought.
Check this Hindu mandala overlay out, people. Notice how the rubies align right in between angels, and the other four are the cardinal points on the grid of the Nazca mandala. These two mandalas are telling the same story as do others. Regarding the projectors, all their base functions and systems apply regardless of size or scale. Some are projectors, many are not. They all need cleaning cycles and beam dumps. Notice the beam dump would be going towards the bearing straight region on a realm scale model. What you are looking at here is Satan. Satan is probably the realm's largest accelerator. Its cleaning cycles clearly being along the equator, hence the flow of red on the mimic map. This is the lake of fire in the underworld. The creation processes taking care of the harnessed elements Scripture calls hot coals. They are produced from the eyes around about it on each accelerator as described by Ezekiel, the whole process working in harmony on a scale we can barely comprehend. The Satan accelerator has some very interesting traits. Notice the star in the north. This may be Polaris. If we can confirm there are 3 fixed location stars in the south that match these alignments on this overlay, this would help prove this model further. The star in the north may very well be related to the Aurora Borealis events alongside some of the Nazca Line overlays we have previously used to fit into this model as blueprint overlays. I'll now hand you back over to Unconscious so she can do another presentation of some other interesting information she's been looking into.
Okay, so exposure to electromagnetic field is not a new phenomenon. However, exposure to man-made electromagnetic fields has been steadily increasing because growing electricity demands, advancing technologies, and change in our different behaviors have created more and more artificial resources for electromagnetic fields. Everyone is exposed to a complex mix of weak electric and magnetic fields at home, at work, from the generation and transmission of electricity, appliances, industrial equipment, telecommunications, and different broadcasting. So, there's tiny electrical currents that exist in the human body due to a chemical reaction that occurs as part of the normal body functions, even in the absence of external electric fields. So, for example, nerves relay signals by transmitting electric pulses. Most biochemical reactions, from digestion to brain activities, go along with the rearrangement of charged particles. Low-frequency electric fields influence the human body just as they influence any other material made up of charged particles. When electric fields act on conductive materials, they influence the distribution of electric charges at the surface. They cause current to flow through the body to the ground. So, low-frequency magnetic fields induce circulating currents within the human body. The strength of these currents depend on the intensity of the outside magnetic field. If sufficiently large, these currents could cause stimulation of nerves and muscles or affect other biological processes. Some members of the public have attributed a diffuse collection of symptoms to low-level exposure to electromagnetic fields at home. They've reported the symptoms, and they include headaches, anxiety, suicide, depression, nausea, fatigue, loss of libido. Also, general eye irritation and cataracts have been reported in workers exposed to high levels of radio frequency and microwave radiation. Some individuals report hypersensitivity to electric or magnetic fields. They ask whether aches and pains, headaches, depression, lethargy, sleeping disorders, and all the way up to convulsions and seizures could be related. So, now let's shift our focus towards ghosts. So, spirit effects and sensations that people feel or see when a spirit energy is around, or what people think a spirit energy is. Okay, some of the sensations that people have reported are electrical interference, shadows, different temperatures and temperature changes, feelings of anxiety, odd odors, objects that levitate, seeing different orbs, colored or of white transparent light. Animals seem sensitive. Okay. People have also reported that they have overwhelming feelings of sadness, desires to commit suicide. Let's not forget about that forest in Japan where people actually travel to it to commit suicide. Also, people report from entities not being able to sleep, having body aches when they wake up, with a feeling of being beat up. So, when we look at both of those lists and we compare the effects of these two subjects, we can see several similarities in the things reported. So what I'm proposing is that a lot of these hauntings are related to our energy grid that is undersurface. Okay? So when we place different haunted areas on the map, we see a definite correlation. So a lot of these areas are around our angels and on or right next to the grid. So the energy from the angels travel the grid, and the areas around it are receiving energies that are higher than the normal background. So we feel this energy. Different areas would affect us more or less in different ways depending on the frequency that's being emitted. An example is what someone may call a malevolent spirit or demon would go off a very, very low frequency. It would affect us in a very negative way. It can make us very ill, physically or mentally. And then we do have other areas that, even though they're considered haunted, people feel really good or calm when they're there. They feel like it's a very loving entity, they call it. So that entity could definitely be of a higher frequency. That angel energy could be of a more positive frequency, a higher vibration, and it would affect us differently. But what I can see is that these haunted areas sit more or less on our grid or right around it. So that's just what I wanted to talk about, was maybe these hauntings are just very, very strong electromagnetic fields that we just can't understand the size of these things. And that would make sense why entire areas seem to have a whole lot of hauntings going on. So it's just something to think about, and have a good day.
This is a bonus clip, a decoding of the CERN ceremony, so you can see how we decode things. In this scene, the train represents the solar boat we have covered in the 12 gates presentation, the characters in orange representing the harnessed radioactively charged elements. In this scene you can see the characters in orange, the radioactively charged elements, climbing up to the halos, obviously representing the halos in the sky, in other words powering this technology, as well as this technology actually creating these kind of elements. Very clever technology. In this scene, this one should be familiar. If you remember in the 12 gates presentation, the solar rejuvenation. The rejuvenation of the energy required for the sun projector. So it's a cycle of harnessing and making use of the usable materials that it's harnessed. This is a very easy one. This is the bubbling lake of fire. In this one, the scarab beetle represents the projection, the physical transformation between the projector and the projection. You'll also see the Antikytherian mechanism on display. Also in the background, the Industrial Revolution that man has achieved from the knowledge of these technologies, as man does what man does best: reverse engineer and adapt. And of course the eyes round about it, as described by Ezekiel. This is a Shiva bonus clip. This is Shiva standing in the very obvious particle accelerator, the flames representing the hot coals, the harnessed elements converted into matter, radioactive matter of considerably high voltages, a free energy or 100% over unity power source, the child at the bottom representing birth, the creation of the projection or hot coals depending on its configuration. I'll now hand you over to Bin Taken Pics Kathleen for some relevant research into our Milky Way.
Earth god Geb and his twin and lover Nut, the Egyptian sky goddess, separated with air by Re. Her eyes were the sun and the moon, and the milk from her udder made the Milky Way. The sun was born every morning to this cow as a calf, journeying towards the west. Romulus and Remus from Roman times are the twin sons of Mars. They represent the lake of fire below. The radioactive lake of fire basically from all the angels that produced hot coals from the eyes round about the accelerator. Ezekiel tried to describe the wheel in a wheel. The Mayans say they come out to show us the map of the underworld. The stars, etc., are the map to the underworld. The Milky Way represents the equator. The hot flow you see on the mimic map is the lake of fire going east to west. It even has what they call a nuclear bulge. Radioactive Romulus and Remus feed off the she-wolf, the radioactive lake. Romulus and Remus are probably the sun and moon, fed by the same energy, radioactive material. The hot coals from Scripture, aside from the wandering stars, the rest of the map of the underworld. As above, so below.
As you can see, people, our research is revealing a very intelligent creator who has created a realm which can only be described as a technological masterpiece, a construct beyond our comprehension, as our ancestors found and tried their best to describe. You will also notice we are decoding geoglyphs, petroglyphs and hieroglyphs. The reason for that is because they are telling the exact same story, the only difference being the descriptions of the angels, and this is due to their varying roles and different looks in different geographic locations. They are still part of the same mechanisms that give us our luminaries and a great many other things. A construct designed and maintained to the highest standard with the most ornate descriptions one can possibly imagine. We hope you enjoy our research and information, and that helps you see and recognize there is a creator, their glory being revealed in a way we did not expect to see, let alone find. We fully accept this and look upon our realm with new eyes and knowledge, a knowledge that seems to have been lost, yet is depicted everywhere in sacred geometry, scriptures, geoglyphs, petroglyphs and hieroglyphs. How did it come to be that we have forgotten all that was once known everywhere in our realm? I'll leave you with that thought, so until next time, it's goodbye from us. Hello everyone. If you have been following our research, you will see how the decodings of sacred geometries, mandalas, scriptures, the Nazca Lines, geoglyphs, petroglyphs, hieroglyphs, the Book of Enoch, various cultures and belief systems, the research of real-world data, those halos in the sky, earthquake data, the mimic map and much more decode into a technological and mechanical realm, a construct of vast magnitude and magnificence, described and depicted everywhere in our history, the same story of the underworld, the heavens and their workings, repeated over and over no matter where you look, a history and knowledge we seem to have forgot, pieces of a jigsaw that slot together into one amazing construct and conclusion. There is a creator. In this video, you will learn what the stars really are. You will gain a better understanding of Walter Russell's work and hopefully be able to see what it is we see.
Bonjour à tout le monde. Cette recherche peut choquer certains d'entre vous car elle révèle un créateur et la construction de notre Terre. Cette recherche n'est pas conçue pour provoquer ni offenser. Il révèle plutôt la gloire de le Créateur, ce que nous avons découvert, comment notre monde fonctionne réellement. Les décodages des anges et leur véritable identité et finalité nous montrent la voie. Ce sont des technologies conçues par notre Créateur, des technologies qui sont les 144 000 des Écritures. Scellées ci-dessous et travaillant ensemble pour nous donner nos lumières, nos étoiles errantes et la majeure partie de la nature elle-même. C'est le pouvoir et la gloire que le Créateur nous a donné. Un cadeau d'amour, un cadeau que nous sommes supposés d'embrasser et apprendre comme nos ancêtres. Un cadeau qui nous a enseigné tous un peu partout dans ce domaine, comme le montre ce recherche. Merci.
Hello. So today, let's talk about a few little subjects. So, as everyone knows, or has more than likely heard about, the mysterious Bermuda Triangle that's off the coast of Florida. Maybe you've heard of the Nevada Triangle that's in the United States. Area 51's included in this triangle. Maybe possibly the Dragon's Triangle that's off the coast of Japan. But did you know that there's even more of these mysterious triangles? We also have the Malyobka Triangle that's in Russia. We have the Bass Strait that's down by Australia, between Australia and Tasmania. The Mosellembo Triangle that's around Indonesia, where boats aren't even allowed to travel. We also have a very large anomaly in the South Atlantic Ocean that's between South America and Africa. So, what do all these have in common? Well, they have had massive disappearances where no traces of the people, ships, planes have been found in many of these cases. Upon looking into the areas, well over 3,000 people have gone missing. Not only that, but people have identified these areas as what mainstream calls alien hotspots. There are many sightings of out-of-place light anomalies reported and recorded in these areas. These areas have had many theories on what could be going on here, such as electromagnetic disturbances, water vortices, large undersea fields of methane, and there's one theory that even says dragons live beneath the sea. One idea that really stuck out to me that makes a lot of sense is a new theory that's proposed by meteorologists, claiming that the reasons for the mysterious pervading the Bermuda Triangle area are unusual hexagonal clouds. These clouds can create winds that run about 170 miles per hour. They're air bombs full of wind. These air pockets cause all the mischief, sinking ships and downing different planes. The scientists conclude that some of these clouds could reach 20 to 55 miles across. Not only that, but the storms produced have waves that can reach as high as 45 feet. And what's more, the clouds have straight edges on multiple sides. Some people believe that such phenomenon occur in places where there's underground fractures, where strong energy is coming up from the depths of the earth. A fracture is actually a wave duct for electromagnetic energy to come up from the lower layers. There are many effects reported besides odd lights, disappearances, and crazy weather. Some have reported effects of a frozen sound. Others report what they say they hear like a tractor coming. You wait for it to come into view, but it never does, and then the sound subsides. Unexplained booming sounds, whistling over the Pacific, and humming from Britain have yet to be explained by science. So another thing that I was kind of taking a look at is the underground base entrances shown here. And I'd like to try to relate this with the mystery sounds heard in different parts of the world, as well as with our grid.
Strange sound in Sweden. This sure sounds like a trumpet. In Michigan, another trumpet-like sound.
The entrances are very clearly entry points to get down to the technology that we speak about. Some of the entrances may lead to underground chambers below that contain our angel technologies. Perhaps they're even trying to recover some of the fallen angel technology to learn about the secrets. Loud booms underground would reverberate through the ground, be heard on the surface, and escape into the sky. Some of the phenomenon causes inexplicable fear. If you're walking along a path and then suddenly people get overwhelmed as if the infrasound or something other than is affecting your brain. This is one of the largest effects of high EMF fields. This is on a scale that we can't even imagine. So there must be something there, either of electromagnetic nature or some unknown objects that we're not aware of. Reports of loud humming sounds occur in many of these locations, along with the strange lights that are seen coming upward from the ground. The South Atlantic anomaly is by far the largest area of the triangles, which is as large as North America, science says. This is an area where the Earth's inner Van Allen radiation belt comes closest to the Earth's surface, dipping down to an altitude of 200 kilometers. This leads to an increased flux of energetic particles in this region and exposes the area to higher than usual levels of radiation. So, what the heck does all this mean? Well, we'll have to go back to much of our past research to explain these events. In the past, we've done water currents, we've done caves, obelisks, pyramids, fireballs, ley lines. We've done haunted areas. And particle accelerators. Along with many, many other things. So when we compare to the Nazca lines, these areas fall on dipoles. So what is a dipole? Well, dipoles are antennas consisting of horizontal metal rods with a connecting wire at the center. Or in chemistry, it's a molecule in which a concentration of positive electric charge is separated from a concentration of negative charge. So what would this sound like? Well, a dipole can be compared to a tuning fork. We would hear two loud regions in the plane of the tines separated by two quiet regions in the plane, perpendicular to the fork. This actually explains the weird booming and humming, screeching sounds that we hear throughout the world. This, I would say, is the technology we refer to running and humming and grinding underneath the surface. To give some of my thoughts on the reports. In these areas, we are seeing the theories we speak of, that technologies are running below and projecting up into the heavens, as we see our sun, moon, planets, and stars do. As above, so below. The churning of the waters and fierce currents from the cogs turning together below. This also can explain the radiation given off by volcanic activity below the areas as well. If you remember to our 12 gates and Wonderland, that volcanoes are the waste and recycle system of all the workings below. All we've learned in the past these areas are of great energy. The energy that the elite have taken as their own and sell back to us daily. The so-called alien lights, well, let's take a look here for a second at FPV's video where he explains these lights and he references back to Tesla's work.
Angel Technologies. Let's talk about this, as it is very much related to our research. These sights have been reported around the world, visual spirals and moving projectiles in the heavens, which appear to just switch off and vanish. They usually try to say this is a rocket test. Some have correctly associated these with petro and hieroglyphs, the depictions everywhere around the world, no matter the country or culture, the exact same depictions. This is ancient knowledge. We were taught these things in days of old, the workings of the realm and how they work in relation to the heavens. They also feature heavily in the Nazca Lines, which I have been decoding as blueprints to the underworld. Our research has been based upon these blueprint overlays, which can easily be linked to scriptures, the Book of Enoch, other sacred geometries, real-world data, earthquakes, volcanoes, and pretty much most of nature's processes. What you may be looking at are projected elements from an open-ended tube, a particle accelerator that can project a particle hundreds of miles. The spiral in part may be coming from an element that is going through the right-hand rule, the spin around the particle accelerator. Now my concerns here would be what particle is being projected and what health risks, if any, are there to the public below. We know the sun's element is gold, the moon's is silver. What particles are being used here? Someone really needs to take an air sample from near these events and have them checked out. There will be signs in the skies. Now that sentence should end in if this technology is tampered with or reverse engineered. Now, why do I say they are projected particles? Let me take you back to the FBI Freedom of Information file on Mr. Nikola Tesla. In Exhibit Q here, you can see an agreement between Nikola Tesla and the Amtorg Trading Corporation, in which Tesla agreed to supply plans, specifications and complete information on a method and apparatus for producing high voltages up to 50 million volts, or producing very small particles in a tube open to air, or increasing the charge of the particles to the full voltage of the higher potential terminal. and for projecting the particles to distances of 100 miles or more, the maximum speed of the particles was specified at not less than 350 miles per second.
These alien sightings, as we can see, fall on the grid, along the grid, and are very obvious that they are a result of technology and follow the return path of the sun. As we can see in the next comparison, these triangles fall on the vortices and chakras of our world. If you recall, the chakras are the gates as depicted in ancient Egyptian text, which we decoded to be the return path of the sun from the shut-off point in the west to the start in the east gates. All of these anomalies are explained from the direct energy below. I know all this info is repeated a lot, but as we look into new things, we discover they are all related to the workings of the realm. The fact that spots don't change is key in the fact that the technology is where it has always been. This is what we are showing you with each new related discovery. We give explanation that all relates to one another, and it's due to the angel text below on a scale that we can't comprehend. What we can comprehend is how it is indeed working our luminaries, our realm, and our earth events. So this is the reason that they lie about flat earth. Take away the construct and you take away the truths. And that's about all I have. Thank you.
Okay, for this part of the video, I'm going to talk about and overlay some of Walter Russell's work. Some of you may be familiar with his work. What I'm going to do here is show you how Walter's work actually overlays into our research, as did Nikola Tesla's. I want you to pay attention to his diagrams and wording. I have looked at Walter's work in the past and thought it was pretty amazing, even though I didn't understand most of it, but still, since doing APM research, I've come to recognize and realize exactly what Walter was trying to visualize and portray, even taking it further and creating his own inventions based upon his work. Walter is a man clearly ahead of his time, like Nikola Tesla. Walter Russell wrote that the cardinal error of science is shutting the creator out of his creation. Russell never referred to an anthropomorphic God, but rather wrote that God is the invisible, motionless, sexless, undivided, and unconditioned white magnetic light of mind, which centers all things. God is provable by laboratory methods, Russell wrote. The locatable, motionless light which man calls magnetism is the light which God is. He wrote that religion and science must come together in a new age. Very interesting wording, and I would agree. The cube and the sphere are the sole working tools of creation. Walter Russell, 1959. I want you to pay attention to this particular design Walter has drawn because it is very relevant. We have proven the validity of our concept by making a simple small-scale working model which is now supplying all the heat, light and power needed for our 4-story 52-room university. Our reactor generates much more power than needed for whatever purpose intended, so enough of that surplus is taken off from its generator to motivate the reactor in perpetuity. 100% over unity free energy. Construction of one cycle of an electric current. Notice the heat and the cold. These can be reversed also, as we'll show later in the video. The evolution of mass from plane to sphere, something else you're going to learn about later on in this video. The generation of mass and the degeneration of mass, something else you're going to learn about in this video. This image on the left should also be very familiar. and the Walter Russell periodic table of the elements, which will actually make more sense this way up. The winding of the cosmic clock spring. Notice how it places cold at the east gate. And take note of the spiral, which we'll be decoding shortly. The unwinding of the cosmic clock spring. Notice fusion is the winding and fission is the unwinding. Okay, for this part of the video I'm going to take you to the heavens and we're going to decode what the stars really are. For this demonstration we're going to use a recording done by Richard Coggins on YouTube. It's Polaris, and he recorded it with his GoPro. Now, for those observant people among you, you will notice when recording the star trails there are small stars which are immediately followed by larger stars. This pattern just keeps repeating, so eventually you don't see any of these small star trails because they've been overrun by this larger star trails, unless you vary your recordings on your time-lapse perhaps. The end result, of course, being many circles. Many circles, in fact. Aren't these star trails amazing to look at? They really are. And now there's something even more special, as you're going to find out in a few moments. Okay, and now for the decode. Our stars, or our star trails, what you're really looking at are vertically stacked particle accelerators. I want to use 6 here in the overlays. Obviously there's many more, so when we get round to counting them we will add more and give it a bit more realism. But for now, here's a simple decode of what stars really are. They're vertically stacked particle accelerators, and you're going to see how they play a very big part in the workings of our realm. These halos have 32 smaller nodes and 32 larger nodes, 64 in total per halo. And you've only added 6 halos per area here, but you get the idea. Nothing is to scale, and more research is needed to locate just exactly how many circular star trail type projections there really are and their locations. The star halos are creating motion and a pressure system, spiraling pressure waves into our realm. The pressure changes we record daily are caused by these processes. They are used to compress our sun and generate heat and discharge cold. Mainstream labelling of sundogs is close to the truth, however. They will not elaborate on what the ice is forming on. The nodes of the halos are in the path of the displaced cold, hence them becoming visible. You are still looking at the projection. This is also taking place below us on the physical model that is projecting these amazing luminaries and our halos. Our 7 planets, as they label them, all go through this same process, the 7 golden candlesticks. The star halos generate the winds and our pressure systems that take place 4 times daily. Don't polar vortexes make more sense now? I'm pretty sure now they are the origin of shooting stars, or meteor showers that can be timed to certain months. The months they are being more noticed for their heavenly workings. Walter Russell's table of elements will also fall in this category, with every halo that is going through the epicycle rotations. The word gravity actually relates to pressure, the forces exerted by our star halos on our 7 planets, the forces required to put them in their various states of sphericity to do their desired purposes as they cross our realm. Walter Russell's table of elements will also come into play here. The halos are all converting elements into matter by design. The halos themselves are not actually rotating, it is the actual particle flow inside the accelerators, the particles that are flowing and lighting up nodes, which are all timed events in this very big mechanism of amazing technology. The Creator's glory revealed on a scale we are only just beginning to comprehend. No wonder it was hard for them to describe all this in scriptures. It is on such a grand scale it is hard to see the big picture. but that big picture has been revealed in our research. We had to make a model to see what we are working with and what it actually looks like. We called this model the angelic particle matrix due to our decodings of what angels really are. Particle accelerators, and up to 144,000 of them sealed below, is what it decodes scripturally to us. The Halo's nodes, 32 small and 32 large, 64 in total per halo, are also related to the Antikytherian mechanism. It contains many related 64 cog gears, thus showing time itself is based upon the angel accelerator's flow of particles around its halo, not to mention our constellations in the heavens and our major luminaries. Every one of those stars is a part of a particular angel's halo. Imagine that, people. Our clocks are timed by one revolution of a star halo's accelerator. Isn't that something? A full rotation of the star halo takes 23 hours 56 minutes, but we seem to be missing 4 minutes to make it 24 hours. However, perhaps time itself was originally 64 minutes based upon the 64 node halos, thus making the full rotation of an accelerator's flow 24 hours, the missing 4 minutes now being located and the Antikytherian mechanism now making more sense. So, how does it work? Well, I'm glad you asked. Let me introduce you to ecliptic expansion. You can see with this demonstration how it actually relates to the East Gate, the Sun, or any luminary for that matter, coming into our realm between the tropics of Capricorn and Cancer, and then they start going into the what I would call the maximum compression zone at the centre. That is our smallest star halos. That's where the maximum compression would be. So on in a 3D model, I'll just let it play, and this is what it relates to in our model and how it works with the gates. Charge and discharge, ecliptic expansion and mass. Now the mass they speak of is related to the light and its journey through ecliptic expansion into a compressed ball of light. The compression is being caused by our star halo's rotations, all working together to achieve this very amazing process. With this animation, I'm going to show you just how it works. We'll head over to the East Gates and watch a sunrise that comes into our realm via the East Gates. As you can see, our Sun is in the ecliptic expansion area and has thus not yet achieved its compression from our star halos that is needed to compress it into a spherical looking object. As it enters the compression zones, you will see how it reacts to the electromagnetic vortex of pressure waves it now comes under from our star halos. The maximum compression taking place below the smaller halos around the centre of our map. The Sun then gets to the west gates, goes back into ecliptic expansion, is shut down, and then sent on its return path in the underworld back to the east. So, the spiral decodings now make more sense, I hope. The spiraling of electromagnetic vortexes from our star halos. The ancients everywhere in this realm depicted the spirals, and this is what it relates to, thus confirming the ancients knew exactly how all this works, as our research keeps showing. Left hand rule, right hand rule. Don't those whirling wheels in scripture now make more sense? Don't those windings in the sky have a more special meaning now? The golden ratio is directly related to the workings of our angels, the Fibonacci spiral, the motions and forces caused by their accelerators. Our research looks directly for the cause, and so far it's been pretty much on form and gives us many explanations for worldly events, as our previous videos have been showing. We have been transparent in our research and given data, events and even proofs, as in the case of the Sun halo and its nodes. No one is explaining the cause of all this. They say there are anomalies but never explain the cause. To reiterate, during ecliptic expansion our luminaries are in the fission state, whilst inside the realm under the forces of our star halos they are in the fusion state. We knew all this in ancient times. We understood all this. We knew exactly how all this worked. The spirals are the language of angels, the technology that is directly responsible for our luminaries, our wandering stars, and pretty much most of nature itself. Our ancestors depicted this everywhere. Every nation in this realm has depictions of these in geo, petro, and hieroglyph form, the language that unites everyone in the realm, as we were all taught the exact same thing. Then somehow we forgot all this. But we will learn all this again. This cannot be kept hidden. After all, it is the way of the world. Here is another easy decoding. The snake chasing its tail represents the perpetual flow around the accelerator. This is what creates the spiraling flow of energy into our realm from our star halos. This also applies to all accelerators. Horizontally positioned ones below are what create tornadoes. Remember, we are in a duality of technology.
Okay, so let's talk about meteor showers for a moment. From the earliest of times, humankind has noticed flurries of meteors that seem to emanate from specific points in the sky and at particular times of the year. These flurries are called meteor showers. They are produced by small fragments of cosmic debris. It produces large amounts of small particles which will eventually spread out along the entire path of the comet to form a meteoroid stream. We will see this stream for a few days at roughly the same time each year, producing a meteor shower. So they appear to radiate from a single point in the sky to an observer below. This is called the radiant point. Meteors seen near the radiant are approaching the observer and will appear as short streaks in the sky. Meteors seen 45 to 135 degrees from the radiant are moving in a more parallel direction towards the observer. These meteors will produce long streaks in the sky. Those seen in an excess of 90 degrees from the radiant are actually moving away from the observer, and their path will again shorten the further they are from the radiant. Okay. Meteor showers are usually named for the constellation in which their radiant lies at the time the shower occurs. The Perseid meteor shower peaks about August 12th every year. It will appear to radiate from the constellation Perseus. While the Leonid meteor shower peaks about November 18th. It will appear to radiate from the constellation Leo. The meteor showers reoccur each year. In some cases, they have been recognized for hundreds of years. Sporadic meteors are those random meteors not associated with any particular shower. For meteor observers, those located in the northern hemisphere have a distinct advantage as shower activity is stronger there than it is seen by observers located in the south of the equator. The reason for this is that most of the major showers have meteors that strike in areas located far above the equator. As it's seen from the northern hemisphere, these meteors would appear to rain down from high in the sky and in all directions. From those situated in the southern hemisphere, only a small percent of this activity is visible. Any activity would appear to travel upwards from radiant located in the sky. There are a few meteor showers best seen from the southern hemisphere. These would include any radiant with a declination below -20 degrees, and those that reach the maximum activity during the southern hemisphere months go between July, August, and September. Nearly half of the year's visual meteor activity is crammed into a 2-month interval. This is between mid-October to mid-December. It is a nearly continuous period of heavy meteor activity. The Meteor Data Center lists over 900 suspected meteor showers, of which about 100 of those are very well established. Particular attention should be noted to the time and the moonlight conditions. All of these showers are best seen after midnight. Some are not even visible until after midnight. Now, showers that peak with the moon's phase being greater, which means it's more than 1/2 illuminated, will be affected by the moonlight and very difficult to observe. So while the time each shower is best seen remains much the same every year, the moonlight conditions, as we know, change considerably from one year to the next. So also, a fireball is another term for a very bright meteor. Generally brighter than magnitude 4, which is about the same magnitude of the planet Venus as seen in the morning or evening sky. A bolide is a special type of fireball which explodes in a bright terminal flash at the end, often visible with fragmentation. Now here you will notice the meteor showers I plotted are usually very close to some of our 6 large halos. This is no coincidence. In air, free electrons in a gap form background radiation and are accelerated by an electrical field. As they collide with air molecules, they create additional ions and newly freed elements, which are also accelerated. At some point, thermal energies will provide a great source of ions. The increasing elements in the ether and the ions rapidly cause regions of the air in the gap to become electrically conductive in a process called dielectric breakdown. Once the gap breaks down, current flow is limited by the available charge in the electrostatic discharge or by the impedance of the external power supply. If the power supply continues to supply current, the spark will evolve into a continuous discharge called an electric arc. This can occur in solid or liquids, but the breakdown mechanisms are much different for this when it occurs in gases. The heavier parts or other stuff ejected more violently are what we see in meteors.
Do we have any evidence of such halo activity that can relate to our grid, the underworld and the realm? Of course, I'll take you back to a few clips from my very first video on this subject, where I tried to highlight this some time ago. Notice in this clip our moon's shape. Definitely not spherical, but a rather flat looking image of light, but notice as it passes the camera's view it then takes on its spherical form in the reflection. It was in ecliptic expansion and is now taking on its spherical form. You will remember our sun and its halo. You can see here the true sunrise of our realm. This is our sun halo rising from below ground. Node 1, Brahma, our sun projection node, is just off screen to the left, and node 8 is on the right. The full halo isn't showing in this clip. Notice in this clip the visitors are clothed in special protective suits whilst enjoying a moonrise. The energies around this plasma type light must be quite harmful close up. This information places the new Mayor Free Station at the east gates, The ascension Scriptures mentions is this process, the ascension of our luminaries.
Our star halo's nodes can be viewed from two perspectives. At distance you will notice they take on a pentagonal pattern, whilst overhead they take on a circular form, and again when passing they show the pentagonal pattern again. What you are witnessing are the sides and underside of the nodes attached to the halo. The halo is not visible as we sometimes see with our sun's halo, which mainstream call a sundog, but the same rules apply. Although these are much larger accelerators, they all share the same build design, each one playing very important roles in our heavens and worldly workings. I hope this explains why you see the patterns changing and gives you new information to ponder whilst recording and viewing our luminaries yourselves.
Fantastic recording and information, Sandra. A very nice capture indeed. Sandra is going to be doing more experiments and research on our star halos. We have a few ideas Sandra will be testing, and we will be giving update videos on the results in a future presentation. You can see the shape of Sirius change as the star halo rotates in the heavens, giving Sandra a few different perspectives of this node as it goes about its journey. Our star halos contain 64 nodes. There are 32 small and 32 large. Not all of these are visible or lit up, but they will be noticeable by occlusions and other visible phenomena while eclipsing other stars in the heavens. So, our 64 node star halos, the number 64, a multiple of the number 8. While we are on the subject of numbers, here's some more very interesting information.
At the center of the angelic particle matrix is the Nazca Sun Cross. The Sun Cross is an 8x8 grid, which is fairly common in ancient depictions. You can find it on chessboards, mandalas, and all sorts of things. What does it mean, though? One possible answer might be found on the Aztec sunstone. The sunstone itself tracks the motions of both the Sun and Venus. The outer ring shows two feathered serpents, each filling half of the ring. The feathered serpent represents the deity associated with Venus, or the morning star. The feathered serpent was known by multiple names: Quetzalcoatl, Viracocha, Kukulkan. The deity was said to be as wise as a serpent, but as gentle as a dove. He also had a second form, and appeared as a white-skinned man with a beard. He was considered both a prophet and a healer. The similarities to Jesus are striking, but not a topic for today. The two juxtaposed feathered serpents show Venus's cycles, first seen in the morning during one part of the year, then as it is seen in the evening during the other half of the year. The two opposing cycles of Venus are shown on this outer ring. The ring around the center of the sunstone shows the 20 days of the Tzolk'in calendar, which ties the sun to Venus. The middle ring shows the wheel of the year, and this is where we begin to see our 8x8 connection. The ring is divided evenly by 8 arrows, so that the year is divided into 8 equal parts. We also see the year divided into 8 parts by pagan cultures. Holidays fell on the 2 solstices, the 2 equinoxes, and also on 4 days in between. The last 4 were the fire festivals. So far we have seen that the wheel of the year was divided into 8 equal sections. This gives us one of our 8s in our 8x8 grid. The other 8 is found in the cycles of Venus. If you were to see Venus rising in a certain location this morning, Venus would appear in the same location in exactly 8 years from today. 8 years times 8 holidays per year gives us 8x8. The layout of the sunstone conforms to the 8-year epicycle of Venus as seen from Earth. If you overlay the sunstone with the pattern of the epicycles of Venus, They match almost perfectly. The ancients knew this. Research suggests it was known all over the realm.
For this part of the video, we are going to take a look at these images from Walter Russell's work and factor them into our model. You can see from their design and locations, they play a very important part in our grid. They are switching mechanisms. When placed correctly, they will play a part in the positioning of our sun and possibly other luminaries. The seasons can be answered by this switching. It seems they are what places the sun in the correct paths to actually create our seasons. The gates in the east you can see align with the tropics of Capricorn and Cancer and having the equator at the centre. Our wandering stars are using epicycle motions as they cross these areas, the same epicycle motions recorded by Ptolemy and the same epicycle motions we see with the sundog halos as we see them in time-lapse photography. These locations also answer more questions regarding magnetic anomalies that are recorded in various parts of the realm. These are the locations we would place them, and as you can see, the mimic map signalling also confirms the signals are coming from these areas. You can see from the scale of this, we're going to have to think bigger, much bigger. This is a bonus decode clip, mission STS-134. In this mission patch, notice the atomic symbol created by 3 halos, each containing a luminary. Also notice the ISS follows one of the paths. Mission Atlas 3. In this patch I want you to take notice of the 3 flames from the engines going through the halo, the actual name Atlas 3 and the sun and the shuttle being on the same path. Apollo 14. Again, pay attention to the 3 bars going through the halo and leading to a star. Mission STS-129. Notice again the 3 bars now in red, white and blue. Also take note of the diamond and circle design. The star and again the ISS is linked in this depiction. Let's modify this so we can use it as an overlay to use over our map and grid. Now you can see the North Star, the red shift and blue shift, with the white light being the manifested light. This is the Holy Trinity, the union of the 3 which creates light, or our sun or any luminary out there, its colour and role depending on which particle and configuration is used. The luminary being created by ion and frequency injection into Atlas, which means a toroidal apparatus, the smaller halo within the larger halo, or Ezekiel's wheel in a wheel. This is how a luminary is created. This is the Holy Trinity of nodes 1, 2 and 8.
Hi everyone, I'm Rose. I joined APM because, to my mind, it's the closest explanation to what our realm is and the most in-depth cross-referenced research I have found. My own research is compatible with this way of decoding the plane, and now I have eyes to see the Creator's glory. I cannot stop seeing it everywhere. In this clip, we are going to show you how the sun returns to the east in the underworld has something very special that takes place. If you can remember from the 12 gates presentation, the sun returns east through the 12 chakras. Something that was missed at first was then decoded later, has now been added to reveal this amazing event. Please take notice of the light in this image, that it is attached to the solar boat. Now remember, Ra is switched off and being rejuvenated. Isis, Ra's mother, is caring for him and nourishing him back to life. It decodes what this means in reality is that Isis has what we will call a pilot light. It projects into the heavens to show the sun's return path back to the east, coincidentally. The path it returns back via the chakras also matches the ISS path perfectly, which also match events recorded on the mimic map. What you are witnessing is the sun's pilot light, Isis, not the ISS in the heavens. This also decodes as Mary, which we must assume is doing the same role for Jesus as further research reveals in the wiki. There are other similarities in other scriptures of this type of family relationship, a relationship that we decode as technological events between various parts of the sun's halo's nodes. The reference to Mary is due to the translation in Latin of Stella Maris, which translates as Star of the Sea, which is first applied to the Virgin Mary in the manuscript tradition of St. Jerome's Latin translation of the Omnimastication by Euberus of Caesarea. A closely related expression, morning star, is referenced in Revelation 2:28 and also in Revelation 22:16. Jesus Christ, God, claims himself as being the morning star. That is also the gift he had from God, the Father, to be rooted in any winner in the faith and perseverant in the works according to his law.
As you can see, people, our research is revealing a very intelligent creator who has created a realm which can only be described as a technological masterpiece, a construct beyond our comprehension, as our ancestors found and tried their best to describe. You will also notice we are decoding geoglyphs, petroglyphs and hieroglyphs. The reason for that is because they are telling the exact same story, the only difference being the descriptions of the angels, and this is due to their varying roles and different looks in different geographic locations. They are still part of the same mechanisms that give us our luminaries and a great many other things. A construct designed and maintained to the highest standard with the most ornate descriptions one can possibly imagine. We hope you enjoy our research and information, and that it helps you see and recognize there is a creator, their glory being revealed in a way we did not expect to see, let alone find. We fully accept this and look upon our realm with new eyes and knowledge, a knowledge that seems to have been lost, yet is depicted everywhere in sacred geometry, scriptures, geoglyphs, petroglyphs and hieroglyphs. How did it come to be that we have forgotten all that was once known everywhere in our realm? I'll leave you with that thought, so until next time, it's goodbye from us. Hello, and welcome to APM Research, the End Times, Revelations and Prophecy Part 3. In this video, Sandra will be showing you more from the Book of Miracles and focusing on comets. One Conscience, Jason and myself will be breaking down these cyclic events from recorded history and showing other informations that relate to the construct, its workings and mechanisms, with references to various cultures. You will also see evidence that all civilizations were very well aware of the construct's mechanisms in ancient times and planned for these destructive events. You may even be surprised to find that giants, titans and even dragons actually existed, and it's possible they may return, for such is the nature of this realm, a realm that demonstrates that the cycles of compression and expansion actually have the capability to affect all life forms, as well as its electromagnetics playing a big part in DNA construction. All yours, Sandra.
In the year AD 595, in the time of Muhammad, something wondrous and fearsome appeared. At that time, a bright comet was seen over Constantinople for a whole year. In the year AD 1007, a wondrous comet appeared. It gave off fire and flames in all directions. As it fell to earth, it was seen in Germany and Italy. In the year AD 1103, on the Friday of the first week of Lent, an unusual star appeared in the evening. It appeared in the south and in the west. It was visible for 25 days and always at the same hour. From the south, a great shaft of light moved towards it. After this, on Maundy Thursday, 2 moons were seen, one of them in the east. In the year AD 684, a comet appeared for 3 months. This was followed by such heavy rain, storms, wind and thunder as had never been heard before, and this element acted as if it wanted to destroy the city of Rome completely, and a great many livestock died in terrible ways, and people died from the lightning in the sky they saw. In the year AD 1293, a notably large comet appeared for 3 months, rising in the east and climbing to the middle of the sky, with its rays in the west, and when Pope Urban died, it disappeared again. In the year AD 1300, a fearful comet appeared in the sky, and this year, on St. Andrew's Day, the ground was shaken by an earthquake so that many buildings collapsed. At this time, the first Jubilee year was established by Pope Boniface VIII. In the year AD 1304, 3 moons and a comet appeared, seen around midnight for 3 months, in the German lands and in Italy, just as it is painted here. In the year 1438, in the time of King Albrecht, Duke of Austria, and son-in-law of Emperor Sigismund, a great darkening of the sun was seen in the daytime, and also a great comet with a tail was seen in the city of Liege. This was followed by great bloodshed. In the year AD 1347, a comet appeared in Italy for 2 months. After this, Emperor Louis IV, a Bavarian monarch, died. In the year AD 1351, in the month of December, a comet was seen in the sky around midnight. Afterwards, heavy wind sprang up, and a fiery shaft was seen to fall from the sky, which then presaged great disagreement between the Pope and the Emperor. In the year AD 1401, a large comet with a peacock tail appeared in the sky over Germany. This was followed by the most severe plague in Swabia. In the year 1456, in the month of June, a comet appeared, and within a year of that, a yet bigger one, which looked really terrible, and was seen in Germany, just as it is painted here. In the year AD 962, a great and wonderful comet appeared in the sky in Italy. This was followed by a great famine, so that many people perished and were found dead in alleys. In the year 1506, a comet appeared for several nights, and turned its tail towards Spain. In this year a lot of fruit grew, and was completely destroyed by caterpillars or rats. This was followed 8 and 9 years later in this country and in Italy by an earthquake so great and violent that in Constantinople a great many buildings were knocked down and people perished. In the year 1519, on the 14th day after the death of His Serene Highness the mighty Roman Emperor Maximilian of glorious remembrance, this comet was seen over the city of Mainz for 2 whole days, so positioned in relation to the Rhine that the star pointed upstream and the cross downstream. In the year 1519, after Christ our Saviour, around the time of his birth, the comet drawn here was seen in the middle of the night near Kraftsnitz, turned towards Strasbourg. In the year 1527, on the 11th of October, at 4 o'clock in the morning, this comet was seen in Westrich for 3/4 of an hour, and then it disappeared again. It was extremely long and yellowish red, like a diluted blood in colour. At the front the head was like a bent arm, as if it had a sword in its hand, and was poised to start striking with it. And at the point of the sword there were 3 big stars, and from the stars there issued a cloud-coloured stream, which was longer than the comet's tail, just as it is painted here. In the year 1527, several streaks like long spears were seen next to the comet, with several faces and small swords in amongst them, all intermingled in a pale red colour. Between them could be seen several large flames that blazed very brightly and with a fiery light, and the faces with hair and beards the colour of grey clouds were seen here and there to be flickering through each other as if they were laying in water that was flowing in rivulets of blood, and as if everything was mixing up together, which looked so terrifying that many who saw it died. In the year 1531, on St. Bartholomew's Day, a comet was seen for some time in the sky every night in Strasbourg and in other places, just as it is painted here. In the year 1531, 4 comets appeared in the sky opposite one another, such that they could be seen in certain places in the Netherlands, just as they are painted. In the year 1531, a comet was seen in the Netherlands, which showered fiery flames like a blacksmith making sparks from iron. Quite fearsome to see, just as is painted here. Of the comet or comet's tail as it first appeared in certain of the High German districts around the 10th of August, and then for many nights, more than a lance in length, 1½ shoes wide, was seen in the sky 1531 years after the birth of Christ. In the year 1533, on the 27th of July, at 2 o'clock after midnight, a terrible comet appeared and was also seen for many days after this, which the astronomers interpreted when unrest later broke out in Germany. In the year 1542, on St. Rupert's Day, the 27th of September, a comet was seen in the sky not far from the moon for many days, just as it is painted here. In the year 1543, on the 4th day of the month of May, a terrible comet was seen in the sky over Pforzheim and in the village of Zesenhausen, with many fiery flames falling from it, and after this there followed many strange things.
Let's take a look at Nibiru and educate ourselves on what's really going on with this piece. As it goes for how this connects with the end times, is this Nibiru gets its cycle every 3,600 years. It is said that this celestial is greatly magnetic and will affect our world magnetics. It is to cause a pole shift, which then will cause great disasters in our realm. So, the last cycle put us back to 1581 BC, which is the time frame that the devastating Santorini erupted, along with other gigantic destroyers, such as Krakatoa and Thera, which wiped out the Minoans. This also takes us to the time of the Exodus. This is where Moses comes into play, parting the Red Seas. Exodus 10:21 says, "Then the Lord said to Moses, 'Stretch out your hand towards heaven, so that a great darkness will spread over the land of Egypt, a palpable darkness.'" So, we see that Moses is active during the Nibiru cycle. During that time, the earth suffered great cataclysms. It is recorded that a celestial body appeared in the heavens, a new comet they called it, causing the eventual disappearance of the glacier layer. Next would be 7,200 years ago. This would take us back to 1752 CE, according to the Hebrew calendar. This was the time during the cataclysm known as Noah's Flood, the deluge. There were sudden changes in temperature, violent storms, and water avalanches from ice breaking into the ocean, creating huge tsunamis that we can't even imagine in our reality today. So, now we can see that Noah was active during one of the Nibiru cycles. So let's dig a little deeper into some ancient histories of this cycle and the pieces that are affiliated with it, as well as the effects. Nibiru has several names: the Destroyer, Wormwood, Hercolumbus, and Comet Typhon. Nibiru is a term in the Akkadian language translating to crossing or point of transition, especially of rivers. In Babylonian astronomy, the term refers to the equinox and the astronomical objects associated with it. Nibiru was considered the seat of the Summus Deus, who shepherds the stars like sheep, and in Babylon identifies with Marduk. So, Tablet 4 of the Enuma Elish has some great descriptions of Marduk. They prepared him for a lordly chamber. Before his fathers, as a prince, he took his place. O Marduk, thou art chiefest among the great gods. In thy power shall it be to exalt and to abase. None among the gods shall transgress thy boundaries. O Marduk, thou art our avenger. We give thee sovereignty over the whole world. But as for the god who began the rebellion, pour out his life. Then set they in their midst a garment, and unto Marduk their firstborn they spake, May thy fate, O Lord, be supreme among the gods, to destroy and to create. Speak thou the word, and thy command shall be fulfilled. They rejoiced, and they did homage unto him, saying, Marduk is king. They bestowed upon him the scepter, and the throne, and the ring. They give him an invincible weaponry, which will overwhelmeth the foe. Go, and cut off the life of Tiamat, and let the wind carry her blood into the secret places. After the gods his fathers had decreed, for the Lord of his fate, they caused him to set out on a path of prosperity and success. He made ready the bow. He chose his weapon. He slung a spear upon him and fastened it. He raised the club in his right hand, and he grasped it. The bow and the quiver he hung at his side. He set the lightning in front of him. With burning flame he filled his body. He made a net to enclose the inward parts of Tiamat. The four winds he stationed so that nothing of her might escape. The south wind and the north wind, the east wind and the west wind. He brought near to the net, the gift of his father, Anu. He created the evil wind and the tempest and the hurricane, and the fourfold wind, and the sevenfold wind, and the whirlwind, and the wind which had no equal. He sent forth the winds which he had created, the 7 of them, to disturb the inward parts of Tiamat. They followed after him. When the Lord raised the thunderbolt, his mighty weapon, he mounted the chariot, the storm unequaled for terror. He harnessed and yoked unto it 4 horses. The establishment of the Nibiru point is described in Tablet 5 of the creation epic Enuma Elish. When Marduk fixed the location of Nibiru, Enlil, and Ah in the sky, it states, Marduk made the stations for the great gods, the stars, their images, as the stars of the zodiac he fixed. He ordained the year, and into sections he divided it. For the 12 months he fixed 3 stars. After he had the days of the year and the images, he founded the station of Nibur to determine their bounds, that none might go err or go astray. He set the station of Bel and Ah along with him. He opened the great gates on both sides. He made strong the bolt on the left and on the right. In the midst thereof he fixed the zenith. The moon god he caused to shine forth. The night he entrusted to him. He appointed him a being of the night to determine the days. Every month without ceasing the crown he covered him, saying, At the beginning of the month, when thou shinest upon the land, thou commandest the horns to determine 6 days, and on the 7th day to divide the crown. On the 14th day thou shalt stand opposite the half. Nibiru, which is said to have occupied the passageways of heaven and earth, because everyone above and below asked Nibiru if they could not find the passage. Nibiru is that which the gods in heaven cause to be visible. Nibiru stands as a post at the turning point. The others say of Nibiru the post, the one who crosses the middle of the sea. This is Tiamat, without calm. May his name be Nibiru, for he takes up the center of it. The path of the stars of the sky should be kept unchanged. The star of Ah has been described at various revelations as Vela, Fomalhaut, and Venus. These are different names for the same thing, which is where the confusion comes in for our present-day world. Many different names for many different gods, celestials, lands, and so on for different regions, languages, and religions lead to the confusion for us whom aren't educated in the histories properly. Nibiru has been associated with the area of Libra, also with the autumn equinox. The Mol Alpin says, when the stars of Enlil have been finished, the big star, although its light is dim, divides the sky in half and stands there. This is the star of Marduk, Nibiru. It keeps changing its position and crosses the sky. A little bit of Tablet 7 of the Enuma Elish gets into the many different names and titles of Marduk. This is more of the same, as I mentioned earlier, about the names changing and us not being educated on the fact that many names for one story is creating a confusion amongst our present times. Some of the names are Asari, the creator of grain and plants. Asaru Alim, who is revered in the house of the council. Asaru Elim Nuna, the light of the Father who begot him. Tutu, who created them anew. Ukina, the life of the host of gods. Ziazag, the bringer of purification. Sagzu, founder of the assembly of the gods, knows the heart of the gods. Nibiru has also been associated as the red Kachina, the purifier. Now let's look at some of the Bible verses that speak of wormwood and the effects on our world. Revelations 8:11 and 12 say, "The name of the star is wormwood. A third of the waters turned bitter like wormwood oil, and many people died from the bitter waters." Then the fourth angel sounded his trumpet, and a third of the sun and moon and stars were struck. A third of the stars were darkened, and a third of the day was without light, and a third of the night as well. We also have several verses that basically all say the same thing. We have Isaiah 13:10, Ezekiel 32:7, Joel 2:31, and Joel 3:15. For the stars of heaven and their constellations will not give light. The sun will be darkened when it rises, and the moon will not give light. Matthew 24:29 is much of the same, but it also adds that the stars will fall from the sky. Zechariah 13:8 and 9. And in all the land declares the Lord, 2/3 will be cut off and perish, but a third will be left in it. This third I will bring through the fire. I will refine them like silver and test them like gold. They will call on my name, and I will answer them. I will say, they are my people, and they will say, the Lord is our God. Revelation 6:12 says, And when I saw the Lamb open the sixth seal, there was a great earthquake, and the sun became black like sackcloth of goat hair, and the whole moon turned blood red. Revelations 8:7. Then the first angel sounded his trumpet, and hail and fire mixed with blood were hurled upon the earth. A third of the earth was burned up, along with a third of the trees and all the green grass. Revelation 9:15 says, So the four angels who had been prepared for this hour and day and month and year were released to kill a third of mankind. Revelations 9:18. A third of mankind was killed by the 3 plagues of fire, smoke, and brimstone that proceeded from their mouths. And Revelations 12:4. His tail swept a third of the stars from the sky, tossing them to earth. And the dragon stood before the woman as she was about to give birth, ready to devour her child as soon as he was born. Some questions come to my mind as I read this stuff. Now, just so everyone understands, I'm not speculating. I'm simply asking questions. One of the questions is, could Noah and Moses be the same piece of technology with different names throughout the times? I do not have the answer, it's just a thought to put out there. Also, we know that Noah's flood lasted 40 days, and the effects of Nibiru coming online, they say, would be lasting of 40 years. So the next question that I think of, was the ancient text translated correctly as far as days and years go? Again, I do not have the answer, just voicing some thoughts so that maybe perhaps we can all learn together.
Ragnarok, the epic final battle in the Norse mythology that brings about the end of the world. Gods fighting giants to the death. The sun goes dark and the earth is consumed by the fire from whence it came. It's the total opposite of the creation myth. During creation, the earth was formed from fire and ice, and the gods defeated the giants for supremacy. Ragnarok is a reversal of this previous time, where events unfold in opposite fashion. The word Ragnarok itself comes from two parts, Ragna and Ruk. Ragna means to conjure or to bring forth. Ruk has several meanings, but the one I find most significant is origin. To me, Ragnarök means back to the beginning, a reversal of the mechanics of the realm and a pole shift. It is said that when Ragnarök has been completed, a new world will be born. The cycle will begin anew. Many ancient cultures spoke of cyclical time. This fits the APM model and coincides with our research. It is not an end to things, but a gradual return to a beginning stage to start anew. The winding and unwinding of the cosmic clock springs is how Walter Russell put it. Walter clearly figured out the realm's workings and embraced it in his work, which fits in with the APM model. Timed mechanisms and events, it approaches that time. The unwinding cycle, which brings cold, as this is the expansion stage highlighted in our previous End Times 1 and 2 videos. Our ancestors knew very well how this works, and it's APM's goal to rediscover all this lost knowledge and put it back into its original context as best we can. Everything has cycles, from the beating of your heart to the cycle of your breath. From planting to harvest or night to day, these rhythmic cycles are everywhere. So it is no surprise to find cycles in the workings of the technology that governs the nature of this world. I don't believe it will be a reversal of what we call time, nor a reversal of events so that we walk backwards through the steps we have previously taken, but rather a reversal of processes that brought us to this point, being as gradual as the events that brought us to today. As for time itself, one can only wonder. The Hopi stories available to us describe this next phase as the forever time. What that ultimately means is beyond my ability to decipher. It falls into the realm of what I consider to be prophecy, and prophecy is always rather vague. We will have to wait and see. Prophecy, to us, is ancient knowledge passed down from many generations that gives us clues and knowledge in relation to how this realm truly works, and leads us to be aware of the destructive events that are in its cycles. We are supposed to remember all of this, which is why various calendars existed. They marked the time to know when the events were going to take place. Very predictable events you can find very accurately with devices such as the Antikythera mechanism. APM's research has helped reveal what our world truly is, and reinforces the fact that there is a creator. The glory is a technological glory which was given to humanity to understand, to learn, and to embrace. We see no other conclusion now other than it is being hidden and suppressed, privatized and monetized, which, of course, enslaves humanity. This is not the Creator's wishes.
We're going to take a closer look into the Antikythera mechanism in this clip, that hand-operated computer from ancient times that tracked not only the motions of our 7 major luminaries, but also cyclic events such as phases and eclipses. You will also notice this device actually has gearing for the epicycle motions which we see happen with our Sun's halo as it crosses east to west. This motion was also captured by Sandra with her P900 as she demonstrated in a video. It is also very evident in time-lapse photography. Ptolemy also factored these in with luminary movements, a clear sign that the luminaries are attached to a device that is doing the moving. The halo we see around our sun when it shows. Remember, scriptures and prophecies tell you we see things being revealed in the heavens in the end times. Revelations just means it will reveal itself, and it is. I want you to take notice of these 2 parts of the Antikythera mechanism that relate to various lunar cycles. If you look, you will see they have a definite cycle to follow that gets to a certain point and resets. It is definitely a countdown timer that we want people to look into further. Those people that understand these cyclic events and what exactly happens next. When I looked into the word Saros, it decoded as 360, a sign that it has reached the end and will restart again. What I want is for people to study this mechanism and find what happens when this event happens within this mechanism. Does it reset anything? Does another event or timer start? I'm pretty sure they're marking the start and ends of the compression and expansion cycles which are the cause of the destructive events in our history. Now they added the Olympic Games to this mechanism, or so we are told. I think it is another countdown timer to an event and it decreases in increments, which they say are tied to Olympic events. The passing of the torch may have another meaning that has been hidden. Perhaps the journey used in the paths of this event play a part in this cyclic event, because I don't think something so complex as this mechanism was designed for things like games. No, it is another rabbit hole to more information and understanding of these events, if anything. If you understand these cycles within this mechanism and can shed more light on this matter, do post in the comments below please. Now these 2 cycles here reminded me of Walter Russell's winding and unwinding of the cosmic clock, the expansion and compression cycles our realm undertakes every 400 years or thereabouts. Saros decoded as 360, this could be 360 years. The Mayan long count calendar had a 394-year countdown to which we think is the same event. The end times or revelations, a change in the mechanism mainstream will call a pole shift event. Take a good look at this mechanism people, it was so accurate it can still be used today to plot past, present and future luminary events. There is a lot more going on here than meets the eye. The APM perspective on comets now is that there are more projections, timed cycles that are there to remind us of a mechanism change, a warning that there may be destructive or other events. I remember watching Comet Hale-Bopp in the 1990s and noticing it change direction every night. At the time I assumed it was something to do with the Earth's rotation, but since now realizing the globe is fake and it is the luminaries actually moving, this tells me that comets are actually changing direction and following preset paths. A good example of that was read by Sandra from the Book of Miracles, where a comet perfectly aligned with a river and caused its flow to reverse. Again, more evidence of electromagnetics below and above having interaction locally and not affecting every river in the lands. This is telling you that the comet's projector was actually below that river. If the luminary is directly overhead, then its projector is directly below. This would make sense with the flow of rivers. Remember, the word current does not only relate to water.
This time, let's look at some of the flood events that our ancients recorded to have happened through history. In North America, the Hopi legend has two versions of the Hopi's emergence into the present fourth world. The prevalent one is that the spider grandmother caused a hollow reed to grow into the sky, and it emerged into the fourth world at Sipapu. The people then climbed up the reed into this world, emerging from the Sipapu. The location of the Sipapu is given as the Grand Canyon. The other version has it that Tawa destroyed the third world in a great flood. Before the destruction, Spider Grandmother sealed the righteous into hollow reeds, which were used as boats. On arrival to a small piece of dry land, the people saw nothing but water, even after planting a large bamboo shoot, climbing to the top and looking about. Spider Grandmother then told the people to make boats out of more reeds, and use the islands as stepping stones along the way. The people then sailed east until they arrived on the mountainous coasts of the fourth world. In either story, it finishes with the Hopi traveling to the extremities of the land in all directions, building cities, and in abandoning them as they went, leaving markings on the rocks to show they had been there. Far in the north was land of snow and ice, which was called the back door of the fourth world. This was closed to the Hopi. However, they did record that others came through the back door into the land. Eventually, the Hopi finished their migration and ended up at their current location in northeastern Arizona. We also have flood tales of the Saanich. These are nations from the north coast of the Gulf and the San Juan Islands, southern Vancouver Island, and the southern edge of the lower mainland in British Columbia. They called themselves the saltwater people because they lived from the bounty of the ocean and the land. Their summer homes were among protected bays and inlets of the Gulf Islands. Their winter homes were in Sonic, meaning emerging land, or emerging people since the time of the Great Flood. The Eskimos say a great inundation, together with an earthquake, swept the land so rapidly that only a few people escaped in their canoes to the tops of the highest mountains. Other tales for North America include the comics people with the legend of Quinish, Anishinaabe with the creation story, Turtle Island, the Inuit flood legend, and the Nisqually with the beginning of the Nisqually world legend. In Mesoamerica, one myth documented among the Teapanic and Huaxtecs has a man and his dog as the sole survivors of the deluge. But the man finds out that the dog takes the shape of a woman during the day when he is away. The man and dog woman are then left to repopulate the earth. Another myth found among the Aztecs and the Teutonic people relates how a human couple survive by hiding in a hollow vessel and start to cook a fish when the water subsides. When the smoke reaches the heavens, the gods become angry and punish them by turning them into dogs or monkeys, depending on the version. In Mayan mythology, as expressed in the Popol Vuh, the creator gods attempted to create creatures who would worship them 3 times before finally succeeding in creating a race of humans that would pay proper homage to their creators. The 3 previous creations were destroyed. The 3rd race of humans, carved from wood, were destroyed by a flood, mauled by wild animals, and smashed by their own tools and utensils. Mayan flood myths, recorded by Diego de Landa, and in the Shilam Balam of Chumael, holds that the only survivors of the flood were the 4 Bacabs, who took their place as upholders of the 4 corners of the sky. In Mesoamerica, a variety of reasons are given for the occurrence of the flood. Either the world was simply very old and needed to be renewed. The humans had neglected their duty to adore their gods, or they were punished for a transgression. Many of the modern myths include obviously Christian references, such as the murder of Abel by Cain as the reasons. In Mesoamerican myth, the flood was but one of several destructions of the creation, usually the first of 3 or 4 cataclysmic events, although there is some evidence that the Aztecs considered the flood to be the 4th. Also, in Mesoamerica, among the Nahue, which is the Aztec people, tell that there were no survivors of the flood and creation had to start from scratch, while other accounts relate that current humans are a descendant from a small number of survivors. In South America, we have the legend of Trenten Vilu and Keke Vilu. It is a Mapuche flood tale that tells the story of a fierce battle between 2 mythical snakes. Trenten Vilu. Trenten means related to the earth, and Vilu means snake. And the Keke Vilu. Keke means related to water, and Vilu, of course, snake. It gives an explanation of how the south of Chile came to have its geography. According to the Mapuche, these 2 snakes were originally the children of the most powerful Pillans, who were converted into their animal forms as punishment. Peripillion's son was turned into a huge snake, that would be Keke, and Antu's son turned into a huge snake, and that would be Tenten. They were to be enemies, just as Antu and Peripillion were. Keke was sent to live into the sea to help care for it with the water spirits, and Tenten was sent to live on earth and help care for the earth and to help humanity. Thus, these 2 snakes were used as an instrument through which the will of the ancient Mapuche spirit was fulfilled. It is said that after Keke awoke from his years-long slumber, he became enraged because of the ungratefulness that men showed for every gift given to them by the sea, and thus used his fish-shaped tail to hit the water. With it began a great flood. Since he had the desire to punish humanity and to incorporate all terrestrial life to its dominions, KK ordered the waters to flood the valleys and hills and to bring all of its inhabitants to the bottom of the sea. Seeing Tenten that both humans and animals were desperate and that of men invoked her, and as by orders of her father she was the one who had to provide them with the wisdom and protection, she decided to help humanity. Thus, she helped the inhabitants and the animals to escape by raising them on her back and taking them to the hills. And she transformed into birds those who were trapped by the waters, so they could escape by flying. Those who were drowning into fish and marine mammals, one of them being the origin of the talking dolphin. And those who had already drowned in Sampal, which is mermen and mermaids. Those who were immobilized by the terror they felt were transformed into Mankiel, which means petrified. But as the sea continued to rise, Tenten had to order the hills to increase height to counteract the power of KK. Angry, KK began to fight against Tenten in a titanic battle that lasted a long time until both snakes were tired. KK was partially defeated as he wasn't able to flood all of the land. However, the waters did not return completely to their old level, giving Chile its current topography. According to Chiloe tradition, KK was satisfied with the portion of land that he had managed to flood, and delegated his functions pertaining to the sea to the great Milalobo. According to Mapuche tradition, after the cataclysm, everyone continued their quiet life until one day it was Tenten who was angered by the attitude that men had, and made all the volcanoes erupt, and their population had to move to safer places. From that moment on, Tenten continues to manifest itself through earthquakes and volcanic eruptions, while KK continues to cause tidal waves and floods when he rolls over during his sleep. Other South American tales also include from Canary, the Inca, Muisca, and the Tupi. In Asia, in the ancient Near East, in Mesopotamia, there is the Gilgamesh flood myth, which says the great gods Anu, Enlil, Ninurta, Inuji, and Ah were sworn to secrecy about their plan to cause a flood. But Ah told the plan to Etnapishtim. He was ordered to build a boat which was to have equal dimensions with the corresponding width and length, which was 120 cubits, with 6 decks divided into 7 and 9 compartments, and be covered over like the Apsu boats. He was told to tell the elders they can no longer inhabit Enlil territory, and they should go down to Apsu to live in the Ah territory, which is freshwater marshland near the temple of Ah, or known as Aninki, at the city of Eridu. When the storm came in the early morning, a black cloud arose from the horizon. The thunder god, Adad, rumbled the cloud, and the storm gods, Shular and Hanish, went over the mountains and land. the Anunnaki gods lit up the land with their lightning. There was a stunned shock at Adad's deeds, which turned everything to blackness, and the land was shattered like a pot. All day the south wind blew, and the water overwhelmed the people like an attack. No one could see another. The mistress of the gods wailed that the old days had turned to clay because she had said evil things in the assembly of the gods, ordering a catastrophe to destroy her people and fill the sea like fish. The other gods wept with her. Their lips were burning. The flood lasted 6 days and 6 nights, flattening the land. On the 7th day, the storm was pounding like a woman in labor. Then the sea calmed, and the whirlwind and flood stopped. All day there was quiet. All humans had turned to clay. The terrain was flat. The boat then lodged on Mount Nemush. Other stories from the ancient Near East are the Sumerian creation legend, and in Abrahamic religions we have Noah's Ark, which we already covered previously, as well as the Islamic view of Noah. In China, there is a Great Flood of China story, which was a major flood event in ancient China that continued for 2 generations, which resulted in great population displacement, among other disasters such as storms and famine. People left their homes to live on high hills and mountains. Dating has taken this event back to around 1900 BC, which is about 400 years after the Exodus event we discussed prior. The legend says it was during the reign of Emperor Yao that the Great Flood began. The flood was so vast that no part of Yao's territory was spared, and both the Yellow River and the Yangtze valleys were flooded. The nature of the flood is shown in the following quote. Like endless boiling water, the flood is pouring forth destruction, boundless and overwhelming. It overtops the hills and mountains, rising and ever rising. It threatens the very heavens. How the people must be groaning and suffering. In India, we have an incarnation of Lord Vishnu as a fish. He forewarns Manu, a human, about an impending catastrophic flood and orders him to collect all the grains of the world in a boat. In some forms of the story, all living creatures are also to be preserved in the boat. When the flood destroys the world, Manu, in some versions, are accompanied by the 7 great sages. They survive by boarding the ark, which Lord Vishnu then pulls to safety. In Paluga, the creator god of the inhabitants of Andaman Islands sends a devastating flood to punish people who have forgotten its commands. Only 4 people survive, 2 men and 2 women. From the Philippines, we have Igorot. It says, when the world was flat and there were no mountains, there lived 2 brothers, sons of Lumawig, the Great Spirit. The brothers were fond of hunting. Since there were no mountains, there was no place to catch pig and deer, so the older brother said, let us cause the water to flow over all the world and cover it, then the mountains will have to rise up. The others from Asia include Korea, Malaysia, and the Tekati people. Now, over in Europe, the ancient Greek flood myths describe 3 floods. The The flood of Oges says 9,000 years ago, a never seen again accumulation of soil came down from the mountains, and earth fell away all around and sunk out of sight. Only small islands and the mere skeleton of the land was left behind. The flood of Deucalion says the Titan Prometheus advised his son to build a chest. All men perished except those that escaped to high mountains. The mountains in Thessaly were parted, and all the world beyond Isthmus and Peloponnese was overwhelmed. Deucalion and his wife floated in a chest for 9 days and 9 nights. Afterwards, at the bidding of Zeus, they threw stones which became men and women. The Bibliotheca gives this as an etymology of the Greek Laos people as derived from the lost stone. And the flood of Dardanus says, Dardanus left Phineus in Arcadia to colonize a land in the northeast Aegean Sea. When the deluge occurred, the land was flooded, and the mountain where he and his family survived formed the island of Samothrace. He left Samothrace on an inflated skin to the opposite shores of Asia Minor and settled on Mount Ida. They lived in the open for 50 years. His grandson, Tros, moved from the highlands down to a large plain on the hill that had many rivers flowing down from Ida above. There he built a city which was named Troy. Today we call the area Dardanelles. The Augean deluge ended the Silver Age, and the flood of Deucalion ended the First Bronze Age. In addition to these floods, the Greeks tell how the world was also periodically destroyed by fire.
Others from Europe include the Welsh, the Norse, and the Finnish flood legends.
The Irish has Labor Gabala Erin, which says the first people to arrive in Ireland are led by Cessair, daughter of Bith, son of Noah. They are told to go to the western edge of the world to escape the oncoming flood. When the flood comes, Fintan is the only one to survive. He becomes a salmon and later an eagle and a hawk, living for 5,500 years after the flood, whence he becomes a man again and recounts the Ireland's history. Now we can move to the Oceania region. This would include Polynesia and Hawaii. In Hawaiian mythology, Nu'u was a man who built an ark with which he escaped a great flood. He landed his vessel on top of Mauna Kea on the Big Island. Nu'u mistakenly attributed his safety to the moon and made sacrifices to it. Cain, the creator god, descended to earth on a rainbow and explained Nu'u's mistake. In the Maori tradition, Ruadapu became angry when his father elevated his younger half-brother ahead of him. Ruadapu lured his half-brother and a large number of young men of high birth into his canoe and took them out to sea, where he drowned them. He called on the gods to destroy his enemies and threatened to return as the great wave of early summer. As he struggled for his life, the half-brother recited an incantation invoking the southern humpback whales to carry him ashore. The last place that we'll talk about is Africa. I found no tales of any floods for Africa. However, our own research shows us that in northwestern Africa, near the Eye of the Sahara, there's clear runoff of where there used to be waters that ran back off into the ocean. Most of Africa I would consider safe zones for the most part, due to the high elevation.
Now, let's turn our attention for a moment towards Japan. There are dots along the coastal hills of Japan, and these things are called the tsunami stones. These stones are placed around 300 feet higher than the highest recorded wave. That wave was 127 feet high. These stones are centuries old and give warning to descendants to avoid the same suffering as the ancestors. The warnings from the past read, "Do not build any homes below this point. High dwellings are the peace and harmony of our descendants. Remember the calmity of the great tsunami." Other warnings say, "If an earthquake occurs, go to highland in case they foreshadow destructive waves." So, as we can see, this recorded history of catastrophes and floods are not just secluded to the Noah story. Organized religion wants us to believe there was one flood that destroyed the world. However, these different events are recorded through different eras in history in all cultures of the world. We now call this the Noah cycle. Even today, there's an application mainstream is using called the NOAA Weather Radar, which provides us with weather, hydrologic, and climate forecasting for the United States and its territories, as well as adjacent waters and ocean areas. This cycle has occurred over and over in history, right around the 365 to 394 year mark. These events are the cause of mud floods, the disappearance of cultures through time, as well as changes to our DNA. As I have said before, this is not meant to cause fear, but to educate us on the cycles of Earth to enable survival, which our ancestors have told us repeatedly through the ages. High land is the way to survival.
Let's talk a little bit about this map. This map was put out there by Ed Dames. He's an ex-CIA agent, and this is the map of what's going to occur with our world after a pole shift. So the first area we're going to look at is the red zones. These are our safe zones, which, as we can see, we have some in the United States, South America, Greenland, and part of Europe, and a little bit in Australia and New Zealand. Next, we'll look at the dark blue. This is where the coastal subsidence will occur. This will be in northeast Russia and the southern tip of South America. Next, let's look at the green. This is where landmass is submerged. This appears to be part of Ireland, Western Australia, southern part of America, along with the eastern side of Mexico, and the eastern coast of America and Canada. Next, let's look at where our hot and cold areas will mix. This will run through the United States, southern South America, and we'll have an area that runs up from Africa up through the middle of Europe, and we'll also have a little bit over in Australia. Next, we'll look at our flood-prone areas. That looks to be a lot of northeastern Europe, most of the UK, northeastern Africa, and northwestern Canada, as well as the broken up islands above Canada. Next, we have our loss of agriculture, which includes wheat, barley, rye, corn, sago, millet, rice, potatoes, apples, citrus, and grapes. These areas are going to include part of Europe, East and West, India, part of Australia, Canada, and a great deal of the United States, as well as South America. Next, we have more loss. This will consist of our livestock, horticulture, and agriculture. These items will include beef, dairy, pigs, sheep, coconut, cotton, hemp oils, peanuts, and sugars. Next, we will have new faults developing. What I noticed about these is they're running more of a north to south than an east to west. Next, let's look at the epicenters of new major volcanic and seismic activity. So we have up in northern North America, we also have Southern America, Mexico, Eastern South America, Southeastern South America. We're also going to have new activity in Iceland. We have activity in Europe and Asia, all across. We also have a major new epicenter for great activity, which sits right about where the area that I think there's one very large volcano that runs about 1,600 miles across and 1,600 miles north and south. So, an effect of all of this is going to be that new land is going to rise. We're going to have land that rises just west of America, quite a bit west of South America, somewhere near Easter Island or Polynesia. We're also going to have land that emerges southeast of Greenland, as well as the northwest of Europe. So, I hope that this information gives us somewhat of an idea of where is safe and where is not, and what we need to do to survive.
This animation will be explained more in our next video, but because it involves spiders, which one conscience has already mentioned, this is what they decode as to us. Some of you may recognise these. If not, don't worry, our next video goes deeper with them. Now, Hoppy Prophecy and others have spiders and cobwebs in their cultures, and say we will see spiderwebs in the sky. These are what they are referring to alongside various halos. There is a very good chance you, your children, even your grandchildren may see these in the heavens, and this would be their alignment. This is not all of them, of course, just some to show you what you may witness in the heavens. Now, it doesn't take a genius to see gaps where others exist and connect to other areas. What you are looking at are more parts of the construct, more events that are timed cycles. I will give these a more thorough breakdown in our next video, but while we are on the subject of Perseus and Medusa, consider that Perseus represents one of these and reroutes power from another technology that has detrimental effects on all living species. So detrimental in fact that it can instantly petrify, hence the name Medusa. There is a technology that more than likely petrified the giants, titans and other species in our realm, and Perseus represents that rerouting of the power. The cutting off of the head is actually making sure it does not get powered up, is how it decodes. Isn't that amazing, people? The story in the stars just happens to be perfectly demonstrated in the workings of the realm. The stars truly are a map of the events and mechanisms that take place in the underworld. Perseus repeats this story every 400 years, it seems. You can now see why there are many depictions, statues and the like of Perseus and Medusa. They have very real meaning when it comes down to knowing what these cyclic events are truly doing. Our ancestors everywhere knew this, of course. Doesn't this really bring to life all those stories and what they called mythologies into context? Our ancestors were telling the truth. All this, of course, has been hidden, suppressed, privatized and monetized to hide how our realm truly works. Our research just keeps showing us we live in a technological construct that has very, very intelligent design. Take a very good look, people. This is an APM prediction. You will see these in the heavens at some point in the future. I borrowed this video from Jimbo's channel. Feel free to shout out if you recognize anything in this video. Now we can talk about compression and expansion a bit more. If you remember, I mentioned in a previous video the giants may have been born near the end of the expansion cycle. We do have to consider this. It seems we are at the end of a compression cycle and the pole shift event will take us into the expansion cycle, a mechanism switch related to the winding and unwinding of the cosmic clock spring, which you can find in Walter Russell's work. When this event happens, we would expect to see a comet and of course widespread chaos and destruction, which is what is explained in scriptures and prophecies, the wrath of God. These are merely warnings for us to understand. Beware the cyclic changes from this amazing construct's mechanisms when they start up and make the needed changes to perform their mechanism's roles. It is part of how it works. We basically live on top of a very powerful and complex machine. Our ancestors were very well aware of this. You will have noticed the genetic changes in our previous End Times Decoded videos. New life forms can be created, and ones long gone may return. These beings may have been created during the pole shift event, which is basically a polarity switch. It may be so powerful it puts out a pulse like an EMP, which of course affects any beings in its path. Perhaps this is Medusa, turning living beings into petrified or crystallized rock instantly. These beings were petrified instantly and seemed completely unaware of anything taking place. Frozen in time, and they litter the landscapes everywhere. We are literally walking on giants and titans. Roger from Mud Fossil University also covers these, and you will find he already has DNA proof and is also very easily pointing out various parts of anatomy on some of the largest beings that lay on and within the ground. He will even show you a dragon in northwest Africa that is a few thousand miles in length. One Conscience and Jimbo have also found dragons on the landscape. There is even a reference to the green skin of dragons in John Dee's work, which relate to the West Gates. Dragons are also mentioned in the overlay I used with the world chakras in my first video on decoding this realm. I'll leave links below to these channels should you wish to look further. So those various faces mentioned in scriptures, the sets of 4 faces, they will be playing a part in the genetic makeup of various species. I would not be surprised if there is more information sealed below in the rooms the angel technology reside in, the technology that is responsible for the arts and acts of creation. A good look at Walter Russell's work will show you we are talking about electrocrystallization. If you look further into that process, you will find that some scientists actually made insects appear while experimenting. This was repeated and the same thing happened. Insects appeared. This would make sense when you think of plagues of locusts appearing from nowhere. It may very well have been a certain technology that switched on to do its role, and the insects were like a side effect. However you look at it, we must consider that technology of this type will be playing a big part in creation. This realm is a creating realm. Even Walter Russell stated this. So evolution now has another perspective to consider. Mainstream's version doesn't work and is an excuse to hide the fact technology is involved. Technology created by a creator of very large size, looking at our grid overlays. The technology appears to create a duality, male and female, positive and negative. It is always trying to balance nature. Now we decode what the nature of what the realm really is. It's not hard to see that the nature of this technology is to create opposites and try to keep an equilibrium. This is very, very intelligent design and explains what we see in scriptures very well. It has just been hidden for obvious reasons, for if humans ever had control over this technology, I'm sure you can see how dangerous it would be in the wrong hands. Technology that can petrify, cause quakes, tsunamis, destruction and such, not to mention growing your own gold, silver, copper, etc., which is also mentioned by Walter Russell. Any cooperation knowing this knowledge would be the most powerful cooperation on earth, was how Walter worded it. And here we are today, finding out the earth is flat, realizing that treaties have been put into place to stop you exploring, and everything that have been taught has been a lie. History, space, the sciences, to mention a few. But when they lie about the shape of the world, you realize there is something very important being hidden. The mechanics of our world, the nature of our world, the construct and its creator, and all that implies. The APM model we are creating based upon our new understandings, research and decodings encompasses this information easily into our restructured view of the true world model. It makes perfect sense to us. This is the knowledge we were being taught in ancient times, and various pole shift events and other changes have slowly but surely eroded that information into the idiocy we are being taught today in our schools. An education which is more like brainwashing, indoctrination, assumptions, assertions and excuses, including an impossible world model that cannot be proven scientifically and is easily debunked. Open your eyes, people, there is a bigger picture to see here.
Greeks and Romans believed that the appearance of comets, meteors, and meteor showers were portentous. They were signs that something good or bad had happened, or were about to happen. The arrival of a comet could herald the birth of a great figure, and some people have even argued that the star in the sky, which the Persian Magi followed to Bethlehem to see the newborn Jesus, was actually a comet. In the spring of 44 BC, a comet that appeared was interpreted as a sign of the death of Julius Caesar following his murder. Caesar's adopted son Octavian, soon to be the Emperor Augustus, made much of the comet which burned in the sky during the funeral games held for Caesar. This portentous event was frequently celebrated in the ancient sources. In his epic poem, the Aeneid, Virgil describes how a star appeared in the daytime, and Augustus persuaded people to believe it was Caesar. Augustus celebrated the comet and the death of his father on coins. It did help to be the son of a god when trying to rule the Roman Empire, and many examples survive today. The Roman historian Cassius Dio referred to comet stars occurring in August 30 BC. These are mentioned as among the portents witnessed after the death of the Egyptian queen Cleopatra. Experts are not entirely sure what it means when Dio uses the plural term comet stars, but some have connected this recorded event to the annual Perseid meteor shower. Though it retains an ancient Greek name, we now know that the arrival of the Perseid meteor shower every August is actually the Earth's orbit passing through the debris from the Swift-Tuttle comet. The meteor shower is named for the Perseidi, who were the sons of the ancient Greek hero Perseus. Perseus was a legendary figure with a fine family pedigree. He was the mythical son of Zeus and Argive princess Dana. Perseus earned himself a constellation after a number of epic adventures across the Mediterranean and Near East that included the frequently illustrated murder of the Gorgon's sister Medusa. Another of Perseus's celebrated acts was to rescue the princess Andromeda. Abandoned by her parents to placate a sea monster, the princess was found by Perseus on a rock by the ocean. He married her, and they went on to have 7 sons and 2 daughters. Skywatchers believe that the constellation Perseus, located just beside Andromeda in the night sky, was the origin of shooting stars they could see every summer, and so the name Perseidi stuck. In Christian tradition, the Perseid meteor shower has long been connected to the martyrdom of St. Lawrence. Laurentius was a deacon in the early church at Rome, martyred in the year 258 AD during the persecutions of the Emperor Valerian. The martyrdom supposedly took place on August 10th, when the meteor shower was at its height, and so the shooting stars are equated to the saint's tears. Though the myths and legends may make one think that ancient civilizations had little scientific understanding of what meteors, comets and asteroids could be, this couldn't be farther from the truth. The early astronomers of the Near East, those who created the Babylonian and Egyptian calendars and astronomical data, were by far the most advanced in antiquity. And a recent study of ancient cuneiform texts has proven that the Babylonian ability to track comets, planetary movements and sky events as far back as the first millennium BC involved a much more complex geometry than had been previously believed.
So what you have seen is how we connect all these events into worldly cycles. There are many parts of the very large mechanisms of the underworld, the technologies that are responsible for the creation and movement of luminaries, the stars, and pretty much most of nature's processes. The Creator's glory is a technological glory. Until you decode what creates nature, you are left guessing, but we can see what the nature of our world truly is now, and it is a technological construct which reveals a very intelligent Creator. A construct of vast magnitude and magnificence that has been described and depicted everywhere, in scriptures, Enoch, sacred geometry, geoglyphs, petroglyphs, hieroglyphs, prophecies. It shows how technologies have been personified to hide how this world truly works. The globe was invented to hide the 12 gates and anything that is beyond. We have seen how politicians use the construct's destructive cycles to fool the unwary. The forgotten knowledge we are now rediscovering again, a knowledge that was always there to warn us of these cycle changes and to plan for them. Open your eyes, people, and see what the creator of this amazing construct was teaching us. How it works, how to harness its energies, and how to survive its destructive cycles. So, if you truly want world peace, then it has to start with the truth. The truth about who we are, where we are, and where we live. I've been looking into flat earth now for probably about 2 years, but more seriously in the last year. And I also had an interest in the Nazca Lines. And what I'm going to do here is show you how the two actually relate to each other. To do that, I'll have to take you back a little bit in history to when we took to the skies and we were flying over Nazca, Peru. Because the Nazca Lines, you can't really see them unless you're at altitude. So what people were seeing was blueprints. You'll come to find these are blueprints. And people were starting to form a picture of what it was telling them. This blueprint here, it's the Sun Star of Peru. It's a 12 by 12 grid, 6 concentric circles, 6 squares, and 6 rhombi. This is one of the Nazca mandalas at Peru. I'll go into more detail what all these lines on that one mean soon. This one's also from Nazca, Peru. It's called the Nazca mandala. Now, it doesn't matter which mandala you look at, whichever religion or location in the world, you'll find they're all telling the same story. There's a square, there's circles, there's things in the corner, and there's something in the center. So my kind of research, I started looking at these, and I started overlaying them with world maps. Here's an image where I was overlaying them with the Annalima orbits, trying to make sense of them, and I was surprised how well they fit in with Annalima orbits. This one here, there's some more information on it. Basically what it's telling you is it's giving you the dimensions of this grid, and at the end of it, it wanders off into what it says is the distance between the sun and Earth, which we know is a lie. It's not that far away. What it's really describing here is the internal cubed dimensions of a Merkaba. That's where this figure is really coming from. If you follow this through, you will see it is cubing a Merkaba. So consider that, and we'll continue with this. You notice the 666 there, that's been referenced in scripture before, and lies been told about it. Just thought I'd mention that there. Right, so with this configuration, it gives us this. This map here is the one done by Series, and I've overloaded this network of grids onto his map. Take a look at the grids. There's an 8 by 8, which is the center grid with these 3 things in each corner, and then the external grid of the 12 by 12. So I'm now looking at how this relates to a world map. I'm using this world map because it's the only world map I've found that shows the true scale of Antarctica. Now you can see correlation going on here, where things start to line up. I'm going to go more into detail later in the video of things in between what you can see there also, and more detail on the grid itself. Again, referenced biblically or in scripture, the angels in the north, south, east, and west, I think are relating to these 4 corners that are shown on the 8 by 8 grid. The 8 by 8 grid is what we would probably be known as the Antarctic Circle. Going by their own numbers, I think it was 24,800 miles on the globe. You know, the circumference of the globe, 24,800 miles or thereabouts. But on this, you know, that would equate to each square on the grid being 3,100 miles going from one side of the Antarctic to the other. Now this demonstration you're seeing here is the whole grid lit up. the 12 by 12 and the 8 by 8 and a Merkaba added on top to see what it's forming. And what a pretty picture it paints, doesn't it? That's where I was going, the Nazca Lines. Now, a little more detail on the 12 by 12. The Solomon's Temple. If you decode Solomon, it really means solo mono, temple of the sun and moon. Now, if you look at it in detail here, you notice when you put these geoglyphs into a 3D environment and pan around them, you start seeing a different picture being presented. If you look carefully, you will see a 6-tier pyramid with 6 concentric circles encircling it. So that got me thinking, you know, is this something below us? What's down below us? Is this the underworld that's been mentioned? You know, the underworld referenced in scripture and the book of Enoch, these places below ground. Food for thought, perhaps, but it got me thinking about pyramids and portals. Let's take a look at that again. We've got the 12 by 12. We'll overlay the 8 by 8 in. Now then, if you look carefully, is this what the Pyramid of Giza is depicting? Remember, the Pyramid of Giza is referenced in the Bible as a monument. But a monument to what? Is it this place below that it's a monument to? And these exits or entry points that you see on this these 4 corners connecting to the center, is this what Enoch referenced as portals? Portals, gates, you know, portal translates as a gate, a gateway. But a gateway to what? You know, I start looking at this now and I see electrical connection. Your king and queen, you're positive and you're negative. These star shafts, well, they're probably just cables. Here's some images from Stan Smith of the moon, rising up and coming down and vanishing. Which, you know, when you watch the 360 cameras, it does appear like they're going underground below you, following the, you know, the trajectory that they're on. These have yet to be explained, but the model I'm going to present to you, I think it kind of explains this away. Another part of this project, take note of these lights on the ceiling. Because what I think the concern is, I think it's a reverse engineered technology which is capable of projecting a beam we can't see into the sky. If you look at the circles at the bottom, there's a small circle and a large circle. They have a counter-rotating flow of energy. And I think this creates a third halo that isn't visible to us, but Enoch referenced as chariots. We'll get more into that, don't worry. And I think the sun and moon actually use these to maneuver around our sky. Take a look at this video taken by Brennan Clark on YouTube. He reported it as a camera malfunction or the unit, the motor that the camera was on, but that was me tracking it. And it appears to go around the outside of one circle around another. This here, I think this is CERN's predecessor. The reason I say that is the design of it. It appears to be alive, neutral, and Earth, with 2 elements in the center, which are possibly counter-rotating the flow, which would create an electromagnetic field. So this is what I think is responsible for what you see and report as the flower of life. It is this technology, the Fibonacci sequence. If that doesn't make sense, keep watching. You know, I'm putting this together. I haven't got a script written out for this. This is coming off the top of my head and research. Here's another thing, a purpose that I think it's doing. Remember, you got the rotating toroidal electromagnetic field, and I think they are responsible for this. Volcanoes. Also notice the mountain range in the background curving around the halo. Remember, we can't see the halo. And it's when you think about CERN, CERN is just one of these, a particle accelerator. Here's another effect I think they're responsible for. Remember, we don't see the halo, but add some water, you're going to get some arcing. So consider that, people. This is a type of technology that is creating a halo in the sky. And what you're looking at is a particle accelerator, antimatter to matter. And if you haven't guessed it yet, you are looking at an angel and its halo. This is an angel and its halo. And this is how they work. They're particle accelerators. You can do antimatter to matter. Because when you start going down the route of looking into angels, you start going into the Enochian language. Would you believe this was a blueprint found in England, UK? And it's not unique to UK either. Sorry, not a blueprint, a crop circle. It's a crop circle from UK, but it's not unique to UK. This design's been seen before. But the design itself gives the game away to me. Why would something of that design exist? It's got mathematical precision, and its purpose appears to be something to do with these two elements in the center. One being larger than the other, and one having a counter-rotating flow. Like I said, when you start looking into this technology, well, I'll say this technology, it takes you into the angelic language. And again, the towers mentioned in the north, south, east, west, and it becomes the union of elements. And that's like a table of elements, there, how it works. And it's all, as it says here, it's attributed to spirit, the black cross, or the table of union, the forming of elements. The further you look into this, you find it leads to a university in Greece, and then you run into a brick wall. The information isn't public, so I can't decode those, and I don't know if they're real, but to be protected such, it would suggest there's a bit of merit there. This here is my take on what Rahu is. Rahu, I now think, is an angel's halo in the sky, where people have always noticed the sun and moon eclipsing. It seems to be a location, and this could be the reason why it's always that location, because it will always be there. You've got the rotating flow of the halo, and the sun and moon going across it, one going one way, one going the other, as we noticed in the August eclipse. Ketu would be the complete opposite, the sun on the near side and the moon on the far side. Right, look at this webcam footage from Noumea Station in Antarctica. Do you see unusual movements from our sun and moon there? Or the actual closeness of our sun and moon, should I say. That station's facing roughly south-southeast. So that sun and moon rise came from the south of Antarctica, which has been mentioned by Admiral Byrd before. But do notice on this footage, this is real footage from their own cameras. It's a German station in Antarctica. Look what's going on here with the sun. Does this look normal to you people? You can go on YouTube and look at loads of videos of this. I'll give you links even to some of them. There's things going on here that is not normal to our sun and moon. And not to mention the closeness of how they appear going past this station. Take a look at the moon here on this clip. Look how close it looks. I urge everyone to go and search this camera on YouTube, because you will see some amazing, phenomenal footage of our luminaries going past this area, which don't make sense unless you start considering technology. You're going to have to consider a technological world, people. Here's some real footage of real halos that people are capturing in the sky with the sun going round them. These aren't fake, these are real. And if you look on the halos, you will see nodal points. There's nodes on the halo. The two closest to the sun usually lit up quite bright, which gives the effect of 2 or 3 sunrises or sunsets, which people seem to report. but it's a halo projected from below, and the sun is traversing it on its set path for that time of year, wherever it may be. But these are real. What I want people to do here is go out and record these if they see them, because we need to locate these and put them on the map. So if you see one of these halos in the sky, try and record its location. Roughly, if you can guess the center of the halo, that would help. I would expect it to be a hill, volcano, mountainous terrain perhaps. And the reason that you're seeing them is because they spray barium. Barium will illuminate a geomagnetic field line from pole to pole. So we're looking at electromagnetics. It's an electromagnetic projection into the sky from said angel below. Consider that, people. Now let's take a look at what that would look like. We already know there's 48 on the external of the 8x8 and 32 on the internal. But we know there's more than this because, like I said, when you go down the angelic language, you find there's 92 angels minimum. But there's still another 12 to locate and put on that grid at a minimum. You might remember these mimic maps, the mimic maps there that we looked at before. Now, if you watch this one carefully, you will see a double helix forming as part of it. And also notice the heavy signalling going from Easter Island on the left and somewhere off Australia on the right. Heavy signalling goes towards Antarctica from Easter Island. Interesting. The double helix, and not to mention the double helix, but the date. The date's quite important because this was the winter equinox in 2016. And it tells me there's some kind of switching going on. And these, whatever is at Easter Island or below Easter Island is sending signals down to Antarctica. And things are being switched, which is how I think it creates the seasons. Things will get rerouted and switched on and off. The sun and moon's paths will get rerouted around these halos and the orbits of those larger halos you've seen, and go about its business. Take a good look at this. You know, you can see it. This was recorded from their own mimic map. They're now trying to hide this. They cut those lines out and they make a bad job of it, actually. And you'll see where they're cutting pieces out to try and hide what's going on. Also, Hawaii is playing a part. There's lots of places in the world playing a part in this. So I'm revealing to you how it is technologically driven, is where I'm going. The technology involved in how this world works. Notice the signaling, see it? You can't miss it. There's even another type of signaling comes from down there that you haven't seen on this one, but I think it's scalar wave signaling. And it spans the whole of South America going towards the United States when it signals. Now, this is the double helix overlaid on, I'll just pause it there. This is the double helix overlaid on what series found and calls the four pillars, which point towards the center of our world. Say, Africa would be just slightly right of center in the middle of that helix. You see the pattern it's forming there between these four pillars. It's like a signal looping back and through between these four pillars. Again, the four pillars biblically referenced. The Bible's telling truths, and it's panning out into what the research we're finding here. Here's some overlays of earthquake data and possibly volcano data, just so I can see how it relates to the grid. I'm trying to follow paths on this grid to see what's going on with this grid. There's 20 years worth of solar eclipses. Now, if people can make sense of that, excellent. It doesn't mean a lot to me. I just thought I'd overlay it and show it people. I've added this clip because I seen a video a few weeks ago, people wondering about something in the book of Enoch where it mentions mountains will jump into the sky like lambs. Well, the only time they can do that is if there's an angel below and a halo above, because the halo above has got that pull factor on land. Like I said, it raises landmass. I also think the Egyptians figured out how to harness this upward toroidal field of energy. And that's what the pyramids possibly were designed to do. And here's Easter Island, the statues on Easter Island, silently telling their story of involvement. They are playing a part in this somehow, but it doesn't appear to be anything on the surface. It seems to be below Easter Island where those signals are coming from, because I can't see antennas on the surface. Whatever's happening there, it's coming from below. So now we have this kind of projection. We've got these halos in the sky. These are the ones you would probably call the tropics. And then there's also smaller ones to fit in on this, where these dots on the grid align. So that's there's 80 to go on the grid, 80 halos, say, plus whatever other ones we can locate. So we do want people locating these halos in the sky. We need to map out. I think that's what they've been doing with the barium, mapping them out where what's where, and we're just following their footsteps here. They're mapping the sky, so we better grab the opportunity and do the same. Where these halos located, you can see where these ones would be located on this world map, and you can see where it intersects key sites. The red and gold parts are elevated terrain. So wherever you see red or gold or yellow, it is elevated. And you can see where this grid would play a part in the elevation. I would expect to see raised landmass like you can see in south. If you look at Antarctica, all those lines intersect at a southern point. So that landmass, it makes sense to me that landmass would be more raised, and that's the data series is getting. It's very elevated compared to the rest of the world. And I would attribute that to the congregation of that grid being there. There's rock down there playing its part on the grid. There's a lot of sites in the world playing a part on this grid. And what we'll be doing is adding them slowly but surely over time, as we figure out the world map and such. You know, all these ancient sites need placed on here. Here's some magnetic data. See these overlaid. This is a snapshot of a magnetic data overlaid on that world map. And you see how it comes down in the north and south and kind of loops over the top of the world, the known world. This is a view looking north from South Antarctica. Magnetic lines again. Do they make sense to you people? Does it remind you of a ribbon cable on a computer, perhaps? Different paths to take. Same again. This is looking south from the north. Something in on the east side of the map there, going up over Australia and coming down to Antarctica. And on the opposite side, on the west side, you've got it coming from Antarctica, going up and coming down and appearing to go into the sea. Very strange. That's magnetic data, real data overlaid. So maybe this old map here does have some merit after all. These are the world chakras. And if you look at them, you know, there's some interesting locations there, and it makes sense. You're getting a double helix end out of the shape. Take note of the text at the bottom. Gates 5, 10, 11, and 12 are spinner wheels marked SW. I think you should be able to work out now what a spinner wheel really is. It's a halo. And it's helping guide this signal around the world. There's look at the bottom left there, female great dragon, and you've got a male great dragon. I think we should know now dragons are probably volcanoes. You know, that would make sense, but I never considered a female dragon. A female and a male dragon. Yeah, interesting. So something else to take into account here, people. I'll just leave it playing and you'll see it. Are we looking at something like this? You see where this is going? Stan Smith and the 360 team are currently looking into this kind of relationship. And so I thought I'd put that map on there because I can see where my work now starts all overlaying into what Stan Smith's team's looking at. I just thought I'd put that there for you, Stan. See if it helps you. But yeah, I think you're on the right path. So let's get down to the heart of the matter, people. This is Satan. You remember Satan? This is him here, the heart of the machine. It said Satan runs the world. Well, if it's technology, then I would have to agree, because this is what's right at the heart of all this technology. So the worry, I would guess, would be, these halos can reroute the sun or moon if CERN or another CERN unit projects one in the wrong place. And who knows what would happen. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank some members of my research team, Cat's Eyes, JLo 1982, Been Taking Pics, Kathleen, Adrienne, and Will Bishop. These are good people, very good people, good researchers, and loyal. I'm still working with these people and others. There's more people coming into the mix. This kind of research is ongoing. The goal here for me personally would be to get all this into Unreal Engine 4 with VR support. So you've got virtual reality and you can take a full tour around the world. That would be nice to see. But I also want the tour Enoch got, the world tour and the underworld tour. When you listen to the Book of Enoch, he's trying to describe something that is impossible for him to describe. So he does his best to describe it. And I think he is describing technology. The easiest thing to describe either. Like I said, I haven't made a script for this. So I'm just like, off the top of the head, I'm guiding you through the kind of research we've been doing.
Good evening, everybody, and thanks again for joining us here at Cat Eyes. Tonight we have the research team. They're going to go over some stuff that they've accumulated in the last couple of weeks, some new discoveries, some real gems here. So yeah, you guys know the crew. It's FPV. We have One Conscience, James, and Cat Ice. FPV, the floor is yours, brother.
Hello, everyone, before you start.
Cheers, Rotter. Hello, Cats. Hello, everyone. Hello, panel members. Hello, fine peoples in chat. You're probably wondering about the title, Shock and Awe. What we're going to present today, we think will shock and awe you. It should shock you into realizing what it is we live upon and leave you in awe of its creation, because that's what we're revealing here today, the creator's work. To add more to the research theme, the map we're using, it's the one done by series, which you can see the Mercator maps being derived from. And other information that we're using for gathering is done by FE Ron. So a big shout out again for Ron. He's plotting data and gathering information for us in the background. Right, what I'm going to do here is present to you the Nazca Lines. I'm going to give you a little guided tour around them to see why they're so important. Now, if you look at the whale in red in the top right, then at the north, you'll see north, and on the left, you will see solar clock. Now, I've used them to realign the world map based on what we're looking at here, these geoglyphs. So the whale would be northeast Russia, say. The solar clock would be Alaska, and you've got obviously got the north in the center at the top. So I'll play through this and give you a little tour. You should see some current comparisons here. I'll overlay the world map we're using, done by series, and you can see how it blends in here, how it kind of fits. Of course, times have changed since these were carved into rock, so a few changes there over time. But other than that, it's pretty much intact and showing the world map. That's what you can see looking at those shapes. Just the pins in the ground. It's starting to give you the shape of the world map. And these geoglyph locations I've been placing on the map, they're actually location markers of very important items in the underworld. You can see here the whale up above northeast Russia used as a reference. So there's actually two references to whales up there, but I just used the beluga whale. And this one in Alaska. Now, you can see in Alaska there, he's a busy little fellow, this guy. Hold on to that thought as well, very, very important. He's a busy little guy. We'll get to that later on. You can see the two locations I've marked out here to open the world map up into a flat map. So there it is again, the basic shape, and we're going to give you a little tour around what I've been placing on the Nazca Lines in Google Earth. What you should be seeing is structure, connections, lots of very interesting information, especially when I'll go into more detail of that later on, but just a little tour of this to show you what I've been looking at and piecing together on the Nazca Lines. That's going roughly on the map over towards northeast Russia, say. You see the whale there. Now on the Nazca Lines, it portrays the whale as flattened by something flat, but you can see there it's not flattened, it's actually behind something. We'll get to that a bit later on. But just take a good look around. These lines, according to mainstream, were used for ceremonial processes, say walking down a line to get married, all this kind of ridiculous theories. So that they're hiding this information. This is very important information from Nazca Lines. There's geoglyphs. You look at geoglyphs in 3D. You put them in a 3D environment, you will see that the picture is really displaying. This is a little tour. You can see all the lines. I mean, I haven't finished yet, nowhere near finishing. I know these have been done by other people before, but they weren't showing what I'm trying to show you. You can see there the hummingbird, beautiful. I also notice its beak's actually attached to a structure. The structures are very important in this. So it's a location marker and the structure, what the hummingbird there was actually attached to. Now the hummingbird, it's a message, it sends a signal, it means transmissions. Now if you look at these, you can see antenna designs here. Most people out there that know any amateur radio or antenna designs would see straight away there's antennas in these images. Like there, the parrot, it's a 2-element Yagi beam, and obviously a repeater because it's a parrot. It's been made so easy to decode this, I can't believe it. We're taking a little tour up north there. That's the geoglyphs up in the north, which I would say probably references the northern portals reference in scripture. Would be possibly that location there looking at our map. Again, there's another antenna design. You're going to see lots of the various antennas in this. Lots of signaling going on. There's another. You can see the connections being made. And that the direction the signal would be going, basically. So easy. Again, you see the coils, antennas, structure. That's what I need you to see. I need you to see the structure and these antenna designs and the connections going on. And you can see, looking at the, I mean, the area is vast. A lot of these have been covered, built over, farmed upon, you name it. They've been lost, they've been buried, built upon, you name it. It's a shame, really, what's going on down in Nazca. In fact, recently, you've probably seen a headline where a truck driver was driving round over them. He's since been arrested. They called it the United Nations Nazca Lines, or World Heritage Site, but it's not United Nations, it is World Heritage, not United Nations Heritage. So just to correct people on that, it's not owned by the United Nations. But I'm pretty sure they're probably behind trying to hide it. There's the spider there. I located the spider off the coast of the USA. You'll see more into that later. You can see it there, the spider. It's actually got its foot inside a part of another geoglyph, which is part of something larger. There's the condor. Fantastic detail, these. Really amazing detail. There's so much detail, it's going to take me a long time filling it in, but I enjoy this. It's amazing watching it come together. There's the monkey. Again, so although Google overlaid this monkey, you'll notice they haven't attached the antenna. It's actually got its hands looping through an antenna, which again, it's capable, it's telling you it's a piece of technology capable of receiving signals and activating something. That's why it's got a piece where the tail, below its tail, you see, notice an extra piece going into the ground. That's to say, that's basically a location marker. But the structure should be jumping out at you in 3D. You can see there various parts of structure and other geoglyphs. I'm not sure what they all mean yet, but I definitely know they're all about signaling. Like that bird there, that would be sending a signal to its left. Like I said, you can do all this yourself in Google Earth. If you've got Google Earth, go to the Nazca Lines and start tracing them. You know, it's built into Google Earth. You can plot lines across it, save them any color you wish, move along. I recommend doing it. It's amazing what you start revealing. So if you haven't got Google Earth yet, grab it and go and practice this. Not just at Nazca. These lines aren't unique to just Nazca. They're all over the world. But Nazca is very detailed 3D blueprints of the underworld, the structure below our world, unknown world. This is what this information is revealing. You'll see more what I mean in a few moments. I'll pause it when the images come up. Right, that one there. You see that? If you look at this geoglyph, you'll notice it's three-tiered. It's actually a 3D. If I've caught it at the right angle, there's your vertical support. There's the horizontal one, and you notice the ramp going up to the second level. And there's another ramp there. You can go underneath to a third level. It's just like a 3-story car park. This is just part of what you're seeing here. And I hope you can see that as I'm seeing it. Vertical structure, slope going up to the second story, and then another to the third. Now imagine all these when they were built in this fine detail. A whole 3D blueprint of the underworld. Because this is, it's not the human world, it's what's below. This is structure in the underworld and all linked to the workings of our world. Hope you can see that. 3 stories there. You've got to look at them at the right angle and they will jump out at you in 3D. Here's that antenna again. You can see there, look, it's been designed to be read in 3D with fantastic detail. This one here. See the whale? Now on the original geoglyph, like I said, it looks like it's flattened, or it's got a line across it like it's been flattened. If you look at it in 3D, you'll see basically what looks like, say, a window frame there, and the whale's on the other side of it. It hasn't been squashed, it's just on the other side. It's because you weren't seeing the image in 3D. Now it's in 3D, you can see it's just a whale on the other side of it. And of course here we've got structure again, holding things, support structure. There's the main road. I think it's the Pan American Highway, which is a shame because it cuts right across a lot of this, possibly intentionally as well. They are being deforested intentionally. And this area here, look at this area. It's almost like a game of mousetrap. Look at the detail going on. Signals can come in, things can be switched, things can be activated. It's as simple as that to read. It's been made so simple to read, it's unbelievable. I'll keep it playing, more to see. The activators, switches. Now, this one blew my mind last night. I don't know, I never noticed it before. Look at the guy in green. Look at this, guys. I can't believe this. He's plugged in. He's switched on. He's got his finger on the button on this console. And he's looking to his right, waiting for the signal. How unreal is that? I just noticed this last night. We'll zoom in a little bit. You see again, more detail. Where it's the bottom of the feet is like hooks. Where the arm is like a wrench, a spanner. It's actually got the spanner-shaped arm there. And the middle finger is going to this button on this console. I hope you can see this. And as you can see from all these connections, it's down below ground, different layers. And again, structure, supports. But that is unbelievable. I never expected to see what looks like some kind of a robot plugged into something, pressing a button on a console. That's. I hope you can see that. That's what's reading to me. That blew my mind last night when I revealed that. A little closer. See the hook at the bottom?
Yeah, I see that.
Finger touching the button on the panel. The wrench for an arm. The eye look. I mean, I haven't finished the head. There's another part there to the head. It might not look like this when I finish, but it kind of blew me away just getting this far when I seen and realised what it was. It's kind of like this geoglyph's about half a mile long. It's it's just an amazing thing to find. This place just keeps giving you surprise after surprise. Unbelievable. So it's electromechanical robot of some sort. Yeah, anyway, remember what I said now. Keep that thought, the solar clock. Now remember, I said he's a busy fellow. Right, well, very important. What I did there, this is a human trait. What I did there, I give this piece of technology a sex and character. I said it was a he, and they said it was a busy little fellow. So very important you realize that. Technology is by humans is being given sex and character. Take, for instance, your car. Some people call the car a she or a he. So your motorcycle, your motorbike, it's a guy. It's a human trait, guys. Very important that you understand and realize that as we go through this. We've been given technology, sex, and character. Remember that. This, it's not unique to modern times either. This technology is a lot older than modern times. Now you can see here the geoglyphs, the locations. There's the whale, northeast Russia, say, solar clock, Alaska, and various other things going on. I know I've got some of these to relocate now. I know where to go. This would be our 0.0, the star, which is up here now. We'll get more to that later. Yeah, well, I'll leave it playing a sec because look, take a note to this plate in Greenland. Very important plate. I'm going to show you a little bit more about this. We'll zoom in on it, and then this is that plate here, which goes through Greenland. So I'm just zooming, looking at it, and then zooming out. And now I'm going to pass you over to Jimbo because he's got some very important information regarding that plate. So over to you, Jim.
Okie dokie, am I muted? Let me unmute if I am. Okay, I'm not muted. Okay. Well, here's a long story short, I guess. Um, Back in 2011, I was going over Google Earth and just looking for weird stuff, and I saw what I thought was like a bulldozer blade in Greenland just out on the ice somewhere. But as it turns out, after I measured it, it was like 45 miles long, headed north-south, and 12 miles was exposed that went under the ice. It means there was more of that plate under the ice. Well, come to find out, and I'll show you a picture on a share screen here in a second. And I want to share an application. Okay. So this is the picture I pulled off in 2011, the so-called bar out in Greenland. Okay. And this was just what I thought was a bulldozer blade. But when I measured it, this north-south line, which is sort of sideways, the red line, about 45 miles. And then down to the snow, or where it goes under the ice, that's about 12 miles. It would cover most of the island of Montreal, what you see exposed here. But the full size of that plate is probably somewhere more in the neighborhood, north to south, of 1,450 miles, and it descends on a slope or an angle into the ground for another 250 miles or more. And it's one single piece of steel. There are no welds, no solder points, no connected plates, no bolting plates. It's one piece of steel. Now, this piece of steel is not the only one. And what it is, let me share another screen. I guess I have to stop this one. Yes, and then start another one. So I'll start and show you how these plates, again, in the Inca lines, those big rectangles you see, and the big wedges, well, they're basically more of these iron plates laid out in different places across the earth to act as a control system for the sun, deflection plates. So let's get to Google Earth and take a look at that particular aspect. Okay, stop sharing, I guess. Stop.
There was nothing showing the engine, but carry on.
Okay, did I do something bad? Yeah. Let me see.
That's okay.
I can't find my Google Earth in this. I don't know why. It's not showing up in the programs. But let me see if I can restart my Google Earth. Well, I'll just go right to my cam and show you on the wall, and then if I get that set up quick and easy later. Now, I have a pretty big map on the wall with some basically just green masking tape. Hangouts can't understand the selected camera without... camera, please.
Technical problems, guys. Don't worry.
Sorry.
It will be resolved.
Yeah, but that's an amazing find.
Okay, I really need to get the camera. I'll shut this off here and see if, I might have to F5 the Hangout and just come right back.
All right.
Let me F5.
Yeah, Jim's going to show you on camera a wall map with some demonstrations.
Okay, so I guess I do have to share for this, right? Application window. Oh, not for the camera, right?
I'll show you, Jim. Hold on.
Okay, that'll be easier.
There you go. You're presenting to everyone now.
Okay. Now, for a lot of people, this probably just looks like a bunch of like green on, you know, things on, laid out on a flat world map. But what this layout represents is actually these metal plates that are placed all over this plane, and they are placed there, these ones in this blueprint, the Nazca lines that, you know, have been decoded. Those bars represent these locations on Earth, and these are huge bars. These are huge electromechanical installations. It's like a big cathode ray tube, or operates exactly the same way an oscilloscope would. The sun is a ray, or a bunch of, well, they call them electrons, a stream, and it is forced into this, magnetically charged areas between these plates. At the east, it's prepared, it's given a kick or a push, a sweep trigger, it's called, gives it to it, starts pushing the sun across from east to west to the west side of the plane. Once it gets to the west side of the plane, another switch, a trigger called a flyback killer, terminates the sun for that day, or at least make sure that its energy is not seen in the split second that it flies back to the east and gets another push to sweep across the plane again. What this design really means is that our sun is not spinning or hurling through space. We are not revolving and spinning on an axis around it, following it through space. The sun is generated locally by this system, and it follows electromagnetic waves that come up from the ground and guide it. In fact, what we're starting to think is these circular disc shape that pushes the sun, it's formed like a cone, and the sun is on top of this cone, and this cone moves across these plates with the light that is our sun on top of it. And that's where I am. Again, all these green lines, the thicker ones, the bar shapes, they're involved with deflection of the sun through the seasons. See, I can get up and point out a bit to you. I'll point it with the light because my headphones won't reach. But up in the north corner there, it's too bright. Up in the north corner, those wedgie-shaped things with those boxes beside them actually magnetize and help deflect the sun. This bar here, north of Russia also. See, this bar is one of the winter season sun guides. There's another bar just off to the west, and it's huge. It's actually the same size as Greenland, but because of the skewing of the maps and trying to hide stuff for generations now, it looks cockeyed. This bar here over Alaska is the same size as the bar over Greenland. But on the world map, the globe, these two bars, the two tips of these bars are pulled towards each other, like it's showing you that it's like 8:30 or 7:30 in the evening, where they actually run parallel to each other.
Can you pan your camera left a little, Jim? We're missing the left part of the map.
Okay, left. That way left, that way left.
That way, that's it, yeah. A bit more. Yeah, that's it. Perfect.
Okay.
Right there.
So we have phenomena we see. Again, if you notice, there's a bar that comes off, this long bar that's off the east coast of the Atlantic. Now notice it comes from basically the northern Quebec border straight down and it crosses Florida. Now there are these huge plates that run underneath from, mid-Atlantic to, between South Carolina, Florida, North Carolina, the Chesapeake, straight back west, all the way to Los Angeles, California, and down to the Baja, and straight back to, Easter Island, of all places. Down here, when they're having their summer south of the equator, these plates that run through and underneath the continental, South America, to these two plates that are on the front wall, or the west coast of South America. These are two huge plates that have been placed there to work in unison with these plates to guide the sun. This one too runs off to, I think this one's to Easter Island, and this northern one goes to the Hawaiian Island chains. So these deflectors up here help to deflect the sun over these plates for a winter. I figure these two plates here are in the transition of, seasons. And then these plates are the ones responsible for helping the south have their full summer before the cycle switches back the other way. But up here, even beyond where, you know, we can see the symbol is part of, again, the sun's deflection plate, probably for the northern winter. Again, we have that phenomena in Canada where we see the northern lights. Well, there are plates that intersect that run on the western side of Hudson's Bay, and also traverse the north of Hudson's Bay all the way to the foot of the Rockies there, nearly to Alaska, where I'm pointing. So this might be a curtain, the conductor for those curtains of lights that rain down as the aurora borealis. These two intersections, well, we call this section right here, just off Florida and the Bahamas, the Devil's Triangle. Well, a lot of things happen with magnetic bars that big and metal objects close to them. So again, that's about, you know, my input was actually for this group in this study was having that photo of the bar helped to identify the symbols on the Aztec maps that was being decoded by FPV as these huge metal bars. And when, you know, after a lot of kind of like brainstorming and mental blockage and other stuff, you know, I looked at the configuration and realized it's like an oscilloscope or cathode ray tube. And again, our sun is created every day in the east, sent across the plane, and terminated when it comes to the west end. Either terminated or the light is suppressed for a split second and it flies back. It ain't turned off, we just can't see it. So that's like just suppressed. Sometimes things take too long to charge up, so you just leave them on all the time and find a way to suppress the signal during the flyback. Basically what happens. So for me, so I should just maybe bow out graciously and let one get involved with some important information that relates to all this. So I guess we're good for passing the torch at this point. Sound fair? Hello?
Yep.
Right.
Yeah, all good, Jim. Yeah.
So all yours, one.
All right. Thank you. And hello, everyone. And Katz, thanks for having me on again.
You're welcome.
All right. So, FPV, if you'll put the first picture up for me, please. Okay. So what I've been doing for the last couple of weeks is studying more details of the earthquakes and the earthquake pressure. So what does science say the earthquakes are? Science says that when rock underground suddenly breaks along the faults, this causes a sudden release of the energy and it causes the seismic wave that shakes the ground. When two blocks of rock or two plates stick a little, and then when the rock breaks, the earthquake occurs. So that's science's definition for earthquakes. So that does make sense to a point until you begin to study what we're studying. So my explanation is a bit different. So that does make sense to a point until you begin to study what we're studying.
Jim, can you mute, please?
So my explanation is different. So that does make sense to a point until
Jim, can you mute your mic, please? Jim, can you mute, please?
Okay, sorry about that.
Bit of echo.
Okay, so my explanation is a bit different. What the plates actually are pretty much real plates, like Jimbo was showing you, and FPV. And they are the mechanics, the technology that carry this energy that the FPV was showing you. So when these signals are sending, That's what these earthquakes are. They are the shaking of the earth as the energy transfers into different areas. Excuse me. So they activate daily in the designated areas, such as the sun moving into an area, the way FPV and Jimbo were showing you. The pressure actually seems to stay a bit north and south of these sun paths. So this is telling me it's holding it in the designated path for the time of the year it is by creating the path with the energies from the north and south. So can you go to the next one, please, FPV? Okay, so that'll work. So this picture is a picture of actually of today. It was yesterday into today. So the yellow dots are the earthquakes, and the orange line is the path that our sun took yesterday into today. So if you see what I'm talking about, how there's a line of quakes north and there are quakes south. Now, please remember that I don't get a lot of data from the south. But if we look at the terrain and how uneven it is and how many lifted up areas, we have to definitely assume that these areas get lots and lots of earthquakes, because that's how land masses are raised, is this pressure rolling through and pushing up from the underside. Okay. So that's what I was trying to show you by when I was explaining about the north and south are kind of sending the energies to the center, which is creating this path for our sun to travel. What this also explains to me is antipodes. Because the pressure is popping up in our hit spots. Would you go to the next one, please? So the quakes are popping up in our hit spots as the sun enters to illuminate the area as it leaves the area. And so that's our back and forth motion. So what that means is that these quakes are popping off as the sun enters a certain area, as well as when it leaves the area as far as illumination. Mind you, this also happens for the moon. So if the sun is coming in from the east, which it does, as it crosses over the Indonesia area, as it enters that area, we get quakes. And then again, as it goes into dusk, it also gets quakes. So it's the energy transferring through the earth and entering and leaving these different areas. These happen each day. I have actually tracked this for quite a while, everyone knows. A good example of this occurrence is, and I may pronounce it wrong, so I apologize, it's Oaxaca, Mexico. So for the last week or so, I've been kind of watching every quake as it rolls through, and that particular place has been getting little swarms of quakes at the same time every day. At the exact same time that was happening, a place in Chis, France was also getting quakes at the same time that was. So that's an antipodal thing. One is in Mexico and one is up in Europe. And what that tells me is that the one in Mexico was quaking as the sun entered over there. At the same time, the one in England and France was quaking as it seemed to move out of that area as dusk came on. One more interesting thing that kind of adds into this is that today a small shift occurred, and the quakes that were happening in Chis, France actually moved northeast into Chalice, France, and it's allowing the sun to bring its path back north as we get closer and closer to our northern summer. So the energies are going to move up a little bit, and they're going to move back down, down, down as the north gets its summer and then the south gets its summer. So
pretty much like I was saying, all this is showing is the energy moving through the plates. It runs like a machine, and the different quakes. The one I'm showing today is pretty much just the sun path quakes. So you'd have to imagine that different plates and different signals are going to cause different occurrences on Earth. And that's about all I have, really. So I'll let FPV take back over.
Okay, thanks, Juan. Fantastic information there. While this image is on screen, guys, I'll just point out this also explains the 24-hour sun in the north. You see the loop it's taking? Well, the path. That is what would create our 24-hour sun in the north. Obviously, we don't see it this time of year because it's a few thousand miles even further away and possibly even switched off, but that seems to be the loop. So while that's on screen, you can see there how on this map you would get the 24-hour sun using this halo system. Now we'll get more into the halos and such now. I'll just stop that and represent.
No, that's really interesting stuff. But I just wanted to ask you guys, you ever notice we have 24-hour sun in the Arctic, but we never have a 24-hour moon, do we?
No, it seems to change quite regularly. The moon. We haven't done a lot with the moon at the moment. This seems to be the geoglyphs, and the setup seems to be based mainly on the sun that way. See, you know, unless it reveals itself more in more geoglyphs as we keep going through them. But
what I'm saying is, it seems like the moon it's functioning a little differently, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Just being switched on and off. It's
still some stuff like that to look at, but I think it's the same operation. It's using the same mechanisms to operate. Right, I'll carry on with this, guys.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Right, so you notice we relocated the. Why is that stopped? Pause there. Yeah, relocated the portals, which is these things in the corners here. These are the portals referenced in scripture. We've relocated them to north, south, east, west. Originally, we had them over in the northeast, northwest, southeast, southwest, but now it makes more sense than where they're being at now, especially with the data one showing you there about how the sun is interacting with the center of this map. You can see here this star type thing in the center. These are connections underground going to angel technology, which is controlling the motions of the sun across the face of our world, basically. These interact with it, and it gets handed from one to another and moved around to create the path that one showed you. And over the course of the year, it'll switch up and down over 6 positions. That's our current way of looking at it at the moment, and that kind of ties in with Enoch's description of how the portals work. It's switching up and down 6 positions over the course of a year, giving you your northern summer and your southern summer. It's as simple as that, and then it moves back up again. It's just moving up and down all year long. You'll notice down off New Zealand there, the portals. People in New Zealand, a few thousand miles east of you, is some very interesting locations that you can see there. This is where they would be located. Now, the Bering Strait, that's been mentioned before. You can see now why it's so secretive and hidden and all that, because when you open the map up to a true flat map, Alaska and Northeast Russia are on opposite sides of the world. They've taken the flights in the north to give you the globe A style projection. So that's a little bit of information about the flights. Again, series map. We're going to show you how we relocated the meridian, because we did have it just off the coast of Africa, but if you look on this mimic map, I managed to capture 0.0 signal, which helped us relocate the meridian right to there, which now, you know, it lines up perfectly on the equator and everything. It was anyway, but yeah, it was more west than we thought. Now this animation, I'll just pause it. Right, this what I'm showing you here is how the portals would work without any of the halo systems being activated. It's just basically shooting across the sky from one side to the other. This is how it would work. Now, with the portal system activated, you'll see a totally different story, because this is what's called trapping. It's electromagnetic trapping and manipulation and handling of our sun. It traps it, it manipulates it, and it moves it around these halos across the face of our world. Don't worry, we do have visuals on this video proof. And you can see now how it would slow it down and start making it go to where it needs to be. It can take any path on here, it's all preset and pre-programmed. That's just to show you how it slows it down, and it can manipulate it to a path where it wants it to be, and then it'll, as Jimbo says, it'll get to the side, the screed killer will take care of it, or it'll recycle it depending what time of the year it's on. This doesn't seem to be happening in the south for some reason. Other information on the screen. This screen is going to overwhelm you. This is CERN's setup in Europe. This is also its setup, and I've overlaid the center of our grids here to show you how these 8 segments match the 8 segments on here. So there's your divine 9, your 8 around the center and the 1 in the center, 8 around here and 1 in the center, your divine 9. That seems to be in control of all these, what we would call like slave systems. These ones on the outside that aren't connected to the line, they can still receive transmissions and activate as and when needed. And that this is related to the earthquake data we've been tracking and showing you. It's these switching on and off, creating a magnetic field, and this is what the sun's traversing across. As you can see in this animation here, it would go around the edge of this halo, and then it would be passed to another. This bottom left image, this is CERN setup. Notice the halo with 8 nodal points, which is exactly what we've been seeing in the sky already. So in other words, CERN is a reverse engineered angel. Angel being technology we've been giving sex and character to for a very long time. I hope that makes some sense. So that's what's happening there. It's electromagnetic trapping and manipulation. And you can see Shiva there. Shiva is an angel, and there's its halo. It's as simple as that, guys. Everything's been skewed and twisted around into another kind of story. What you're going to see here is 100 years worth of eclipses. Just to show you that you can see the sun and moon's paths going across here. Mainly the sun's, solar eclipses, so it's showing you the sun's paths. And you can see them straight lines now being manipulated around the centerpiece. It should give you a better description, a better visual presentation of what's really happening. Here's 1,000 years worth of eclipses. 1,000 years, guys, in the blink of an eye. But you can see how it's been manipulated. That straight signal is being manipulated around the face of our world by this technology. And these things are everywhere. There's thousands and thousands of them. But looking at the book of Enoch, he will literally say there's thousands and thousands. You'll find it in there. And they have to be. There's not just these primary 9 at the center. There's plenty others that have to manage to pass it over. And our current thinking is now the electromagnetic plates, what we call the tectonic plates. The theory now from us is when these come live, when the sun gets onto one of these tectonic plates, it activates a whole network of angel technology and the halos in the sky to pass the sun across. Now the sun, we think, could be something below ground in the physical halo below ground. Remember, the one in the sky is a projection from technology below. So there's a physical halo below ground with nodal points, and it's very possible the sun's going around this and we're seeing something in the sky being projected there from below. Either that or the sun is something in the sky and it's being passed along these magnetic pyramid-shaped magnetic fields. You've seen them in the images before from series. Here's some real footage of these said halos. These aren't CERNs, these are existing ones. You can see there people going out recording them. You'll see the sun's always going around the edge of it, and it's magnetically trapped and traversed to where it needs to be and handed over to another. And we think the tectonics, when it comes online, when the sun connects to a plate, say the Nazca plate, the whole plate becomes alive, it energizes the air around it, which creates daylight, and we think the sun is a secondary light. That's our current thinking. These two images came from P900 Sandra, she's probably in the chat there. You can see there on the left of the image, part of a nodal point captured. They show more when there's barium in the atmosphere. When you see barium, you see the whole halo and nodal points. But here, it's some kind of chemtrails illuminated this nodal point to the left of the sun in this image. And from Michelle in the States, you can see one there on the right. You'll see these everywhere, guys. Keep your eyes out for them. Very special, very unique. We estimate the size to be about 6 miles in diameter of each halo. And like I said, there's thousands and thousands of them. There has to be to move it, to move this across the sky. We're talking lots and lots of technology down below ground. And as you can see from the Nazca Lines, it's a very detailed, structured environment. What they describe as hell. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's going to be hot down there. There's a lot of work going on. But yeah, it's not what we thought it was. And there's definitely an underworld, 100%, because the Nazca Lines are portraying it. So that's where I was up to with this research, guys. Any questions on that, people, or you want me to go over anything else, or anything that's add from you guys?
Well, I was gonna ask James if you wanted to talk a little bit more about his 2011 find of the Greenland bar. If you just wanted to tell us a little bit more about that discovery and how you didn't think it was anything significant then, and well, here you are today. So you want to just take us back to that point there?
I was just going to say, yeah, I think you should tell them how you felt, Jim, and how it's changed since.
If you're still there, James. I think he's still on mute from before, you guys. Hold up.
Okay, I think I'm good.
All right.
How did I get here? I don't really know, but it's been long and arduous, and I can say that the circumstance that led to all this information coming together, and hard to disprove metal plates that are 1,500 miles possibly long and sticking out of a country and a continent like a sore thumb, and seeing their behavior and stuff. See, this plate goes down on an angle and there's heat under it, and what heat has to rise comes up along the edge of the plate, follows it to the surface, and it's hot enough to melt rock and create that volcanic activity. I first saw that when I was a kid, and I was fascinated by the lava, but that oddity of big metal bar above it was kind of weird, but it never really entered my mind that whatever. Later, I snatch a photo off the internet in 2011 and then wind up here talking about, what it is one of the biggest secrets that's out there, things that these Freemasons and these Jesuits and all these people know. They know how structured and how symmetrical this world is. They know, all these creators of fiction and the brainwashing, that we're on a very square plane, and in all likelihood, I suspect, like others, there is more land south of south at the so-called, Antarctic. There's more north of north, where we call the so-called, where we twisted Russia around and, made it follow a hula hoop. You got to get that hula hoop, things moving in circles out of your mind. That's just a way to keep you dizzy and spinning. Even the stars, if we know now the sun and the moon are following these paths and stuff, and they're going in straight lines, the fact that we see stars moving in a circle doesn't mean that they're moving in a circle. Just like the sun looks like it's going round and round, and it's not. Then maybe the stars aren't going in a circle, they're going straight too. So maybe it's not worth arguing about, the northern dark horse and its rotation one way, and the northern, dipper and stuff. It's irrelevant. The more of this stuff is figured out, for me, it's like a big pinball machine. It's just magnets deflecting, and a beautiful cone with the sun on top of it down these plates from east to west, and a whole bunch of, not hell below us, but equipment, sophistication, structure, engineering beyond our wildest dreams. Not no hell. I mean, but anyway, you know, like I say, we're in an engineered environment. This world that we're in was created. And how did I get here? I guess maybe, you know, with all the circumstance and, I don't know, but it didn't happen by, you know, my hand or anyone else that's here. It'd be too long to organize and think up and plan out over decades. You can't. It's someone else's work, you know. That's what I think brought me here. It was destined, and you know, I'm just a simple person, and so is everyone else here on the panel. We're not nothing special. But I got the door, so I just gotta bow out and let someone else talk for a minute. Be back.
Yeah, okay, Jim. I'll just present this, guys. There's a bit more to it than you think as well, people. What you're seeing here is what series took from Google and managed to convert into a real map. So that's the map we've been showing you there, but there's more to this. This is what's north of this map. Now, the information's all, we can't, you know, series can't decode the information that's been hidden from us. But you can see there, this is what's in the north. And of course, Antarctica. And not to mention these strange things here at the bottom. So this is the complete maps taken by series from Google Earth and decrypted back into square images, and this is what it produced. So you can see there, it's a lot larger than you think. You know, the world doesn't end here. There's definitely more things in the north, and I'm seeing the same on the Nazca Lines. Above this area, on the Nazca Lines, I'm finding parts here for things. And of course in the south as well, I'm finding parts that would relate to South Antarctica. There's no, you know, there's nothing to say this also doesn't go east and west.
And this is the he removed the algorithm to come up with the square map.
Yeah. What the series did was he took the round images from Google Earth, which converts everything to a ball, and squared them back off using an algorithm, and this is what was produced out of Google itself. So the data was in there, and it was just hidden with algorithms. And series done this and generated this world map. And you can see the Mercator map basically is copied off this map. This is where it comes from by the look of it. It's derived from this map, although it's kind of compressed in the north to give that globe sloping appearance, I guess. Plus they hide a lot. They do hide a lot of data in the north as well. So yeah, we know there's more land and such north of our known realm. South has got more land than everywhere else, and it's very elevated. And like I said, there's nothing to say there isn't things east and west of these areas that we're not even aware of. We know roughly where the portal regions are that control the luminaries, and I mean all luminaries that are controlled. They're not.
Yeah, it might be worth noting too. Another possible word for portals, because some people might be uncomfortable with it, but technically they're called gates. You know.
Yeah, portal gate. Portal translates as a gate, just a gate. Yeah. Electrical. In electrical terms, yeah, put it down as a gate. That would make more sense.
It's less metaphysical. It doesn't draw people down that path. This is physical hardware up there and physical operations, you know, properties of electricity, etc. You know, it's hardware, not metaphysical.
Oh, you can see how hard it was for Enoch to try and describe what he was looking at. You know, he couldn't comprehend what he was looking at. Clearly, he was given the tour. He was shown everything. He'd done his best to describe it and get his message across. And when you start reading the Book of Enoch, or you know, various types of scripture, the older the better, I find, because it's been less tampered with or changed.
Well, I have a site that can give everyone a little taste of what Enoch saw, although it's, you know, slightly skewed because of, you know, the algorithms and stuff. It's still a beautiful view from above, and it reveals the plates around the, you know, Bermuda Triangle, all this stuff. It might be nice to just give that visual that anyone can go anytime and see these fires and weather patterns over them and stuff. How about that?
Yeah, for sure. Okay, any research definitely include a technological aspect to it in what we've been describing here, and it should help your research.
Absolutely, and this will be a real good visual Oops, I'm not showing the link on my. I hate this thing. I really. How do I? Yeah, share. Where's the button go? Where did the hangout go? Or sorry about that, folks. Give me 1 second. There's the hangout. Try to share that one, I guess. Here. And whoops, we get this one away. Sorry if I did a no-no. Is my screen sort of up and sharing?
Yeah, I see it, Jim.
Okay, so this is the weather map from Earth Null School, where they removed that circular one that, was so complained about, because anyway, I don't miss it now seeing this, but in any case, this shows kind of our weather out over the Atlantic. And like I say, there's a bar that runs from basically the foot of Iceland here, where you see this little swirl going, all the way down literally to across from Florida. And then more plates that join across the Americas, right to out here by the Hawaiian Islands, where you see again, definite lines where these weather patterns are forming. They represent bars, these huge metal plates. Where else can we see some in action? Again, you have a good one. Where we go? Okay. Again, there are plates that run straight under Africa here, coming up towards, or here, sorry. You can see this triangular shape. That's part of a wedge that goes straight under the South Africa, Johannesburg, and butts out here. But, it's masked, it's distorted with their algorithms, but these lines that we see and swirls that we couldn't understand are almost the eddy points where two plates join, like down at the Bermuda Triangle, right, where that 90-degree plates meet. There's different effects when you have, in electrical things, a contact point, you have like a barrier, a junction, and a barrier, there's always some resistance, and that resistance has to be transferred into different energy forms, whether it's light energy, sound energy, heat energy. There's any number of things, a junction barrier, and probably multiple things that come out of these junction barriers, and different magnetic patterns and stuff, and vortices. Now, if you can imagine a boat full of iron or other products that's a couple of football fields long, say 600 yards or whatever, 300 yards. Well, it's moving over a plate in sometimes shallow water that might be magnetized, that is 200 miles wide and 1,500 miles long. And a magnet powerful enough to shoot up a magnetic field, probably 60,000 feet or more into the air above it. I mean, that thing is well known, and they call it a devil's triangle. And they've been letting people go out there and, get hurt basically, and they know what's there. These shipping companies, these moguls, they know these layouts, they know what's there. But they don't care. They'll take the chance and, ship a container worth $50 million or more of goods, and they just want to get there on a certain date. They don't care if there's danger. They get paid anyway. You get insurance if you lose a load or something. You can't lose. Anyway, these things are well known, and there are things that happen that are much more predictable than they claim. I contend that volcanology, those guys are full of soot. The dark stuff comes out of a poorly burning fire. They're full of soot. And so are geologists, and so are all of those so-called sciences, because they're all aimed at skewing and distorting and promoting this, so-called science, which is just a tool being used to babbleize everything and keep people confused and believing idiots like Bill Nye, may I name a few, and Neil deGrasse Tyson and other propagandists, and just purveyors of all of this nonsense. And simple people, sometimes they're really good people, believe them over whatever might be the real truth. I don't know where that came from.
But the point is, of course, that the Earth is a circular dish surrounded by a barrier of ice.
I don't know where that came from. Let me get it off.
Andrea Barnes have been attempting.
See, I'm being attacked here. The other computer just turned on by itself, sort of. Let me try to shut it off there. No. Okay. But anyway, these plates have been well known. The fact that volcanoes are probably, and I'm pretty sure, switches turning off and on, controlling the sun, and other sensors telling others to control the weather, you know, or do any number of functions that are needed to keep our environment livable, including all the weather adjustments we need. So if this plate layout and we have an actually created sun that's local, then there's no ISS, there's no red car in space now, there's never an astronaut that spoke a true word, there's and on it goes. So, you know, I keep saying, NASA, I want my money back, and I think all of us are entitled to some. So even if NASA goes bye-byes, our governments are responsible for giving us restitution for some of that money. That's all there is to it. They can disappear, it don't matter. It's just, the government will stay real and, you know, have a different influence over it, hopefully pretty soon. And better reality will exist for a whole lot of people. Because, ladies and gentlemen, this is it. It's a construction.
No, I agree. Going back to your junction barriers, James, would this be like the same thing as what One Conscious was talking about as far as being PowerPoints?
Yeah, well, you know,
there a
there's so
correlation
many
to that?
ways to have switches trip and activate, pressure switches. You know, if you have a pressure switch, it can be beside something. If it heats up, it expands, puts pressure on the switch, which engages, you know, a fan to cool it off or another action. See, one thing that's hard for people and might be a bit hard to wrap your head around, this is a system based on synchronization and not on time. Time is non sequitur. If I had to set all this before I put it in operation, you don't calculate no time nowhere. You set conditions, condition variables and stuff, and then you set it in operation. It has nothing to do with time. And this synchronization can self-adjust depending on the variables that are input during periods of its cycles, or, you know, it has built in, it normally, like, okay, we'd say, oh yeah, our sun works on time. That's not actually the truth, and we have to adjust for seasonal or yearly differences. We all see it, leap years, all this nonsense. It's allowing for that, you know, it's sort of like again, there has to be tolerances. A system cannot do what it does and not have flexibility. Again, it has every kind of sensor you can imagine to know what's going on for us, and the ability to change it at its will, or even at God's will, because I'm sure God is still very much in control of all this. But not to go preachy or nothing, but I mean, this is a structured environment that we live in, a huge constructed world, and we're just so blessed to be here. We don't deserve to be lied to and, you know, hidden from the truth. This stuff was scratched in the sand. When I was 5 years old, my dad should have been able to tell me about it, and his dad should have been able to tell him, and your parents should have been able to tell you. We should have been able to understand that, you know, stories of the Thunderbirds and the giants and the Nephilim and all this stuff. Even, you know, why hide the Book of Enoch from us? Remove it from study. Huh? What are you trying to hide? They're just trying to edit the narrative, create a truth where there was some truth, but, you know, edit it to control.
They have done that, and, you know, in all religions, you know, any monotheistic religion, it has the same attributes. Each god has the same attributes as the other, so they're all based off the same principle, you know.
Yeah.
That animation Jimbo showing there, guys, you can also see where technology in use. You can see where the halos are, and this is what's creating the winds. Scripture doesn't lie. It doesn't lie. It is responsible for generating winds, tornadoes and such.
And where you see, I think the plates on, it's darker gray, where they're highlighting the magnetic. Look how straight this line is here, and how straight this uptake is, or whatever. These are just like magnets. You're seeing, like, if we put powdered iron on, a bunch of magnets here and there, and move them around. It's basically what you're seeing. Just they change the magnets under the plates to adjust, and that's what we're seeing. It's all magnetism from below, controlled by technology. It ain't hell. It's a real place with dimension, with switches, with
So this truly is an electric universe, isn't it?
No, well, yes and no. It's runoff of wave energy, definitely. I don't say electricity.
Wave energy, okay.
There's no electricity on flat Earth. Like I say, I've described that to people before. Everything's
Yes, you
insulated.
have gone over it before, yes.
Yeah,
yes.
The transformers, primary and secondary windings, are totally insulated from the iron core that separates them. And only, magnetic induction in Henry's moves or creates a tension, just kind of like a rocking effect, and the whole thing is a rocker effect. It's how anytime electricity flows, it creates magnetic waves. So basically, you flow a coil, electricity through a coil, you're going to get a magnet produced or a magnetic effect produced above it. Metal helps to amplify it, basically, like picking up tons of scrap metal at a yard with one of those electromagnets. That extra.
Yeah,
metal.
I think you called it. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. I think you called it flux wave or something like that.
Yeah, flux, gauze, or it's just the kind of wave compression between these waves that are being forced and pushed around in a very specific direction. Like they come out of the north end and they return back to the drain, south, wherever the south may be. It's directional. And they, like I say, I believe, people don't say it that way, but the magnets, the hard magnets we have, the permanent magnets, they're oriented domains of iron. They're crystals that are pointed north and south, all aligned in rows and columns, if you will, and they are able to rectify anything, any signal that hits them, no matter what wavelength, no matter what frequency. The microwave, I don't care. If you sing through it, it'll change those waves. It'll clip them in half, and some of that energy, it's sort of not energy, or it'll be lost as heat, and the rest, it has to go somewhere. It has to. It's an imbalance.
Yeah. I know I mentioned this earlier, and I know I mentioned it earlier, but I always wondered, why don't we have an Arctic moon? You know what I mean? Why the moon is not visible for 24 hours in the northern part of our plane, or the northern part of the square?
It's likely it's created by the same kind of mechanisms that and magnetic fields that, because it is called the lesser light. So I imagine that there's a series of switches and a limitation to where it can go depending on the magnetic configuration at the season, where normally you'd expect it, say, to go higher. It just doesn't, because it's not there for those plates. It does disappear 3 days a month. So I don't know. I'm really not even able to wrap my head around most of this. It just, honestly, for me, it got so mind-boggling that your brain almost goes numb and you go into a sort of paralysis almost. It's so mammoth in scale. Think of it, a huge plate like that, the size of the continent almost, 250 miles by 1,450 miles by at least 40, 50 feet thick, moved as a single piece, and that's not the only one. And they were placed and engineered. No freaking Big Bang did that. You gotta have holes in your head to think that anything but a creator could manufacture a piece of steel that big and make this place over more infrastructure below and above. No, you gotta have holes in your head. Now we know. I know. I always knew there was a creator, but the sort of, all that ignorance and all that. I've got, a few atonements to make. Another story, another chat.
No, but well, yeah, when you think of the like the God that made this, or the creator of this realm, of this construct, I mean, that piece is enormous, man. Like seriously, he's like must be like the titan of all titans to create this puny little world that we're in. We're just like this little experiment, if you will. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah,
like,
oh yeah.
You know?
Because you know what? This piece was cut from bigger pieces, a bigger piece. It's hard to comprehend. But even that piece, it might have been 4 times as big and who knows how long, and then cut into sections to do the job. Though that bar in Iceland is like, here, I can show you. Let me cam up again for just a split second. Guess I have to stop sharing and cam up. And I can show it right there probably. Here. Okay, where's the cam button? Hello, cam button. Hello. Okay, wrong window.
Yep. Shout out to everybody in the chat.
To get back to, I hate these windows. There's too many. Oh, I think I showed the URL or something accidentally, so I hope people are on guard.
Yeah. Yeah, and if anybody in chat have any questions, Cats or FEV can read them off.
There was one there, or someone mentioning Antarctica. Why isn't it included? Like one conscience mentioned, we don't have a lot of data from the south. But part of it is included. And hold on, Jim, before you present, I'll just present this to show them how. Can you see that, guys? That map?
Can you show this?
You can see the magnetic data there going down into South Antarctica. That's kind of at the end of where this 12 by 12 grid terminates. That would be the southern portal, say, that region. That's what that was, the reference to that. Right, back to you, Jim.
Okay, so am I still presenting? Yeah, there's my camera, I guess. Okay, and I'll put that back up there. Good. Okay, down here, I was trying to get away and just take a day off of everything, because let me find the chat so I can at least see what's going on. If everything's okay. God, I hate these windows. There you go. Okay, so you see this little playset for learning electronics and stuff? Well, the bar in Iceland, let me try to dig this out. The bar in Iceland really represents something like this, an electric jumper. But this one's got plastic coating and stuff. But this would basically fit, across, where is it there? Up there, Iceland, Greenland there. I'm too close, but if it's basically like making your electrical connections with just a huge toy set. Everything's uniform. If you have a pressure switch and it engages or whatever, I mean, if something's too hot, a fan will kick on or whatever. As soon as conditions are right, the light, well, it'll go off. And then things will be shut off through relays. Not relays for some of these switches. Millions of pounds, billions of tons. Just the nature of dealing with that much electricity. I know in the biggest electrical installation I worked on, the wire was triple aught, 10 pounds per foot. The circuit breakers were as big as my leg. Basically, they're explosive, well-designed explosive to cut the electricity. But, down there, and it's like a complex, it's like a substations and all these big modern stuff that we have and big buildings, but it's bigger. But it's all modular stuff, and plates we see on top here, we see one on Iceland, we see another one down off the Atlantic. They're just huge plates, 1,450 miles long about, that have been cut and placed in exact positions like you see on that wall. Some even tailored to be a specific size, like plates that do the bouncing or reflecting, towards the east there, that go into Vanuatu and to you know, northern Russia and just, you know, sort of north and south of the equator. But those are fashioned plates. They're manufactured to do exactly that job, and they were put there to work to help to guide the sun over this plane, over this section, this whatever grid and land masses and all that. But it's constructed like with a huge Lego set that, you know, this would be like God's Lego set, but his
Yeah,
Lego set would be, you can't imagine. I can't imagine. But anyway, that's where we are. We're in a world created by, I guess, what you call a God so great, we can't even wrap our heads around what's there. Can't. I can't. Like I say, this stuff, when you really start thinking of it, your brain will go numb. It's okay though, because you know, we should have all known this young, and it's in the teachings everywhere. But all these liars that got in our way because they're just greedy people, and they, you know, learned how to manipulate and dominate and all this stuff. You know, they had their run. You know, it was fun. But all empires do come to an end, and like I say, there's probably a better empire to build awaiting there. But nonetheless, I mean, it's a very simple world. There's no, you know, voodoo in the sun. It's not a burning ball of gas, billions or million miles away, 93 million miles away. It never was. The only thing that got it that far away from us is liars. The only thing that turned this plane into a ball are the same liars. So, you know, for all these people yapping at the mouth and laughing at people who believe A in creation, B, you know, laughing at flat earthers and stuff. Well, like they say, flat earthers know something. Now everyone knows something.
Question from someone in chat called Worlde, Jimbo. I'll answer it first and then I'll pass it to you for your answer. But the question is, what does the panelist think if I said the moon is a carbon-based diamond cubic photon pulse organizer which cubes the crystal grid forms and waveforms?
A little too esoteric.
Let me reply first. The sun, moon, possibly all luminaries are in what would be termed in modern terms, possibly in the physical form down below ground in what we would call a particle accelerator, the physical halo below ground, which is the modern copy of the angel technology. All our luminaries might not be in the sky. There might be projections from within these particle accelerators below ground, and we're seeing the electromagnetic projection in the sky. Of course, you'll see that with these halos when barium, etc., is in the atmosphere. Over to you, Jim, for your reply.
Yeah, you know, the moon for me is a construction that manifestation from these technologies. It's starting to really show where it begins and ends at plates and stuff. You know, very predictable. You know. Sequences, you know, intervals. So it's part of the machine. I don't think it's a floating rock crystal that helps to crystally manifest everything else or nothing like that. It's a lot more simple, a lot more, really, in a way, nuts and bolts and magnetism and electricity. That's a lot of it. But I mean, it's not all. It's just open to, you know, maybe a bit of a more coherent conversation about our world and, you know, design what might be around and, you know, even maybe, I don't know what it might change, but anyway, we know these plates are there. We know more or less the shape. We know a lot of things now. Like,
are these plates responsible for what you've said before? You didn't talk about it tonight, but you've said about atomic absorption. Are they part of this
yes, they certainly could be, and there's no question. Like I say, the blue we see as a light emitted as sunlight in the day is not from the sun. The light is in situ. It's made where you see it. So that blue comes from where you see it. It's waves that hit probably the hydrogen that's free in the air from evaporation in the water there, or, you know, even other, just the average, because the sky color can vary slightly, the blue, but it's wave energy exciting, you know, an electron to a higher valence level, and then in a split second, it loses that force that forced it to that higher level, pushing on it. And when it drops back down to its normal state, light is emitted, blue light from hydrogen. So, it's not the sun that actually lights up our world. And one thing we did kind of notice about the sun is, again, if you really think of it, the crepuscular rays, they don't go all the way up. They only come down to the ground for a certain width of your vision. If they were, rays from a sun far, far away, they would radiate out in all directions, but they don't. They're actually, you're not seeing, in a sense, the light and shadow, you're seeing exposure of the magnetic waves in the cone that the sun is riding on. And if you think of it, it's to the edges of those plates or somewhere.
How far do you think the sun is, James?
Well, probably less than 10 miles, 20 miles. I don't know. It's if I knew the energies going into the plates, and which I'll probably never know. Anyone will probably never know. Well, maybe some do, because again, it's something that can be calculated. I mean, and we sort of see it in those magnetic data that Ceres did. That there's like a bridge, and it's possible that the sun rides somewhere on the crest of that. There's so many things, it's just still so speculative and so unknown. It'd take like Ken Taylor to start looking at some of this or something.
I got you. Yeah.
I know how basic systems work, because I've done a lot of repair and stuff. So
question in chat there, guys. I'll just present this and talk through it a sec. Right, it says, remind me again who the creator was. Well, the creator, we don't know who the creator is, whoever you would call God or the creator. Is this presenting? Can you see that? Yeah. Right, I'll take you back to the Nazca Lines again. This is the Nazca Mandala and the Sunstar of Peru overlaid on Ceres' world map. And this is what completes the grid. The background grid is the 12 by 12. It contains 6 squares, 6 concentric circles, and 6 rhombi. The centerpiece in white is the 8 by 8 grid that contains the heart of the machine and the technologies it's connected to, and the portal system, which is, all this is basically below ground, apart from wherever the portals come out into our realm. We do think there's more realms outside of ours. Looking at Ceres' map, there has to be. We would expect to see more outside of this, more land. Especially when you look at Antarctica, that's very elevated landmass compared to the rest of the world. And I attribute that to the congregation of the network of grids there, the grid below ground and the halo systems above ground. And I think they do have a pull factor on land, which helps create landmass. When you get earthquakes, the land gets raised. It's pulling up on the landmass. A good example, one used last week, I think it was, in New Zealand, an earthquake, and about 6 foot of ground was increased in New Zealand. So yeah, it's definitely responsible for land mass. It does send signals to volcanoes, and there's communications going on that we've been monitoring on the mimic maps. If you're not familiar with this, I do recommend watching some of our older videos. Where we relate the mimic map signal into this technology going on, and can kind of pinpoint it using the geoglyphs where it's coming from and going to. This realm, we believe this is the complete grid for our realm. If the lands outside of ours are separate realms, then they probably run on similar type grids. This one grid here is designed for this realm only. It's a life support system for this realm, basically. Is that what I would call it? It helps life flourish by design.
Yeah, I think you said one time, Brahma, was it Brahma that was the creator?
Yeah, well, you look at different cultures, religions, whatever, they've all got a different name for all these deities, angels, gods, whatever you would like to call them. Brahma, the creator, would be the one at the center. It's controlling all the others, or sending signals. It's the power source, it's the heart of the machine. Whatever Brahma is,
That's what it was.
It's the centerpiece at Yeah, it seems to be 3 different types: the creator, the maintainer, and the destroyer, formed by scripture. And these would be these 8 around the center of the 8x8 grid, plus the one in the center being Brahma, the creator, running them all. Very powerful. Lots of energy, free energy everywhere, guys. I mean,
Oh yeah.
if you still got your images, one of the power stations, could you put that up on screen to show them? I'll show you how power stations link into the ley lines and to the grid.
Yeah, let
Yeah,
me
good.
send it to
Cool.
you. Is that okay if I send it to the chat here?
Yeah, hold on. I've probably still got it. Hold on a sec. I'll just load it up.
Here, I have it right. Or you have it?
Yeah, the sun trajectory and the moon trajectory they're on their own path, it seems. Well, they're definitely on their own path. You can see that. And the moon seems to just alternate like every night, it seems. It's in different places as you see it. We've gone through that before, but anyhow, yeah, go for it. One. I was just looking at some notes that we had here before.
I was waiting for the picture to go up.
There you go. It's on screen for you now, one.
Okay. Sorry, what did you want me to talk about? The power stations?
Yeah, you can see the huddle of them there.
Yeah. So, I mean, they know this. They know that this is where these energy spots are. They've built power stations around all of these different plates and energy lines where we get our frequent earthquakes, which is where the energy is coming out of the earth in these spots as it travels. So they're harvesting it. I mean, you can see it around CERN, which is a huge energy power plant, particle, whatever they do there. And when you zoom in, it stems from the center, and it has little arms that are coming out of it. I mean, you can see each little arm of nothing but straight lines of power plants. And I actually went and looked these up on a map and pinpointed each and every one of them the best I could. And, it's going to stem out, it's going to wrap around, and it seems like it's going to kind of make a big circular type Fibonacci spiral type. I may not have them all mapped, or even close, but there's so many that it would take me years to get them all on there. They are just tapping in, taking the energy and selling it back to us. They've stolen all the land. They've called the energy all of theirs, even though it was put here by the creator for us to be able to live here in this world. And that's the thing that we need to open up to people, and the idea that this is all free. We could do this. We could do this ourselves. We don't need their energy and power lines. That's a comfort. That's a comfort that they use to keep us enslaved. And now I'm going to stop ranting. Sorry.
Rod's welcome. Yeah, so you can see there, guys, the flower of life, the Fibonacci sequence is the signature of the angels. This is how we know their signature. This is where it's generated from, this rotating toroidal energetic field coming from this technology. It's if you look at tornadoes, dust devils, this is them starting up. You can actually monitor them starting up if you know where to look. And you'll see little dust devils developing into tornadoes if it gets faster. This is how it works. They are responsible for. We've got an origin now for lightning, the halo in the sky. That's where the lightning's originating from. Add some water like rain, you're going to get arcing. That's where it's coming from. The halos, earthquakes, volcanoes. They're capable of all these things. It gives a lot of answers for things that's going on around our world. Real life data. This is what we're finding, and we are connecting it to the earthquake data. Well, I've got this image on screen. Hold on, there's another one that one wanted to show. This one here. I'll pass you back to that TU1 so you can go through that one there.
Oh, all that was just backing up the data that Jimbo was showing and the different circular spots, because I went on and I went to one of the weather sites and just copied the weather patterns, and it shows how it swirls around. It doesn't go around a globe, and it doesn't go around in a straight circle. It follows its path. It takes little loops, and some of the cold mixes with the hot, and this is how it works. I mean, this is how it works. And he was showing the real time, and you could see it really good, how it comes up, to the northeast and wraps back up and around and comes back down. Anyway, that's all I was trying to show with that picture.
Yeah, that one in there.
I was gonna say something. Okay, so okay, everybody here knows the Earth's circumference, right? Does that change with this information? Do those numbers change? Knowing this, the circumference is one measurement, but does this change that whole dynamic, or does it remain the same? Anybody?
The circumference of the globe. Well, that would be,
yes.
Basically, they're getting that figure from one side of one halo to one side of the other, really, on this electromagnetic projection. So, that's probably their measurement of one side of halo to another, really. We do.
What's 24,9? So
yeah.
So that tells us.
Looking at our grid, that would be 3,100 miles per square on the grid. If that's if that's true figures, that would make the grid about 3,100 miles per square.
Well, that's why I asked that question. I was wondering, does that change? I guess that's something that needs to be looked into.
They're basically measuring the technological projections of the realm. It's not actually the landmass and figures are coming from, I think. It's where the technology ends. Well, that's the circumference or the distance across the 8x8 grid. But in the background there's a 12x12 grid, so it's wider than this, telling us already. And we can see from Sirius's map there's more land in the south and north. And
with the 15x15 grid, right?
Yeah, we haven't got any imagery from east or west of what we've seen on Sirius's map. But I mean, you can see a lot in the north and south that we didn't know existed, though. That's a bonus already.
So that number doesn't hold water. Does it? I'm sorry, I just got off a little subject. But I was just talking about
some more animations up to show. When you guys take over a minute, I've got some more stuff to show you.
What's good in the chat, everybody? Again, thanks for being here. You guys have any more questions? Oh, FPV. I got a question. I got another question for you.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah. So what about the anomalies in Antarctica? With some of the crazy things that were going on down there a few years back, and then they removed some of the camera work. They CGI'd stuff. They overlaid stuff. They were blocking some imagery of some strange activity. Perhaps there's a portal there we were talking about, but how does that fit into this now?
It looks to me like these modern angel copies, the colosseums that they're creating.
Mm-hmm.
We've got 24-hour sun in the north. They haven't got it in the south. They're faking it. can show you a video if you want of 24-hour sun in the Antarctic, and that it is definitely fake. I'll load that up if you want.
Yeah, sure. I thought you were going to show us something else. Were you looking for something else?
I was, yeah.
You're still searching? No, keep searching for what you're looking for. Let's get one conscience back in here. She's drifting, you guys. Let's get one back in here. One.
What?
Let's pull you back over here.
What's up?
Yo, no, I was just, we were talking about your PowerPoints and stuff, and the correlation with James's stuff, and yeah, I could see there's definitely a connection with energy that's flowing through there. So that's
what I think is
that's a good connection,
Yeah, what I think it is when he's showing the plates, those are where the signals are going to hit. But what my quakes are is the actual energy, the signal flowing through the earth to get to the next spot, if that makes sense.
Yes.
Because what I'm showing is the actual energy, and what he's showing is the creation, the plates, what has been put into the earth and what is catching these signals and sending them wherever they are designated and designed to go next. So it is a great correlation because, he, again, just like me and FP, he's doing his own work and I'm doing mine, and they are just fitting together so beautifully that we can all see exactly what's going on.
Definitely. Yeah, there's this, it's synchronized.
Yeah.
Basically. And it's, like you said, you guys are working independently, and then you guys get together, and then there's this correlation, and it's good stuff. And we applaud you for that. Thanks for that. Did you find that? FPV, you still searching for it?
There's another thing that helps to confirm the accuracy, and no one has to second guess. Is the difference between a natural earthquake that has nothing to do with these timers and these switches, because there are, things and materials that get hollowed out and collapse, and they will cause earthquakes. The ones from these switches have a signature, a sound wave that is always identical for each individual switch, and they come from the same place. So in a random science that they call earthquakes, well, I mean, how can these earthquakes, which are random, have so many exact signatures from an exact spot? It's because it's some type of machine or device, and that's its cycle when it gets engaged.
Yep, that's exactly right. And what it is some of these places that get hit are man-made. They're made from the fracking of our surface. They're made from dams and all that water that's just sitting on those areas and seeping down into the cracks of the earth. That causes earthquakes as well. But the ones that are, say, deeper, I'm kind of thinking that's a switch point. Those deeper ones is when it hits one of those to send the signal to a different area. And these more shallow.
I'll put the animations on for you now. Hold on.
And I think sort of too that deep below there are pressure sensors. If too much stuff builds up, like over a volcano, like St. Helens or Shasta or whatever, they trip a switch, and it's just a question of time till they blow or, erupt.
Well, I think that has to do with the amount of energy that the crystals and the quartz crystals and the different limestones and stuff hold as it just kind of catches it. Well, crystals absorb. So they're holding all this extra little energy, and you're right, when it starts to build up too much, that's when it's going to explode. Because what causes crystals? Well, it's hot volcanic flow flowing through water or glaciers is what causes these crystal formations. So yes, and they're absorbing this energy. I mean, everybody that's ever studied crystals knows that a crystal will absorb all sorts of different energies. Witches hold them in their pockets daily for absorbing negativity around them.
And there's therapeutic values, even without witchcraft and stuff. Light and other stuff has therapeutic value for people, and crystals are key to, all frequencies and stuff. So it's a bit esoteric, but it's a fact.
Well, you can also charge them, and that's what, like in the Wiccan religion, I refer to that because I studied it a long time when I was younger. But you charge your crystal
and it holds the energy that you're putting into it as a personal effect. So, you know, I'm sure that these crystals that are under these volcanoes, which is our power spots, because they're pushed up from the energy, and they're forming all these crystals, they're holding this energy, and yeah, when it builds up, it pops. It has to release. It can't hold more than it can hold, you know.
And
Can you
people
see
don't
that screen?
understand
Can you see that
crystals.
screen on?
They
Uh-huh.
can emit light. Crystal under pressure can be a source of, you know, real output of electric energy, and form an orb over the ground and dancing lights like some mountains have.
There you go. This is one of the maps done by Iron FE. A big shout out to Ron for helping in the background. This is data collation of earthquakes. What we've got here is about 5 weeks of data now to show you. I'll let Ron talk through it, and I'll just let it cycle through them all till she's finished. All yours, Ron.
Yeah, so what I was saying is, so the blue ones are our shallower ones, and then it goes, you know, yellow, orange, and red as they go deeper, and then purple for the deepest. So I'm thinking that the blues, the more shallow ones, are the signals shooting across the land, you know, in the past. These deeper ones are when it hits a point where it needs to change. So the signals come across, they hit a plate, and they somewhat change the direction to go and signal to the next plate. And it's carrying our sun, like we showed you earlier. It carries the moon, it carries the winds. So each one probably has different functions. You know, some of those are for the sun movement, and some of those are for the moon, but some of those are for the wind, and if that makes sense.
Yeah, it makes sense to me. Various technologies switching on in the workings of our world is what you're seeing there, guys.
Yeah.
You can see the one. You can see the one over Alaska, the busy little fellow. That's the icon in Jim's avatar there, the solar clock, as it was called. You can see now how it's behaving there in the northwest.
Mechanically, to the west is where you're going to have the flyback killer, where the sun gets put in neutral for a split second, and then it gets reset in the east at another, well, gate or deflected to a slightly different spot to do its next cross of the plane, basically, and follow these guiding magnetic forces that are being switched on and off across, you know, like just scanning of a TV screen, the little electron that's going across your screen, the same type of configuration and electronics are involved to manipulate magnetic fields. All of the same basic things have to be here that are in your TV set, the old cathodes or in an oscilloscope. Truly, truly is a flyback system. May be real hard to believe that we have a new sun every day, but that's the truth. The truth is NASA doesn't have an SRO in a Goldilocks zone halfway between here and the sun that can do flipperoonies and cool off its backside because its front side got too hot and spin halfway around and still pick up data. They're filming probably a little hot plate or something with a little candle or a little propane torch to redden a little piece of metal. And they got a camera on that, and that's what they're showing people as the sun. Something stupid. And then you have like a guy, he's doing SROs, the solar observation, and he got $500,000 donated from people, generous people. He has a bus and he's going all over the world to do whatever solar research and connect it to earthquakes. The 90 million mile away sun for his research. And he got $500,000 and more from people to get this bus to travel to Arizona, to here, there. You know, there's something already, you know, and that's big in the sense that it's an entire website that years ago I was following. You know, I was checking out this guy, and he still hadn't had the $500,000 bus and all this stuff that he's real happy to have now, I'm sure. But maybe after this comes out, I'm not so happy. But again, he was another one out there, very smooth, very good videos, sounds like great knowledge and information, and it hooks you. But every word of it's babble. So I don't know. I think NASA got some, once this gets out, and I'll make sure it gets out to, basically the Mormons who are flat earthers now, the alumni for the last couple of years at Brigham Young College, they're flat earthers. Other religious people, other creationists. I'm going to get it out to everyone I can, face to face, pressing palms. And like I say, a lot of people used to laugh at me, and I ran into a half a dozen at least there yesterday or the day before. And I laid it out. And boy, were they, the silence was deafening. But, I didn't tease them or do anything. I left them, I think with that brain paralyzed because, when you see it a little bit laid out and scratched onto a Kleenex or paper, it's so easy to understand. Stuff that we've been told, like the devil's triangle, to see it put out with such beautiful pieces of metal in the ground or just laid out under the ocean to do a job. And the intersection, the piece of metal that joins with it, and that triangle shape. And they know about it and they let people die. How can they? Well, hopefully this is why we're all here tonight and trying to get this information out to shut up some of these like lying beaks and, people who are doing what they're doing and just distracting and, get a little more, well, hopefully a bunch of the so-called flat earth leaders who should be watching this right now tonight and probably aren't. I mean, well, if they don't, they missed a certain boat because they're just going to have to watch the edited version, not be able to ask questions now live or do whatever. Because this, when you think of it, is an event. This information is very accurate, from the placing of these bars, the earthquake data, to FVP's and analysis of what are called angels. Even if there are two kinds, real angels with wings and these machines, they're both called angels. They're both very powerful, right? According to any stories about them. But these hardware angels are used for so many different things. They're engineering marvels. They when they say bring the mountain to Muhammad, I think that's exactly what they did. They can turn on and raise a mountain in probably 40 days and 40 nights. Anyway, it's a structure, it's a construct, it's not a big bang, we're not floating through an endless universe. Everything is so structured beneath us, it's not a hell. It's like an amazing factory of machine technology and all this stuff, giving us everything, sensing all our needs as far as weather goes. So-called global warming and all these other jokes they're using to tax us so we reduce our carbon footprint and blah, blah, blah. How come all of these people, these globers, are pushing all these lies, putting poisons in our skies, saying that, oh, our spinning ball hurling through the great attractor trillions of miles away, we need to spray stuff to cool it down because, oh boy, it's getting hot. When every control is below our feet to control the air, the rain, the wind, the tides, the Bay of Fundy. When water gets compressed with nowhere to go, it backs up. The one plate that runs north-south in the Atlantic off the eastern seaboard, and the one that traverses it north of Quebec, when they turn on and off, or at least the long one, north-south one, it pushes water back and gives a low tide. When the water comes back, it runs into these barriers both at the right and left, trying to head north. And well, it's like a bathtub or whatever. The water that can't go forward backs up. Some goes forward, but there's a whole, well, at least 50 feet of water that backs up and becomes a 50-foot high tide in the Bay of Fundy. And they say, oh, it's the moon that causes the high tides. I think most of us seeing this can figure out pretty quick the moon ain't causing no high tides. The moon ain't being stuck in our orbit by no magic gravity. And so neither are the other 8 planets or 9 planets, including Pluto with goofy little Disney doll on it. The whole playing board with these plates exposed. Like I say, one day I'm gonna probably, if I finish with the lights, because I want to get a 3,000 watt, green searchlight that has a beam that can be seen 7.5 miles away, and do a 6-mile experiment, and maybe put like some mylar reflectors from water level up a post to say 50 feet up, and then shine from across the water and see if I can't see the reflection from the water and count, I prove there's, no curve, I only shine on the second sheet. A mylar sheet is like $1 each for a 6x6 reflective surface that you're going to stick to a board. A few dollars, you got a bunch of reflectors miles away from you. You point a light at it, and go up a little cliff wall. I count 5. I put 5. It means no curve. If there was a curve, you'd see reflection from 4 or 3 higher ones. But anyway, I'd like to, and I'm probably gonna, I'm still focused on it. I'm gonna get a 3,000 watt marine searchlight and go point it at people's freaking butts. 6 miles.
That's good because you'll the baller is always using geodetic surveying.
Distorted lenses.
With the pseudoscience and the curved horizon. We've talked about this before. So
that's a thing of the past. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure. Back to the research animation, guys, that's on screen. This is another gem made by Ironically. It's the sun and moon tracking he's started doing for us. He's connected the sun and moon. As you can see there, he's made a connection between the sun and moon, so we can see what kind of relationships going on with those. Over time, we should be able to plot the offsets and the true movements of these luminaries around the halos on the grid. That's the plan. That's the long-term plan.
Yeah, the full moons, the blue moons, the blood moons, the quarter moons, every phase of the moon, and predict eclipses and everything to a T, just like Aztecs, Mayans, or others, because it's the same technology that we're looking at. It's predictable, but it doesn't run on time. It runs on a sequence of events in part, but a synchronization, a certain number of cycles that it must go through, but it's given flexibility in the amount of time it can go through. The Earth doesn't care about time, neither does the sun. It's an invention. Another thing to distort reality. And something to give you and then steal back from you. Oh, you're running out of time. You owe me your time. What?
It's perpetual.
It's our time, if there is time. And time moves through us. We don't move through no time. Like I say, I really believe, the biggest legacy any of us have is not whether we have a yacht, a boat, or this or that. It's how we treated ourselves and others. It's never too late. Most of us, I'm no saint. I've hurt most people that I've ever known. I'll be honest with you. But I've been resistant to lies and stuff, and can't start giving in to liars, cheaters, people stealing from you, other stuff. Lies about where you live and who you are just the same as stealing your wallet or your property. It's really amounts to the same thing. Theft. Steal a nickel or $5,000. We want to distort that and say common sense says, a nickel is less. You don't punish it the same way as 5,000. Well, theft is theft. The rest is quantification. How you quantify it. See, it doesn't matter if you steal 1 cookie or 6. Still, stealing, right? It's not about how many or how much. People it's okay, it's under $5,000. We call that, and above it's called grand theft, Well, okay. Why are they different? Anyway, there's a lot of things probably going to change. We'll get a lot more common sense, common law justice back maybe, and, more level-headed people that are sort of, good, caring, whoever, it don't matter, I don't care. But people take good care of themselves, God's home that's been made for us, and each other. All I'd like to see is make a better world for everyone right there.
Yeah, it's a plan.
Yeah,
That's what we're looking at.
James.
Hopefully, you know, with this presentation we've done tonight, hopefully people can share it. People can have a bigger picture of what's going on. What we're showing you guys is the bigger picture of how it works. It doesn't need broken down to its macro levels. And, you know, if anyone can help with that, or if it helps your research, fine. Take what you can from it and use it in your research. I'm just going to present this, Jim, the new mayor fakery going on. I'll play this and then I'll let you take over again, mate. This is to show you how they're faking the Antarctic 24-hour sun. If you keep watching this, I'll let it play through, and you'll see a light source up here on the 12th of December. I'll put it into a night vision mode so you can see it easier. You can see there the light radiating from it at the center of the screen. Now just keep watching and you'll see the real sun going past in the background. Oh, well, which I thought we used to think was the real sun, but I pretty much know now what's behind that building is a green screen. It's just a complete stage mock-up. You'll see why I come to that conclusion at the end of it, because I'm going to compare some things they reused in the scene. But you can see there's a light source. It started on the 12th of December. It's still going now, trying to fake the 24-hour sunlight, I would assume. What we get in the summer in the north, it's not happening in the south. But looking at the grid, it is possible. Perhaps that's where they're making all these CERN units. They're maybe going to reroute the sun south to give it a 24-hour sun in the south. But currently, they're having to do this, it looks like. You see the sun going past there, yet there's still a light source radiating away there. That could be the NASA sun simulator. Whatever it is, it's very bright. And you can see it radiating. You know, I filmed this over the course of not far off a month, and it's never moved. It's in the same place over and over. It could even be projected from that crane on the left, on that platform. That is a green screen behind that building. 100%. You'll see that cloud going past there. You'll see them reusing it again shortly when they do a side-by-side comparison. Reusing the same special effects on 2 different days.
Yeah, I remember going through this before with you. Yeah.
Yeah. And then here's the comparison. I think it's 21st and 22nd of December. 2 different days, but you'll see the same cloud reused. It actually jumps back to the 21st on the 22nd if you watch the date carefully. But keep watching and you'll see the same cloud used a second time on a different day. But not only that, I've done a close-up scan left and right of that building and the vehicles in the foreground. It's just like the moon stage set. You know, there's a screen, only with this it's a bit more modern. You've got the green screen background, but you do get the ghosting around the edges of all the foreground objects, and that can only be caused by a green screen being behind them.
That'll be keyed out.
Yeah, it's just bad keying, really. Someone needs sack. So yeah, green screen confirmed, really, for me. It's fake. You can see there, yeah, this is the ghosting one. If you look around the edge of the building, you can clearly see the ghosting where it's kind of causing a problem with the screen behind it. It'll pan left and right just to show you. Look around the top of the building, you can see it all like fuzziness around the objects. You always get that, and especially down the edge of the building, you see the straight line down the edge, you can see a ghosting of another edge there, dark shape. That's how you can tell a green screen. It's a bit of a giveaway. Too easy, this. Yeah, same there, look with the vehicles. You can see all the ghosting around them. So the vehicles and the buildings possibly rail or props. But what's behind them is definitely a green screen. You'll see more now as it pans left with this filter on. And you look underneath on the left side of the building, you can see actually the green squares. So yeah, the sun, you know, they're just faking the sun like they faked ISS and everything else. So currently they don't have 24-hour sun looking at this, but I think what they're doing with these CERN units is where the sun, that path that one conscience showed, where the sun was going on the 6 halo out where you wouldn't see any light from it. I think they're possibly trying to reroute that south, give the south 24-hour sun. So yeah, that's what it really looks like. That's what you're looking at for real there, a green screen and some props and a few vehicles, in my opinion. Back to you, Jim.
Cool. Yeah, James.
I just like to hope and emphasize that everyone who's interested, download and save a copy and, start rattling some cages. I'm sending, a link to the Planetary Society. Well, that's run in part by Bill Nye, the science guy. So, this, it's accurate. And, it's got to be shoved under noses. Like, I don't have Eddie Bravo's email or nothing, but it would be well if he saw it. If everyone would possibly know, that is a flag you get slapped at, well, why not? They should see this. Like I say, I hope there's a bunch of people from the quote community. We try to inform everyone we could that, runs, hangouts, etc. I hope they're here and taking something away from this, and it can start a different flat earth water cooler, as of kind of like even now or tomorrow when it starts to sink in. But this is accurate and it's flat. There's no question. All these things are not, like the comparison of a hurricane flying over a junkyard and a 747 being left when the hurricane's over. The Big Bang theory, these plates could not exist or have formed themselves in this configuration with the magnetic forces fluxing every day to move the sun and do all this stuff out of the Big Bang. This was created. That's the end of that story. The sun is renewed every day. Really, really, the flyback system and the way the electronics work for this, it's a flyback oscillator system, and it sweeps. There's a sweep trigger to the east and a flyback killer to the west. And, these switches, we hear them and feel them as regular earthquakes and different, sometimes quakes, because the detector senses something. It says, well, we got to turn on this, which might not normally be turned on. But in any case, it's not a regular pattern 100%, but certainly almost every day of the year, a pattern of earthquakes will happen to move the sun around, and different seasons of different, extra one here or there will engage for this or that, and it's all programmed. It's really a fine-tuned circuit and an amazing, what a scale type of, creation that was made for really one reason. Have all of us here to enjoy, share. And the rest is just screaming greedy people twisted and down that road of, carnal sin and all that nonsense. And that's their demons and stuff they have to work out and work with. But, it's like now this was supposed to be for everyone to know. And, if you've done bad things like me, I am no saint. I mean, don't worry, don't judge yourself. I mean, there's a reason he's left us all here to make it this far and farther. Because, I mean, if we really had a creator that could just have a fit and destroy his own creation all the time, anytime, we have free will. It can go kind of bizarre sometimes, but we've been misled, and I mean, this is sort of like a second chance. A little bit of truth out there. Well, that can go a long way now. And it's our responsibility to try to, at least be good to each other and to ourselves. And that's your best legacy that you can leave here. Respect, the creator's work. I don't know. Not in a preachy way, but at least we know it's flat now, even if you don't want to believe in a creator. The layout's there. You can calculate, you can watch these beautiful crepuscular rays and know that they're magnetic rays emanating from the ground in a beautiful cone shape that the sun is floating upon. We're not spinning at 1,000 miles an hour at the equator, that the Earth is not a spinning ball, that the sun is not 93 million miles away. So now all of these people have been lying to us, Lucy, you've got some splaining to do. And like I say, we've all suffered. They take our money, they, lie to us. And the fact is, even if these are, quote, private corporations, NASA's government, our Canadian Space Agency, stealing our money to do the same crap, they owe us that money back. So, I mean, my government was suing me and just checking 10 years back on my taxes. Normally they only do 7 years on people, but that's beside the point. And now I didn't even read it. I got another letter from the tax department, but the fact is, I don't owe them. They owe me. They owe me a lot. They owe you a lot. They owe everyone a lot.
Jumping back to the magnetic data there, Jimbo, there you go, look, there's your crepular ray shapes appearing in magnetic form.
When I watch them, I'm here in Ottawa. I don't know if you can tell east of Bay James and stuff, but I see it, well, maybe now in this time of year, exactly over those plates heading towards Easter Island, where main switching and other stuff goes on, main hub. By the way, the spider in the Nazca Lines may very well, when it's well fitted, fit right over Bermuda. A spider is a black widow. It makes victims, and that's a dangerous spot for boats at certain times of the year, and planes apparently. And that symbol probably is a warning. As opposed, it's also communications. It's relative to what's, where on Earth, but it's also one of the more dangerous places that you can travel at the wrong times, and because of exactly all that power and magnetic stuff and frequencies we don't even know emanating at that junction.
Just like the northern portals that he was talking about.
Yeah, we have no clue yet a lot of what's going on with all this stuff. Barely scratched the ice in any of these three fields, the Nazca, the earthquakes, or the plates. It's just the tip of the iceberg, but it goes a long way to, and it's a hard concept to accept that, hey, our Earth is flat, the sun is close, and it's controlled by a big pinball machine mechanism buried deep beneath our feet. Some of it not even buried beneath our feet. That plate that stretches across Iceland, 1,500 miles long, 250 miles wide, and at least 40, 50, maybe 60 feet thick, one piece. And you can touch it. They will never be able to hide that now. They will never be able to say, oh, that really doesn't line up, that one beam over a connector plate over Alaska. It does. The one in the Atlantic, it's there. So Google masks it, so the government and all these liars are, cheating. They couldn't hide it forever. This is God's design, and it's out. There's no more hiding it, If I get my Google Earth going, and let me try to share my Google Earth for 1 minute. Is it really there? Why can't I see Google Earth? It's there. Okay, let me make sure I don't give nothing away. That's more Google Earthy. Here, we'll make sure. Should be good in a second. Just want to get the URL out of the way. Okay, let me just share. There we go. So that should put Google Earth up for me. There, my Google Earth. Put that out of the way. That out of the way. So I'm on Google Earth alone now. You're seeing Google Earth?
Yeah, all good, Jim.
Okay. Now, like I say, these two plates, this is the plate that runs, well, north-south in its true line, straight line over Alaska. And this is the one over Greenland. But if you notice here, like the hands on a clock, it's at like 10:30. The fact is these two plates are running parallel in reality. So look at what's been clipped from between Greenland and Alaska, between those two plates, and what they present to us as, oh, we're fighting over borders and a little bit of land up here. They've taken a perfect square, and it's like they've trimmed it over a ball, and at the top and bottom, this is how badly skewed it is. These two plates run parallel in reality. Here on Google Earth, not quite. But again, so we got a better look. Again, I'm glad I got Google Earth now. Again, here's the plate that runs off the Atlantic seaboard, okay, from the northern edge of Quebec and border of Quebec, all the way down to almost across from Florida. Now here is Bermuda. And this isn't a perfect layout. I can't say it's exactly lined up where it should be, but you know, as a generality for what it is with the Inca lines and stuff, and it is what it is, it's generally well placed. So here we have this place where all this electricity, magnetism, everything meet certain time of the year, you know, and it pushes, it has an effect on the water. Now the tides, like I say, the Bay of Fundy is located right around here in Moncton, New Brunswick, probably right here. If I zoom in, you'll see Moncton probably right here, Bay of Fundy. Halifax, okay, Bay of Fundy's stuck right here. I think that would be the Bay of Fundy. And going up to Moncton, there's a tidal bore. Now, again, what happens here at the plate? When it charges up to do the tide cycle, okay, along this area, okay, this plate backs up the water, empties the Bay of Fundy. When it's released, it comes back. When the water accumulates and starts to hit this intersection of the plates, which are raised above the sea floor, and you know, force the water to back up, that backed up water, because it can't get over straight without resistance, right or left, straight ahead or to the side, it gets compressed, backs up, and gives that incredible filling to the Bay of Fundy. It goes from no water in the bay to 50 feet. And it's because of the compression here. So these plates, for anyone who's ever heard of the, you know, Bay of Fundy and visited it, this plate, this physical manifestation, this iron that's, I don't know, 50 feet or more thick and 1,500 miles long and 200 some miles wide, is there creating the tides that are doing the Bay of Fundy. They're also creating bad situations for boats. Like I say, can you imagine being in a metal boat over the world's biggest magnet when it's getting fully charged over water that has diamagnetic properties to begin with? It means water is affected by magnetism and static. It's moved by it, it's pushed by it. It's a force that acts upon water, bodies and masses of water. So now we've got a little bit of a, you know, if this is true, we'll have trolls, we'll say, oh, it's all bullshit. But if this is true, that explains the tides at the Bay of Fundy and some of the, you know, weird things reported at this intersection around the Bermuda Triangle area, which, you know, you could mark off. If this was straight and flat, it'd be a true triangle. But again, this plate runs underneath, well, North Carolina. It's not accurate right now. I mean, we can't go for perfection. We're just, you know, trying to hit a ballpark here now. But there's a phenomena that runs from basically the Chesapeake Bay all the way down to North Florida and Florida, called, you know, the Carolina Bays. It's these swirls, these elliptical depressions, and there are millions of them in the sand in these, you know, what they call ancient seabeds. Well, no one knew what caused them, but basically it's, you know, whirlwinds from these electromagnetics that are coming from beneath them when they're on and stuff during a certain time of formation. There's some that probably don't start up no more here. They're maybe not used. Don't matter. They form those bays in all likelihood. But again, the sun, it'll follow these plates straight across the USA. These plates, look, here's the big cauldron at Yellowstone. Look how close it is to this plate. So this gets hot. These plates, they heat up. If we look at the plates that are under the front of South America here, got volcanoes and all kinds of activity in this along these plates and edges. Look how straight that corner is in this mountain notch, you know. It just shows that what's below is very symmetrical. It's the corner of this plate. Again, there are two plates, and look at the dry, arid areas of South America on the coast, and Chile all the way down hundreds of miles. Those heaters, or, you know, dry out everything, don't allow much foliage at those edges. Often when we see in the news the volcanoes going off, they're going off along right about here is where the cameras and people are photographing the edge. And again, it's skewed, it's on an angle, it's going down under the earth for well over 100 miles. You know, I don't know the angle it's going down. I've never been there to measure it, or the thickness. But it's possible to take the physical dimensions and calculate its weight and its size. It's there like a sore thumb. It's always been there. You know, I saw it first when I was a kid, but you know, never realized what anything is. It's just. But again, yesterday I was watching the weather this far off Greenland here, you know, between Quebec and, or northern Quebec and was active. There's a lot of weather flow right up here through Greenland, right up this coast. Wind just right between those plates. Nothing over the plates like a doldrum between, but if you got over the plate into that wind, holy frick, you'd move north pretty quick. But anyway, you can watch the weather patterns and where you see those swirlies sometimes, all over the map. They're right at these intersections, down between Africa and stuff. This is the plate that goes under Africa, just roughing it, you know. It's one of the solar control plates, I imagine, for late summer and summer, you know, but for down there. But it's one of the plates that runs to the other side or almost to India. Again, solar control. These plates at Vanuatu, what do you got? A bunch of volcanoes and everything. Different seasons, they're going off, you know. These are the plates that are helping to deflect the sun, including these plates north of Russia. And again, this map is skewed. It's square, it's flat, and they simply, you know, pulled it around the ball and cut out all the excess and did their magic with whatever you want to call it.
Yeah. Yeah, of course.
But all these parts, well, the ones laid out here, are used directly by, well, at least wholly for the sun, but not, I believe, only for the sun. I'm sure they're multi-purpose and it's configuration beyond my imagination. These are reading our temperatures, they know water currents, they know what's going on. We don't need global warming theories and we have to do this to not overheat and melt the icebergs. You know, one of the reasons, like it's FTV, you know, it's a logical, you know, two and two together, but I didn't think of it. But here we have this plate, and right now this bottom southeast corner is hot. It's all active, it's red, and it's playing part in the winter cycle of air and air currents and stuff. But when it's full and on, I guess, they get hot. This is in part cooling for this one, but also weather control, tide controls, current, you know, other stuff. So, you know, how it all interplays beyond, you know, in a team of good researchers take a while to, you know, and good maps and mapping, because now it can be mapped properly. I think everyone who can see through this realizes now that the dimensions and continent and mapping and sun's path, all this stuff is going to be, well, for us to resolve because people we've trusted with, you know, education, truth, and science have amounted to being nothing but liars and profiteers and charlatans. And this is the message that, you know, it's time for them to take their snake oil show out of town. People aren't buying it no more. So this is a chance. Let's hope the snake oil goes away. But yeah,
that's what the Nazca Lines read to me, Jim. The Nazca Lines basically read to me, this is your world, this is how it works, look after it. It's as simple as that.
The plate I'll add right now, but right here from this corner of the plate across here where we have the northern lights. So this retorts back around there and it's on a little angle on the Nazca Lines. On the Nazca Lines, you have Bay James represented as a swirl with these bars around it, you know. So Bay James is represented just like the whale over in eastern Russia, just like the, you know, spider and the other creatures, parrots and other birds, the hummingbird for Alaska, and they all match up. They all, you know, draw a picture of a basic sweep trigger oscilloscope with a flyback circuit. I've worked with hundreds, thousands of them. I've fixed them for decades. I mean, it's just like second nature to me. It didn't come to me when I was first looking at it, and it really didn't come to me to like FBD was saying, you have to straighten it out. You have to straighten it out. And I was just going over my head, mental block, and showing me the stuff, but it because of the spinny winny hula hoop, sun going round and round, and it wasn't registering as a technical drawing. But he had one photo of the aurora borealis stretched out straight, and the instant I saw that, it became a flyback oscillator circuit with sweep triggers and all the nice, like fixing a pinball machine, or a little more technical than it. But it's still the same. It's just a machine to push around the light from one edge to the other, move it up and down, or north to south, top to bottom, whatever you want to call it now, incrementally, and actually very precisely in a route that it decides to send it. Sure, sometimes.
I've got that image on screen now, Jim, if you want us to show it.
Yeah, I'm going to take this off. Let me save, I think I made another triangle. So yeah, that's the one for the curtain of light in Canada's north. It's a metal plate, and it's not hideable. Stuff, it's out. Let me shut this and get off your sharing.
Yeah, very intriguing stuff, James. Thank you. No doubt.
Turn off sharing, we'll say. This, where can I turn it off without showing the...
You there, Katz?
I have to stop myself sharing, or does...
Yeah, stop yourself. Yeah.
I just don't want to expose the link. I'm not sure if I... Let me get back to that window. Sorry if I'm taking a moment. I always have a problem with this.
Sorry,
Because too many windows. Which one is chat? Art. Sorry. There's Hangouts, and no, that's not Hangouts.
Anybody else has any more questions?
You're all at 5.
Sorry,
there's a lot of information. Go ahead.
Jimbo, if you mute Jimbo, because every time you talk, it's
okay.
your screen.
I got to find the chat window again. I'm lost
Just,
behind a bunch of windows. I'm sorry.
Just mute while you find it, mate, and then the window won't keep popping up.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Right, there you go, guys. That's the image that did it for Jim. That's the conversion from the globe or a style map to a true flat map. That's the aurora straightened out. That's what we've been doing, really, straightening out the globe. We did try our work with various AE style maps, and it wasn't working out. So we don't need to look at those again. And we do think the map we're portraying here is the correct one. All the data we're seeing works with it. Nazca line overlays fit with it. And we're progressing nicely, but real world data's applying to it. Because when you look at real world data, they do use the Mercator map, which I'm pretty sure is derived from this map. It could only have come from this map originally, looking at it. Although they've condensed it a bit and made it a mess.
And also the flight paths also.
And seen from basically the southwest corner of Manitoba, for several days in a row, the Northern Lights, and they were in a straight row, and they're like curtains of light, and they were being pulled down towards Lake Winnipeg. Now, back then, there's no way I could understand why, but I know what I see, and I registered long term. But those were pulling down because of the bar that's on the west side of the Hudson's Bay. It's right there. I saw that phenomena. Anyone there will see it, and now they'll know. Being pulled down from north to south at that corner from the bar that runs on this side of Hudson's Bay. Pretty wild, eh? Or the west side of Hudson's Bay.
Well, yeah, You also notice the tides there. You can see now what's causing the tides. Lots of answers are coming now. You've got this information, aren't they?
Yeah, the Devil's Triangle has kind of a, if this is accurate, and I really think it is, because those plates cannot be hidden. Their effects are seen with the arid zones, like in South America, with, you know, the volcanic activity on the exposed plate. And none of this was meant to be hid from any of us. It was scratched in the sand, beautiful blueprints of how the sun works. And it was just hidden from us from, like I say, really a bunch of really selfish people. People want to use terms evil and all that. These are just greedy people who, you know, got the upper hand and used it. You know, at least there's a chance now. It has to be sort of, you know, democratically done. But like I say, the Planetary Society, let them ignore this. Bill Nye and these liars, those are people that really, if you want to really start kicking butt in a friendly way, those are the ones to go after. When those guys are shut down, it really goes a long way down the line. Or they're knocked out of the ballpark. This is public now. They're, you know, Freemason, Illuminati, clown magic, heroes and ghosts that they attribute a fake science to, you know, mask all this. It's over. All of their fake science is out the window. And there's no turning back from this. You know, I'm going to make a copy and do what I do with it.
You can look at the world now with new eyes. You really can. This is the geoglyphs overlaid there. What Jim Ward was showing you on Google Earth. This is just some of them. You can see the Greenland plate there. Special moment in your heart there for you, Jimmer, that Greenland plate.
Oh. Well, even when I was a kid, I saw it. I knew that part of the wall, that angled thing, didn't look natural. In nature, you don't have straight lines, 90-degree, you know, corners. And, you know, several years that plate was active when I was growing up, and they had the cameras there, and it was on the news, and millions have seen that. Millions know about that, well, that lava at that edge of the plate, and there are people that live there, you know. Who else should get to see this video? How about people that live right next to the plate? They can get some, you know, cameras up there and new beautiful drones with high def, and this is a dimensional plate, you know. It can't be hidden no more. You know, they controlled so much and had people so bewildered that, you know, here, look at the lava, and they hide the elephant, you know, in front of it. That steel plate was the elephant, and the lava was the beautiful distraction. You can see where a plate going down the earth that big, being whatever magnetized or changed, heated, or doing what it's doing, it'll generate some heat in the areas that are being, you know, used. And that heat, well, follows the path of, you know, underneath that plate to the surface, and it's so hot that it makes lava. Well, here's the news. Evaporation causes cooling. It's very possible that lava is just, you know, part of what's included in the cooling mechanism. As it takes away the heat, the plate cools off. That's how it works. Same way you cool anything, pour water on stuff to cool it off. Rock takes away heat, melts, rises to the surface like any other fluid. You know, with that much heat, water's no good. Think of it. Make a, you know, a solid, you know, contact with rock and mineral and let it melt it and just remelt it. And just doesn't volatilize and explodes like water would, you know. When there are, it's probably because when it was off, some water got in and then it was turned on back, you know. It had to go somewhere with the heating, and eventually gets out to the surface and spits and spoils and eruption or two. It's just that plate blows around the edge. It's because its pressure was building up and resisted getting out for a while, and you know, had a big blowout of the ash or something. You know, some things don't burn as well as other, or melt and, you know, relieve heat. You know, the ash is not very good for heat release. Anyway, it's all there. it's a piece of metal that comes from a bigger piece of metal, that it was cut from a bigger piece of metal. Maybe, maybe it was a square 1,400 by 1,400 miles wide by I don't know how long, but it was bigger than one piece. Probably, a square of it was cut to make at least a few of the main bars, and another piece was cut to make some of the smaller wedges and stuff. But, no one on earth could even conceive how to raise a sheet of metal one piece like that, 60 feet thick, 1,450 miles long, and 250 miles into the dirt. I can't pull it out. It was placed there. It was engineered and added as part of circuitry and hardware to magnetize the movement of a sun over a plane, a light over a plane. It's a hardware sun that we have. It's created by machines for us, for everyone. And the truth about it, like I say, the Creator made sure it was scratched in the sand in a place where it would last virtually forever. It's over one of the plates. It's going to stay dry. You're going to, how much wind is going to be there. Virtually none. It has lasted virtually forever. So, again, little group of sickos tried to take over. But again, like I say, people can think they can take over the world, and no one can take over anything. Not even 1,000 people can take over the world. Not even the giants could take over the world. It was history, may have been verbatim true. No, not 1 or 1,000 men really take over and rule this world in their minds, in the minds of some of their victims, but not many that do. It's temporary, whatever their beliefs are. They're only beliefs. There is really only, one true director of operations, and it ain't any of us. We can only be equal.
If anybody has any other questions or anything else to add to tonight's discussion and presentations?
I don't at all.
Any questions from you guys in chat?
You guys want to carry
Hello,
on a little
everyone, by the
more?
way.
Oh yeah, there was a question. Hold on, let me see it. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, maybe it's something else. Yeah, it was for someone else. Okay, never mind.
Well, we got one mind blown. We read Path, Any others who are sort of kind of like, going a bit numb like all of us went?
Yeah, I mean,
pass.
if you guys are done presenting all the information you have right now that you can share, then if you guys want to wrap this up, we can shut it down.
I could use a break because it's about 3 hours now too, and I think we all covered, everything that we could with getting into rants and raving like I usually do and stuff.
Well, yeah,
sounds good to me.
We got to shut it down.
Yeah, I didn't rant all night. It was great. I hope it gets
fantastic night. Yeah, fantastic night, guys. Well done, everyone. Fantastic
we promise to keep working, and what we find out, post to you and keep you updated. Again,
what we see, anything we see, you'll get to see. Don't worry.
Good job.
No. Thank you, Cat's Eyes, so much for this.
Yeah, thank you, Cats.
Yeah, Cats.
Thanks, Cats.
Yeah.
And you,
For being on our
Trotter,
panel.
for hosting.
Yeah.
And Trotter. Great questions always.
Yeah. Good
Thank you, Trotter.
Hosting, guys. Fantastic.
And Chatters for joining.
Lovely evening.
All right, you guys. Cats,
Thanks everybody from coming out and joining us this lovely night or evening or day. Thanks for coming, guys, like always.
I hope we measured your expectations, because I said it was the real deal, and I truly believe, you know, as real as those plates are, my understanding of it, and you know, everything that went on with the information we shared, it's accurate. We're, you know, we're in the ballpark. We have a new sun every day. That's, we're on a creation. So that's what I take home from tonight. I'm happy with it.
Yeah, me too. Good to see all the presentations together like that coming into one video. We hope you can make a lot of sense of it, guys. If you know, if you don't follow this map, that's fine by us. Try our work on your map, see how it goes, or overlay your work on our map. That's how we progress. You know, so if something's not right, we either fix it or remove it. As simple as that. And so far, so good. It's progressing nicely. But yeah, thanks once again, guys, and especially you guys in chat. You know, we'd be wasting our time if you guys weren't watching. Thanks, everyone.
Exactly. All right, you guys. Yeah, everyone. Peace out. Much love. Talk to you soon.
All right. Good night.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Cat Eyes. Thanks for coming, spending your time with us. I'm just gonna say thanks for all those that sub this channel, the other Cat Eyes Return and the Return of the Cat Eyes. I'm glad we're back to my original channel, and I'm grateful that we're here. So thanks, and I'll give it to Totter.
Cool. Hey, what's going on? It's been a while, you guys. Long time no see. It's good to be on air again. Yeah, tonight we're just gonna do with the research team. FB's got some stuff he wants to share with us. One Conscience got some more data, and James is gonna go over a few things to get people up to speed on what's going on with some of his research as well. So that's pretty much it for now. Anybody else got anything to say about anything? No? FPV, it's all yours, brother.
Thanks, Rob. Thanks, Cats. Hello, panel members. Hello, guys in chat. Yeah, back with some more research update, guys. I'll just present this to everyone. Right, I'm going to give you some quick map familiarization and point out our known world in what I've been decoding as the original world map and the blueprints we call the Nazca Lines. If you can see my mouse, I hope you can. Can you see that, guys? Someone shout yes. You saw no. You see my mouse?
You're sharing it here, yeah, but I don't know if they could see it out there.
Yeah, if you can see it, they should see it. Right. Yeah, what we've been identifying is the known world map, right, guys? Where you see the whale there, top right, that's kind of roughly above northeast Russia. Coming back over the west side, this coastline type shape here. This would be Alaska, Canada, USA, South America, this kind of strip going down here. So just to familiarize yourself with this old world map, because that's kind of what we're looking at here. You know, these are the locations you can see here. Eventually they're going to tell me, you know, where in the world they are. But currently I'm going to introduce you to this side of the world and give you a bit of a breakdown of what's happening here in the underworld. Now this area here, this is down in Antarctica. We won't actually get to see any of this. Well, not like what it's looking there. So keep watching. I'm going to take you up and start introducing you to parts of the world you should start recognizing, and we'll overlay this technology where it needs to be. Right, that's the Antarctic coastline roughly, where this here is. Where you can see that there, that's roughly the Antarctic coastline on the real world map. You know, this is familiarization course for you, so you know where these overlays are in the world, basically. Now this part here, this is Easter Island. This is South America. I'll keep playing it just so you can see a bit more. The monkey wasn't South Africa, guys, it's South America, and it's located there. So that is part of South America on the real world map. Then we're getting into Central America, so I'll let it play. You can see antennas here as well. Look, see that antenna there? That's coming from somewhere near the South American plates there. That'd be a large plate there. What I can identify here for you as well is some winds. You know, there's some actual winds have got a name. Pineapple Express, for instance. Jimbo mentioned the Pineapple Express. And when I looked at this technology, I could work out what's causing it. If you look at this coil here, see the coil there? There's one there. There's one down here. In between there is what's called the Pineapple Express. And it is these two coils that are responsible for it. So just so you got some familiarization there of what's where in the world. So that's the Pineapple Express. It would go across there, which is roughly top of South America going into Central America. And it seems to be coming from Hawaii. Right, so this plate here, you can see this in red. These two coils here, this top coil's up in a location in Canada. This bottom coil is roughly Central America. I couldn't give you a location off the top of the head, but it's underwater. There's like a round part there in the land, and it's underwater there. Now the spider geoglyph, I haven't put it in there, but yeah, it's attached to this. And like Jimbo, you know, I've been discussing these geoglyphs with the research team. And Jimbo rightly says, yeah, well, it's a dangerous spider that's portrayed in that geoglyph, so it's a kind of a warning, which makes sense. You know, any geoglyph that's using a dangerous species is basically giving you a warning. There's a warning that something could be wrong in that region. Now, the region we're looking at here, obviously, it's not far off Bermuda Triangle. You've got locations that Jimbo can reference in Canada that I can't remember the name of, but there's quite strong. I think it's tidal movements, and that is definitely put down because of this technology here and this big plate. If you're there, Jim, feel free to jump in and comment
the
on
Bay of Fundy gets the 52-foot tide.
Yeah, so that makes sense. Right, the Bay of Fundy. Yeah, that's somewhere in this region here. Jim would have a better idea. It's probably be that blue line there, is it, Jim? Goes up towards that coil. That looks like something I've seen on the a geoglyph before that I've
Yeah, it would be just off the blue plate, the big blue plate near the point of the wedge. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So yeah, you've got things we can relate to in the real world there going on. That being part of it.
That plate can give us our northeasterlies too, which, you know, we get a westerly wind and storms coming in, some north, they come down northeast, and then you get an easterly blows in. You get like storms of the century, they call them, because the winds are coming from every direction and meeting over the mid-Atlantic there off Newfoundland, New Brunswick, and it's terrible place to be in a boat when you have those storms. In fact, there's a movie about one of those storms, the storm of the century. George Clooney and a bunch of fishermen go against it and lose.
Yeah, nature wins there. So familiarization again, guys. That's kind of going up into Canada. And the bottom bit's going down into central USA. So yeah, it's quite large. Whatever that particular piece of technology is humongous. Well, it all is, you know. By comparison, the scale of this is huge.
The plate a little farther north, or that plate, maybe the one that runs across, or the one farther north runs across and gives us the curtain of light, I think, that is the Aurora Borealis.
Right.
It just seems to all fit.
I'll let it play, because I'm going to overlay it onto the real world map now so you can see what's going on. And I'll pause it. So a real world map, we're looking at this configuration here using these overlays. That's roughly where we're at with them overlays there. I've already done this side because, you know, this is it's quite easy to get at. It's all in one big strip, basically, top to bottom, complete coverage. So you can see there now that location in Canada where that coil is. This one, Central America there.
That's
so, you know,
exactly in a beeline with the northern lights in Canada, across the northern part of the country.
Yes, that was a good overlay, Jim, yeah?
It was beautiful.
Yeah, go to Easter Island, looks like correct, you know. It'll be close, there might be a few bits off, but you can see now what I meant about the Antarctic coastline with this part here being in line with it. So it's like a cut-off point of technologies happening, or so we think happening there. The other ones around the rest of the world. As I reveal more, I'll keep putting them on here, but this side held the most interest for us at the moment because there's so much going on in it, and it was easy to start breaking down into the locations and what was where. I'll just show you an image. In fact, wait a minute. I'll just flick over to this image to show you we do check and double check a lot of things. You can see that image there. This is the one originally Jim took from Google Earth in around about 2011 of this plate in Iceland. Now it concerned Jim, the last time we showed it as part of the Greenland plate, which is this one here. And he wasn't happy with the alignment, rightly so, because if you look at the alignment there, it doesn't match this plate. We went back to it again anyway and fixed it because it's actually part of the 8x8 grid. That's the central part of the 8x8 grid. And if you look at the location where that plate comes through, it matches it perfect. So yeah, it's in the right location. So you know, we do check and double check things. So just as well you did, Jim. You know, it was bothering Jim. The alignment didn't seem right until he looked at it again, and then I realised it's part of the 8x8 that's showing. If you want to mention that other place, Jim, that you mentioned, that island.
Well, that's one that found that one, so she should maybe mention it. So.
That one, yeah, go on, one. I wasn't sure about it. You there, one?
Yeah, it was Oak Island. So there's that show. Anybody that does watch any television, I did recently because I was in a hotel, but usually I don't. But they unearthed a big metal plate. So it's right. Where is it, Jimbo? You know better where it's at than I do.
Yeah, it's off the Atlantic coast, just off of Nova Scotia, where it was like heavily traveled by pirates who dumped cannons stuffed with stuff.
Can you see my mouse, Jim?
Filled with pitch. But yeah, it's just off the Atlantic coast around, you know, New Brunswick and Prince Edward Island and Nova Scotia.
So this area here where my mouse is.
Yeah, I got you clicked now. Yeah, the North Atlantic, basically.
Yeah, so it's on there. Right, I'll jump back out of there then. Oh, I've got to present to everyone. So yeah, in case I wasn't presenting there, it's there. Look, you can see it's part of that 8x8 grid. What the orange bar that Jim located. I'll just go back to presenting the grid. So there's the configuration, guys, if you can see that. That's what it looks like on our land masses. Well, part of it. So I'll keep that playing. That was a little tour of the Americas there, and a breakdown of the technology and its locations, and some explanations as well. Now, of course, I'll just rewind it a sec. Of course, you should have seen a discrepancy there. He's pointed out. You can see the mouse again. All this in the west isn't even catered for yet. We've been looking from there to Alaska, say. That's what we've been looking at so far. Now, this whole area out in the west, this is a new area. It's going to reveal to you what I think. Well, hold on, I'll just show you this. This is it roughly, just thrown across series map now, so we can get a, you know, series is found extra in the north and south. So now we can expand east and west also, using the information from the Nazca Lines. It might not be super accurate, remember, because the land masses have changed since these were carved into rock, but they won't be far out. And this technology does exist, and it's probably still in use because it's part of how our world works. So you can see in the west there, the Paracas family, this whole area, I've been trying to bring it to life. I can see now where they've been cutting roads and, you know, hiding things and mining and building to try and break up what it really is. And it is huge. It's got to be the world's largest antenna.
On a side note, the Peruvians believe that the giants that came and sort of took over came from the west.
Yeah, I would believe that. You're looking at that. That
So
geoglyph.
it may be a place of giants also.
That geoglyph is it's over 5 miles long. Hold on, I'll go back to it. You know, it's all been broken up, remember, but I'm going to show it you now. Right, if you can see the mouse, top bit's there, coming down to the bottom. That's just one part of this. Then there's all this on the left, there's all this over here. Obviously, where these fields are has been hiding things. It's everywhere. But I'm going to show you what it is and give you a little tour of the place. So this is out west, guys. This is out way past the Y, under the Worlde away nearly. And if you look at the large antenna design, these green lines, they actually use the ridges of the mountains. Very clever. It took me a while to figure out where all these lines were connecting to, but they've used the ridges of mountains, you know, to basically portray these are cables. You know, this is part of a very large antenna system, and they've been placing them everywhere. Especially, you know, that it took me ages to figure out what was going on, why I'm getting green lines going along the top of mountains, and then it came to me. It's a very large antenna that they've been chopping up, you know, mining and building and basically breaking the whole shape down, so you can't make out it's one actual piece of equipment. It is one huge antenna. And I think this is the one reference in scripture as the Great Tower in the West. I think this is what it's depicting. But take a look at it, you know, these lines, they do go everywhere. And like I said, they've been using the ridges of the mountains. It didn't make sense at first until I started tracing those, and I thought, oh, it's an antenna, another larger antenna. The world's largest antenna, you know. There's lots of antennas in these geoglyphs, but this thing, this is the antenna of antennas. You know, there could be one in the north, south, east, and west. But this is the first one I've come across that I can actually say is one complete antenna that's been broken down into many parts. This is the one I showed you in the previous video. I filled in a bit more now. Remember, at the right angle, it'll jump out at you in 3D. You can see it there, the different levels on it. A lot more detail. You can see now how it would connect to something in the distance over there. Remember, these are below ground, so forget the landmass that you're looking at. It's just been carved there to show you the detail. These are actually, all this is portrayed as being below ground, in my opinion, and it's basically the workings of the world. So yeah, going back to giants, pretty sure now the creator assigned giants to have these carved at Nazca, Peru, as the world blueprints for everyone to come and learn from. You know, these geoglyphs, like that antenna, it's 5 miles long. These were not done by guys. You'll find the National Geo channel portraying a couple of guys with sticks rubbing the ground. These weren't done by a couple of guys with sticks. That's ridiculous, Speedy. These clearly done by giants. They were taking the tops of mountains, for God's sake. They were chopping the tops of the mountains off and carving straight lines into them. Right, down to these geoglyphs here, guys. I don't know if you can see them very well. I'll just play a bit more. Right. And you see there with this guy at the top left, this one, they call it the Voyager. Now look at his hand and what he's holding. Remember, this green is part of cabling for an antenna. Can you tell these people, Jim, what that reads to you, that geoglyph? Hello, Jim. I think you muted it. Jim, are you there? Doesn't matter if you're not. Right, he must be FK. Anyway,
I was really over muted there. I was just behind windows and just.
Doesn't matter. I was just going to elaborate, but I'll just pass it to you to give a little breakdown of what that image is portraying there, Jim.
Well, you know, a lot of people think these are characters of people. Well, that they do look male and female and stuff, and they could very well personify male and female. But the one on top, and they both have, you know, different kind of number of tines on their hair. And the guy on top actually has his right hand on a wire. Well, there's a right hand rule in electricity, is that, you know, the direction your fingers are going when the current is flowing towards your thumb is the direction of the rotation of a magnetic field. So, you know, I don't know, for me, if I was trying to read it as electrical code, it's just tells you the direction of the current or the magnetic lines of flux through that line, through that system, basically. And those things on their hairs, the tines, I'm not sure what they'd represent. Switching, or just like, you know, they look almost like transistors and, you know, truth logic circuits, really TTLs.
My thinking was it's like, you know, like warning, RF energy, danger, microwave energy, or, you know, like electric shock, the hair standing up on end. That was kind of what I had when I first looked at them.
Well, you know, honestly, a lot of RF waves of a lot of kinds are worth staying away from. If you can keep your distance from them, you're way better off.
It was kind of telling me, you know, this is RF energy or danger. Yeah, so, you know, it's like an early danger sign. Now, you know, look again, guys, you know, this has been carved into rock for since the world was created, basically. These are the world's blueprints. And look at the intelligence in these, carving these into rock. What is this portraying, people? It's telling you there's electrical work been happening here, and to be careful and treat it with respect and to know how it works.
Well, you know, here's a funny thing, you know, and I've had it on mountains and other stuff too, whether it's before a storm or during it. If lightning's going to hit, you feel your hair standing on edge on the back of your head, the static and whatever, the charge in the air, you can actually feel it. Most people don't recognize it as a warning that, you know, there's too much charge in the air and there's going to be a lightning bolt somewhere. Usually pretty close if you're feeling it. So, you know, usually it's on mountains and hills and when you're up higher and stuff, but you can be anywhere, you know. Anywhere,
yeah, you're right. There's small geoglyphs, guys. Look, danger, usual signs. This one here actually looks like the guy's jumping out of his skin. If you look at that, oh look, he's like actually left his skin behind and jumped out of his skin. I think that's what that's kind of portraying.
But they also have definite number of tines and shapes to their heads, you know. So
yeah, that one's got more lines on the top.
Still coated. If they're like I say, their eyes look more like I said, like
switches
No,
and other
well,
stuff, where,
obviously, he's going to get it shocked because that one's plugged in.
like
Same with that one, if he touched that, he'd get a shock.
the
This one
green
here,
one, what number would it
looks
be?
like he's smiling, and I'm not sure what he's got in
Yeah.
his hand there, but that's not connected to anything.
The third from the right, his face looks like a double pole single throw switch. It's exactly what that yellow in his face looks like,
Him over here.
Yeah, the third one. That in electricity would be a single throw double pole, they call it. It's a switch in his face. The other ones have different, configurations. I don't know what they mean as, but the one face, if I had to call one that was actually, related to an electric circuit, I'd call that one
when I first found these, Jim, these are called the Paracas family. Well, when I first found them, I thought, why would these, I didn't add these green lines on the ridges at first because I didn't realize they existed until I put these characters in. And I thought, well, why are these over here by themselves? They're not actually represent anything. This guy looks like he's trying to touch something. And that's when I realized these lines go along the ridges. That's when I realized it's a huge antenna. They're all kind of around and portraying, and it's telling you how it works, basically, with the flow of energy. And
more characters mean more controls needed there or whatever. More operations.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's about 9 just in that area alone, which is quite a lot for one area. And they're all like roughly around the base or that area of this giant antenna.
I'd laugh if you found a dozen and then no more. Yeah, really.
But there could be more. But you can see there, look at the scale of that, guys. Now, there's all these parts left of there. I'm pretty sure they all connect into one huge, whatever it is, I think this is what's running the sun, Jim, or this is where
construction is just more of the same. It's all part of one. It's just
part of how the world works. Yeah, I'm not sure which part, but it's definitely the Western Tower.
Certainly part of the same construction. So
I'm not even sure if
technically part of our world.
These buildings or whatever they used to be here, I don't even know if they're part of it or are they built on top of something to hide more. That's what you find, you do a lot of line work and you'll just come across a construction site that's just wiped out a load of information. They're all over the place as well, At the bottom of the hill there, you got these fields and things going on. I mean, I suppose people have got to live somewhere, but I think they really need to now start considering what these lines represent, because they definitely haven't been portrayed properly. When have you ever seen the lines portrayed like what you're seeing here? If I'd seen them like this, I would have said years ago, wow, something really special going on there. But no, you're not seeing them portrayed in this correct format like this, in its completeness. You're just seeing images and the odd lines here and there. There's your avatar there, Jim. It's 4 o'clock. That's like the cut-off region for the sun.
You want to know something funny? At McGill, they have a supercomputer, a Big Blue, basically. It's about as big as a tennis field, a tennis court, but 3 stories of it there. In any case, the software that was used for really decades was a little Linux program. It was called Kermit. And when you started that little program, you saw Kermit the Frog. And you'd program in everything from, students' names, whatever, and just you use Kermit to do it on a little Mac with Linux, control the supercomputer. But you use Kermit. It's just the idea that that little frog is there if it's a frog, and that, the little frog was controlling a supercomputer. Just I thought it was strange connection.
Another thing with these things, guys, if you can see my mouse, the shape of this thing here. Another thing notice there, the bottom of them sometimes have different parts to them, and it's got different amounts of these black lines. I would say different values. When you look at a resistor, you've got bands on with different values. Well, some of these, whatever these may be, also have bands on the bottom, and some have like 2 or 3 or 4. There's some kind of a, some pattern going on to these, what they represent. I'll probably never figure out exactly what these parts are, but they're some part of some kind of an antenna system or related to coils or the switching of technologies, that's for sure. And, we're getting into what I've said before now, but the creators definitely designated giants to create these on this scale. It has to be. You cannot see guys making a 5-mile geoglyph just to walk down. It's ridiculous. No, these are something very special, and they've been hidden. So here's my plea to the Peruvian Prime Minister. Please stop all work which further destroys the creator's blueprints we know as the Nazca Lines. These blueprints were placed for all to see and learn from. Please do your utmost to help preserve them and tell their true story. These lines and geoglyphs are being intentionally destroyed by building, farming, expansion, roads, mining, bad planning, and sabotage. I just hope all the destroyed ones have already been recorded and are made available to the public. The people telling their story are clearly lying and withholding information. I see the big picture with my decodings, and they speak for themselves. They translate into real-world data easily and help explain many things to do with our worldly workings, of which our researchers and myself can identify and process into our reality. They identify the real-world map sometime after our world's creation and detail all the workings of the underworld in their full glory. I hope you receive this message and make this information known and seriously consider my decodings. They are the most important thing I have ever looked upon. Yours, FPV Angel. I'm going to show you now some signals also from the mimic map, guys, because these are related to what's going on with these switch-ins. You've seen most of them bits before. I'll just forward through them. There's just more geoglyphs, more locations, more markers, more technologies, more proof, more evidence, more bad news for the globalists, which is a good thing. So we're going to jump to the mimic map, if I can find it. See you somewhere. Wow, I was going to blow you away with all these, wasn't I? There, mimic map. Okay, so here's some of the technology in action that we're seeing on the mimic map. You'll see some of it happening here. Here you go. Watch all these. This is this technology in operation. Undeniable, very strange, blow your mind kind of transmissions that can span the length of the world in seconds. Well, however long it takes. I'll pause it there because we're going to jump over to One Conscience's information now. So I'll hand over to you, One, and I'll bring up your Ocean Lines videos, I think. I'll bring that up first because it is related to what we're looking at here.
Okay.
While you get yourself ready for that, I'll just switch video.
Yeah, FPV, thank you for that presentation and getting us up to speed with the new stuff you found. Good stuff,
Yeah,
brother.
Hope it came across okay, guys, and and you receive it well.
All right, so what you're seeing here is I'm going through and outlining the lines that are under the ocean floors. You can see how they relate to the Nazca Lines. It's not really too much explaining to do. I did them in different colors so we could see how they're definitely 3D. There's definitely some kind of structures. It's our technologies. We can see the signals being sent from place to place. And where these big points are, we have events occur. These are very active places. That one right there is the Mid-Atlantic Ridge. Anybody that has ever looked into earthquakes knows that that's a very active place. It seems to have a 3D structure look to it. The green ones are lines of volcanoes. So anywhere you see the bright green, that's actually undersea volcanoes. This one kind of looks like a guy. Well, it went by, but some of them, they've taken shapes. And I was pretty amazed because when I do this, there's the Australia one, by the way, Michelle. I was zooming in and doing this, and as I zoomed out, I kind of saw how they were developing shapes, structure figures. Some of them kind of looked like, people. I haven't shown them all because I was kind of on a short time limit today, but on different areas, there's pyramids under there, but we can just see the signals coming out of these areas, where they come from, where they hit, and we know it's true because the activity of Earth occurs in these places.
Yeah, it's also verified on the mimic map what you were seeing before, guys. These signals are actually going to these locations here. These are like the Nazca lines on the world scale. Nazca lines themselves are like the blueprints compressed down to one area, so you can get a big picture of it all. But what one's done here is gone around the globe and highlighted what's on the ocean. But there's probably more than that. What you can see there, they do hide and mask a lot of things on the seabed as well. But I mean, what you've seen there already is a lot of information. Some of those miles are hundreds of, well, not hundreds, but thousands of miles long. They're huge.
Yeah, and this isn't complete. I'll continue to work on it. It takes quite a long time. You probably know that, FPV, to find the lines and then, trace them out. So it takes a long time, but it's worth it. There's a person. There's the one. That one was the one that quite amazed me. You can see the face. I just went through and colored them in different colors, because if you zoom in, the lines look a little different. Different lines do look different, and the green again is all volcanoes. So, it's following our line of fire. It's not a ring of fire; it's a line of fire.
Yeah, straight line across the equator, guys. That's what we're looking at, really. Yeah, they've chopped the world up so bad to hide it. What we showed you in the West just before on the Nazca lines doesn't exist. You will not find it on the map, but it's there. It needs put back on the map correctly, and the map we're using, as far as we're concerned, is the correct one. It just needs all these locations re-added.
Yeah, and look how busy it is. I mean, this is the energy flows. So I find it pretty fascinating. Some of them turned to look like coils, you know what I mean? And
oh, yeah.
It's just amazing. It's amazing. Because when you're zoomed in, you don't see it. When you pull it back out, you're like, oh.
Well, that area there, if you can see my mouse, that area there is where that coil was off that large apparatus.
Yeah, and I haven't even started in there.
In there. I would say they probably masked that out looking at the color of it.
Yeah, some of it they do too. It's blurred. It's not as bad as the land shots, but they've skewed Google Earth to a point. You can find a lot of good stuff on it, but they have blurred it out. So. All right.
I'll get your next clip ready. Hold on.
Yeah. So I wanted to share that part with everybody because it takes, like I said, a long time to do it, but I'll keep working on it. For the next part, I'd like to do a summary of what we've learned about our Earth energies and the flows of energies, the quakes, the volcanoes, and how it correlates with the work from FPV and Jimbo. We've been kind of attracting some new people lately, so I wanted to kind of go back over it and kind of summarize it. I'll share what I've learned, and we can try to figure it all out together. So let's start with the quakes and their destroying and creation abilities. So where does quake energy come from? What we've learned is the energy comes from signals below being sent to the plates. When the signals hit the designated plate, it causes the Earth to tremble and shake. You may be wondering what signals I'm talking about.
Well, the signals come from the designed circuit board below. Signals are sent from area to area, plates, causing events to occur such as our sun motion, our moon motion, winds, tides, etc., all of our natural Earth events. When the signal hits the plates, it causes the shake that occurs. We do see steady movement of the signals. Some are the same each day in and day out, literally. These are the ones that are a result of the sun moving in and out of areas. Not only that, but they kind of cause a tunnel, kind of a boxed in tunnel area. That's the path that the sun travels. They're not large quakes. These are typically on a magnitude of zeros, ones, and twos. We don't feel these quakes as they travel through the plane. I like to refer to the zeros and ones as the ongoing flow code of our Earth, kind of similar to the programming code of computers, the binary code, zeros and ones. I think it's pretty cool. It's the program of our Earth. Now we can see how they got that idea from our creator. Let's get into larger quakes and the release points. So what causes larger quakes? Well, I think it comes from a few things that I've looked into. One of the biggest and most frequent thing to affect quakes would be the release of the volcanic energies, which are creators, destroyers, and maintainers of our known world. How can something be all three, you may wonder? Well, lava in a volcano typically runs about 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit, so that's maintaining the heat and the warmth of our equator area. It's the line of fire. It's not the ring of fire, but it's the line of fire. That's the correct term. There's lines and lines of undersea volcanoes that litter the land, the oceans, between the tropics, and very heavily along the equator. They are our internal heating system of the Earth. The areas are warm here, as well as the water. The waters produce our warm currents. So how do they create? Well, when they realize, as we see on surface, the lava flows out, it cools. As this happens, land masses are formed. There's an island called Belogoslav volcano. The volcano is the island. When it does explode, it actually wipes out the entire island and reforms with each eruption. It's creating new landmass with each explosion. The destroying aspect is easy to understand because this is the part we see on the surface, the part that affects people by the explosion, the lava flow, and the ash clouds that occur. They serve as vents in most areas to release the steams and energies along the way. This occurs on land and underwater. By the way, underwater will heat about 150 degrees more in an area when an undersea volcano releases its energy. So you can kind of understand why I've concluded this to be our internal heating system. Another thing that can add to existing energy is the sun itself. The sun also releases energy at times. Science calls solar flares. Although I have not concluded why this happens, I have concluded that these events will add to the existing energy flow and can lead to large quake events to occur on the surface. The extra energy will lead to a larger movement when it releases. This actually all makes sense when you realize and understand that this is all happening below us. Now, the last thing that affects the Earth energy are man-made technologies such as CERN. Well, why CERN? It's a particle accelerator, right? So they spin the atoms as fast as possible. They collide them. They say the collider contains the energy. Well, that's not true. What happens is they are creating this energy with their colliding and beam drops. They are making beams of antihydrogen in parallel rays. They spin these and it causes an electrical charge, which they then collide. The energy does release into the ground, and it does not stay contained as they suggest. How do I figure this? Well, each time they do a beam drop, a deep quake event begins. Why is that important?
Well, deep quakes lead to the shallower, larger movement on surface. This is a result, again, of them directing this beam, the energy, the signals to the plates and causing the trembling just like it would naturally. But this is not natural. It is it's man-made to reverse engineer the system, make it behave as they want to rather than as the creator wants it to. Earth does have natural release spots for this energy that occur. Naturally, it would be the volcanoes. Man has made other release points as well by fracking our land. What is fracking? It's when they inject liquid at high pressure into the subterranean rock as to force open existing fissures to extract the oils and gases. When they do this, they weaken the surface and cause a new energy release point. An example of this is Oklahoma. Oklahoma is the new release point of Central North America zone, where it used to be the New Madrid Fault Zone. Man has changed the creator's release points by fracking the earth to obtain the resources below. What does all this even mean or matter? Well, it matters because they are purposely changing the design of the creator to obtain all the natural resources for themselves, and then they sell the natural energy back to us. They keep us enslaved in the systems. This energy should be free to us to draw out of the earth and direct to use as needed. How would we do that? Well, Jimbo's going to build something and try to show us how to do that. But from what I understand, we would need copper wire, and quartz crystals are pretty amazing conductors of energies. The ancients knew this. That is why the pyramids and obelisks are made of quartz crystals, possibly to energize the areas and direct it to specific areas of our ancient past. Now, I'm not claiming to have all the answers. I merely want to share my knowledge so we together can figure out a better way for the future. So the picture on screen of that big shot of land is where New Zealand rose 6 feet with one earthquake, by the way, the one that's showing. And that's about all I have. So I'll hand it over.
Thanks for that one. Lovely information.
Yep. Thank you.
That was really awesome. And like I said, I really didn't make the connection between the radio signals from under the water, you know. I was still like not in Jacques Cousteau mode, you know, but again, it's just amazing stuff that, you know, all points to one thing, you know. I don't have much of a presentation tonight. I've been working doing a lot of other stuff, and I you know, I can only do so many things at once. I know I've had a good time. I've still been looking at a lot of stuff, and you know, like they say, I hate expressions like that, but all roads lead to Rome, you know. Even if I try to look for something that might, you know, sort of like, you know, go against or disprove stuff we're studying, it just doesn't happen. Like when I found the plate and a picture of its proper orientation, I thought, wow, that's a problem. But, you know, I shared it, and it was only a problem for a few minutes that way. For me, it was, oh my God, why is it not where I thought it was and where I said it was, you know? But, you know, really as serious as all that, because it was still, you know, in the end, it wound up where it should be, where it was, and, you know, I was wrong. Well, I mean, plate's still there. I'm sorry, yeah. I was wrong. But there are more plates, like, you know, kind of popping up here and there. Like one of the interesting things about the one on Oak Island, it's a wedge, or not a wedge, but a corner that goes out, you know, farther out towards, like, for example, you know, the 8x8 that's in Greenland. It could actually be a piece or a part of that huge chunk, you know.
Jim's just been modest here, guys, as well. If you look on screen there, what you're looking at there is what I think is, we'll call it the Canadian chakra for now. It's either a mandala, a Canadian mandala, or a chakra. I'm saying chakra because if you remember in one of our previous videos, we showed the double helix signal at the winter equinox. Well, the location, this location here in Canada, this helix was at one point attracted towards this location and another point repelled by it. So it's definitely got something to do with switching going on. One being attracted and one being repelled. So yeah, nice find, Jim. You stop being modest, mate. I've been looking for that for ages, and you found it straight away.
Yeah, I'm trying to keep my eyes open and peeled. That circle too is 25 miles or so in diameter. So again, I think I mentioned it before. Anyone who may want to think that that's some type of irrigation thing for, you know, a prairie farm, far from. You know, there ain't many things that in nature will form that. You know,
Yeah,
bullseye rings 25 miles in diameter. I don't see it.
That's what it really looks like.
And again, its location on a north-south, you know, potential plate boundary.
And it looks like the militaries took over the center of it.
Par for the course.
Is that a military airport there in the middle of it or something?
Oh, it could be. Like, look, I'm looking at around here where our bases are and stuff around Ottawa and stuff, and they're very special reasons they take over these lands and these places.
Yeah.
I mean, there's just, I don't kid myself no more. I mean, it was just because
so
they're nice rocks and they could blow things up there and no one would care. They're selected. You know.
If any of you guys in chat like playing in Google Earth, we've got lots of things like this to find yet, you know, chakras, mandalas. Get looking, guys. There's things out there we still need to find. You know, if you've got this kind of interest we have and you like scouring land and looking for clues, well, they're out there. They're trying to erase them, but they missed this one. Jimbo found that one. And there's more. There's definitely more. We just need to locate them and get them on the map. So if anyone wants help with that, by all means, jump in and let us know what you find.
And I've done a little thing because I'm not really lazy, and I like lights. I like turning on that little flashlight I have and chuckling every time I light up a building 2 miles away and shine it in people's bedrooms type of thing. But I'm going a little bit bigger because I showed it's a prototype now. Well, prototype. It's a core that'll work and everything, but I got a 2,000 watt, you know,
share that, Jim.
searchlight that I'm working on. I can put it up to 3,000, but I probably couldn't even plug it all in here without blowing a fuse. But I've got it up to 2,000 watts. I've got stainless steel cylinder and, you know, reflector coming there for the base, and I'm gonna make a lens for it. But you know, your typical lighthouse has 1,000 watt light in it. And I've got I'll have 3,000 watts stuffed in a searchlight.
James, I was
share that.
Oh, go ahead, FPV.
Yeah, I was going to see if we'd put on video the build he's been doing.
Yeah, I'm going to go through this one just to make it, you know, a nice unit. But I'm going to repeat the process because I have all the tools and everything already bought, and just redo it a lot more clean because, you know, when things look a little bit like, you know, not pre-built and pre-finished, they look kind of like, you know, Dr. Frankenstein, you know, building, you know, Frankenstein or something. It's just a little rough right now, but when I, you know, get it, just plug her in even without the lens and get it nice looking. Certainly going to start popping up a video and showing a good looking core because I still got to adjust some stuff. I figure I'm on a kind of circular design for the light now, but I want to make a kind of cone, an inverted cone in the base, so you know, the light sort of points more at the very bottom of the paraboloid and it's bounced back up, not so much towards the sides. Just design things, just like I say, it's going to be modular. Just anyone can build one. I'm going to show everyone all the parts and just...
I was going to say, can you put your camera on and show us what you showed us earlier?
I can plug it all in and just show you the brightness. Here, let me make sure all four work too. Just give me a sec.
Yeah, I like builds like this. What did you think of the presentation, guys? Any questions on that while Jimbo's busy? Anyone?
No, you guys actually covered everything. There's I don't know if anybody in chat has any questions.
Yeah, if you weren't getting it in chat, guys, there's more land. all directions seem to be revealing more land.
Yeah.
Especially in the west. You know, that's not to say it's not happening everywhere else, but yeah, it's nice to see them pop up in the west on the Nazca Lines.
Yeah, I want James to just recap what he said before about the sun's trajectory and I'm sorry, and if you can just maybe explain that a little bit, if you can shed some light on that when he gets back.
Hey, we have light. I'll present you, Jim. There you go. Tell us when you want to stop presenting, and I'll stop presenting.
Well,
That's it.
It's turned on. That's 1500 watts. I'm gonna build it for 3000, but I probably won't really be able to run it, you know, more than 2000 to set up the focus and other stuff when it's at that stage. That white light over there is 1500 watts, and like I say, when it's all said and done, it'll be this one light will have 3000 watts output if I'm running off a generator or something on a beach. It'll be pretty portable, you know, pretty handy. Yeah. Probably when it's finished, its total weight will be under 30 pounds. Should be fun.
Yeah, and that's it switched on and working already. Yeah, I want to see the build of that. Look cool. Well, any questions from the guys in chat on anything we've been mentioning, or they just arriving and missed it? I think that was the hazard of switching back to your first channel, Cats. We probably left a lot of people behind that weren't sub to this channel.
Well, I mean, FPV or James, one of you guys can answer this. If you guys can just kind of go over like how the halos project energy or project the sun.
Yeah, okay, yeah, well, it's in one video, yeah. CERN, guys, CERN, in my opinion, is a reverse engineered angel, the technological version. It's a physical coil below ground. They call them a particle accelerator. It physically projects an electromagnetic halo into the sky with nodal points. They call them sundogs. You will see images or video of these when there's barium or certain type chemtrails in the atmosphere that reveals them. Barium's usually the best because that's what it's designed to do. And you will find the sun traversing around the outside of them, going about its business. You know, the sun, the moon. But from what I can see, all luminaries are controlled and manipulated with this kind of technology. This is technology below ground that the Nazca Lines revealing locations of and part of how it works. Jimbo and Juan's work helps break it down into real world data on locations and events, and you know, Jimbo's give it a good breakdown of how the sun works, what it is, how it can be magnetically trapped by these halos and moved around the sky. Now they're basically like a horizontal and vertical hold. What we don't know, or what I don't know personally, is if the sun is really in the sky or is it just a particle in the accelerator below ground going around the coil and it's passed to another, then another. I would say it's something in the sky. Looking at the Nazca Lines, it suggests to me it is a sort of an object in the sky because it's got that cut-off point at the end, which is basically Jim's avatar. The solar clock, it's something's marking it going across, and when it gets to a certain location, it's going to hear that signal and restart it in the east or recycle it around the north, say for the 24-hour northern summers. Hope that makes sense. It's a lot to take in, isn't it, guys? But if you follow our work, it's not great. It'll fall into place. You just need to watch these videos. Question from Padawan in chat there. Hi, Dee. Could it be that this technology is subverting the, what I think, living realm? Looking at its design, it's designed to help promote and flourish, make this world flourish and keep growing. By design, if you looked at the video playing when Mom was speaking about the volcanoes, you're watching creation right before your very eyes. This is what this is part of what this technology can do. It creates landmass. I don't know if you watched that slideshow, but you could see it creating a landmass in the background when Mom was talking. So by design, it's creating our world.
I think all this free energy that we're supposed to have and be able to harness because it's there for us. We're creators. Having it and having it free would allow us to create. Having taken it away from us, well, enslavement again. We're no longer creators.
Yeah, no, I'm not sure what time span or era we lost contact with this technology, but I'm pretty sure humans were taught it and practiced it. They've helped maintain it and run it and develop it, I would imagine, into other worldly workings.
Well, we have the good thing.
Not on a creator size scale, but on a localized scale. And they're doing that now with the reverse engineering of like CERNs and HARP, because don't forget all the weather is also technologically controlled. Everything's technologically controlled. The whole nature process is controlled by technology, in my opinion.
And people are naturally very constructive and builders by nature. People build, but that other side of it, that destructive thing where you take whole cities like Beirut or I don't care where and you bomb the hell out of them. I mean, what's the point there? Creation should sort of go one way to a degree. This nonsense that, everything has to be destroyed to recreate, new broom sweep, all this nonsense. I don't think that was the intent of the design either. Long term.
No, that's human. That's the human factor, isn't it?
Canine, dog eat dog nonsense.
Yeah. Yeah, people's trying to take ownership of our world, basically. They're taking ownership of how it works and reverse engineering this technology to get very rich from. But looking at various countries' mandalas, the Nazca mandala, the Hindu mandala, they're all telling the same story. And days of old, everyone knew how this worked. We were taught this at one point. They've just tried to hide it and just keep it for themselves. That's what's been happening. Words actually fail me at this moment. So that's what we're looking at, guys. It is a creation. It's a technological masterpiece on a scale you can't even comprehend. No wonder Enoch could just struggle to describe it and portray what it was telling him. Yeah, it's even by today's standards, it's still beyond our comprehension, the scale of these things in this world, or rather in the underworld. The underworld exists, and it's as big as our world, if not bigger. All hidden. The early 1900s, guys, people flew over Nazca, Peru, and decoded these lines. It shows them what's where in the world. These are the world blueprints. You're looking at the real political world map. And of course, greedy men are going to get greedy and want to go to these places and keep it all to themselves. Famous words, I think they're actually related to this. If the world knew what we did, they would chase us down the road and lynch us. Or words to that effect. I think they're actually related to what they're hiding here. So we live in a technological world, people.
Yeah. James, do you want to just kind of go over flux wave again? You want to explain? and what you think what these ley lines what the correlation is? He's like, why don't you do it, Mike? He's like, you've been around long enough.
I'm reading the paper.
Yeah. Well, one of the things is that, the magnetic waves and frequencies is the way that something at a very low frequency can be turned into a very high frequency and blend with others to become even more powerful. It's heterodyning. It's when there's, and it happens all throughout the nature of waves. They're always changing from one form to another. An obstacle gets in their way, they'll sort of bounce off, go around. In some instances, sound, it'll echo in mountains.
Well, like the seismic graph, it records what's happening as far as frequency is its distribution of frequency, and you can gauge what's going on with that. As far as
the volcanoes, the earthquakes, and not all of them. Okay, again, there are different types of earthquakes, but the machine-driven earthquakes that we're talking about have signatures. They noticed, I forget where it was, mid-Atlantic maybe, I don't know, but it was a recording of an earthquake signature, but it did something extremely odd, in fact, impossible in nature, where how if a wave starts real high spike and descends in a kind of bell curve to nothing, well, then it mirrored itself exactly opposite. It's like a exact mirror opposite earthquake happened. Well, there's no such thing as an exact mirror opposite earthquake there. It's an impossibility. These were two signals just mirrored. They call it INARPA in signaling. It's like being able to read forward and backwards, if you could turn every word, spell it backwards on a page and still be able to read it forward, you're reading in ARPA, backwards, basically. It's important for computers and signaling because, if say your phone number is 555-1212 and it goes through the computer, well, when it gets at the other side, if it's backwards, if it's 2121555, the computer won't recognize it necessarily as your phone number. It'll think it's a different number. So it has to know addresses forward and backwards, names forward and backwards, URLs, IPs, everything forward and backwards, emails, your email. It's known both forward and backwards. It might be at live.ca, but the computer, when it's sending and receiving data, it has to be able to interpret it, whether it's coming at it forward or backwards. It's called INARPA addressing. It's used in signaling. You have to. It's just like adding clouds to Photoshop of the Earth. You have to. It's like you can't have radio equipment without beat frequency oscillators, without heterodyne circuits, without certain things, without either Armstrong, Colpitts, or Hartley amplifiers. You got do different things at different stages, use different types of amplification. It's always the same thing. Once you know it, it's just like, I don't know how to compare it to something. It's like if you fix cars, your engine, your mounting blocks, your bolts, your alternator, your starter, all your parts, right? How they work together. If something's wrong at one place, what it is. Battery dies, you either got bad contacts on the alternator connections, or the alternators got bad whatever bushings. As a mechanic, you'll know what the problem is. It's the same thing with anybody in any trade. You You do it long enough, you know. It's like, it's hard to believe, but there are people who are paid $30, $40, $50 an hour to clean floors. Well, it sounds, well, why would they pay people that much? Well, these are very special floors. They're all different and natural. They're all marble and granite and other stuff. And you can't just use regular detergents and wash them like you would any other floor. A lot of them, they take special precautions, and there are people who know these materials and know what they can and can't use on them. And if they make a mistake, they can ruin a floor, because you can't off some slates and other stuff remove stains. It penetrates too far down. Natural substances for floors are and some of these buildings, they're pretty elaborate, so there are banks and there are other stuff that's like, they don't want stained floors or dirty looking floors, so it takes really special knowledge and special products sometimes to do a job, not just anyone can do it.
Do you want to go back into atomic absorption? You can just recap that for some people.
Yeah, light as we know it is generated by a process where waves of different frequencies hit, say for example, hydrogen or hydronium ion that's free in the air. These waves excite the orbiting so-called electron that's in a specific orbital around the nucleus, as they say, and it gives it more energy. It stores that energy by going up to a higher valence. But that stored energy doesn't last because the wave doesn't last. When the wave loses its power, so does that stored energy, and it decays back to where it normally would be, the first orbital. And in that decay process, the energy that's released, we see it as light. Hydrogen gives off a nice blue light, in fact, a daylight. There's something interesting happened today, too. They did one of those FE core laser tests from some 7 or 8 kilometers away from a beach, but they had a little green laser light that was like bouncing. You couldn't really make out too well, but the blue laser light shone like the day.
I didn't see that yet.
Interesting. Well, what's interesting is how vivid the blue and that laser traveled, no problem. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't having an issue. That blue, it's so compatible with daylight. It was sort of looking like day and the flare around it. It's just amazing. But like I say, light is created in situ through a process called atomic absorption. When waves, we won't call it light, when waves, because light doesn't hit things, but when waves hit things, surfaces, some are absorbed, some are, scattered in the substrata of the material, and some is not absorbed, it's rejected, it's reflected off. It's that reflected energy that's not absorbed that causes the atomic absorption and the decay to happen. Well, in fact, when it rebounds, it's because it has nothing to absorb onto, and it's that portion of the energy that just gets totally rejected. It can't absorb, it can't go into subsurface scattering, it can't do nothing but get rejected. So it might be a brown portion or a red portion or a blue portion. Well, that rejected portion bounced off material, and matter is what we see. We see a scene, whether it's trees in a park or whatever, water, lake, we're seeing the secondary emission, the light that's been absorbed being re-released, or the energy that was absorbed in the scene released, coming at us and hitting our retina, sort of after the fact. You're looking at your lake, you're looking at the past. In fact, the monitor you see is actually being processed a split second after it's created by your brain. So you're looking at the past. We cannot live in the present Like you think you're looking and you're seeing the present, you're actually not. You're seeing a very near past, a very recent past, but you're not seeing the present. When you look at someone, you're seeing someone in the past, whether you like it or not. The fact is, you're looking at your hands. You're looking at your hands in the past. You know, when I say I really believe it too, there is no time. If anything, time moves through us. We do not move through time. If it's anything, there's no way it's a constant that we live off of. It exists through us, at least conceptually. It doesn't exist as a thing, but that's another story. But yeah, light does not necessarily come from the sun. Like I say, and for me, the blue we see and the nice radiant blue sky, it's a secondary emission that we're seeing. Even the sun itself is a secondary emission. You're not actually seeing the sun. You're seeing the decay, the release after the atomic absorption of whatever energies, waves, rays, whatever they want to call it, electron beam for the CRT effect, whatever. It's just, but you're not actually seeing the sun. You're seeing a release of energy, a secondary emission. So all light, I can only repeat it, all light is secondary emission. Moon, secondary emission. Stars, secondary emission. Neons, incandescents, it's all secondary emission.
Yeah, good breakdowns, Jim. Yeah.
Yeah, James.
I agree totally. Same with the idea with the plates. You know, we've been discussing among ourselves the tectonic plates. You know, a whole plate, like say the Nazca plate comes online. That's what's producing daylight. That plate being online, it's energizing the air around it, creating daylight. The sun just becomes a secondary light source. That's our current thinking, isn't it, guys? It's something along those lines.
Well, it's not 93 million miles away. It's not a fusing ball of gas turning into all different elements that's going to supernova later. No, all those myths and stories are exciting. They're fun. You've been giving them forever, and they sound nice, but it's all just hokum.
Yeah, I was gonna ask one about the correlation with the solar flares and earthquakes.
Okay.
If you wanted to just I don't know, talk a little bit more about that.
Well,
on your findings.
I mean, every time that they say that the sun releases large solar flares, which I'm imagining is some kind of an emission of energy, it seems to ground and it causes a deep quake event. So a whole bunch of little deep quakes will happen, and it typically happens where I've seen it, but it's not, I'm sure, secluded to that area, but is around Indonesia and that little area where the islands are. So several deep quakes will happen, and then it'll lead to larger, shallower movement in all directions.
Right. When we were talking about earthquakes before, I just worded it all wrong. I was thinking about what I said, and let me try to get it out this way this time. When there's an earthquake and there's a seismic reading, it's sending off a certain frequency based on the number, right? So my thinking is that number might dictate a particular signal to have a certain effect, as what I'm thinking. So they're going to vary. There's variance because they all have a different application when it's triggered. That's what I'm thinking right now with what you guys have been showing me. I mean, am I wrong, or am I going crazy here? You follow me on that, right?
Yeah, I get you. Yeah, that absolutely has to have something to do with it. I mean,
different frequencies, like guitar strings. Each string is gonna have a different sound and whatnot. So it's gonna have a different effect. So
It's just like all life. Life is vibration and energy, right? So the bigger and the bigger the quake, then it would definitely have a different frequency and vibration. So, you know, and it might even send to different areas. It might be like, well, this size kind of goes that way. You know what I mean? And to do that, I'd have to pay more attention to that part of it, but large quakes seem to go out at least in 2 different directions, but usually in every direction. On my Earthquake 3D, there's a feature that you can put like a dome around the quake, and it shows you the whole area that will be affected by that energy. So it's kind of a cool little feature.
Okay, yeah. Awesome.
Do you want to hear a silly colloquial story about a volcano? And I forget which one it was, and a couple of Canadian tourists from Saskatchewan that went there. They went to visit, and I'll find the article, but they went to visit one of these, volcanoes out. It hadn't exploded or erupted for over 100 years, but when they got there into the top with their guide, they sort of I don't know, stripped down naked, and the girl peed and other stuff, and well, the guide was really pissed off, and they got him off the mountain. But the next day, it erupted. Go figure.
That's funny. Right.
You'd think there's no real relationship truly between the two, but I don't know.
Those events did happen in that way, and yeah. These chain of events leading up to that.
It's a strange way to celebrate getting on top of a volcano. I don't understand that kind of celebration myself, but hey. And they don't represent all Canadians.
Yeah, right. Sure. I'm kidding. You guys, I'm totally kidding. What else? I know there was something else we wanted to talk about. If we talked a lot more on the back chat before we got going here.
My brain is mush.
I know you're tired.
I don't remember what all we talked about.
I don't know either. Well, what does Cats think?
When I think about what you were all saying, it's very interesting. Finding all this information is pretty good, awesome. And, there's a lot to find out more about what you guys are researching. And hopefully sooner and later we find more truth on our earth beneath us. Like they were saying, you all were saying. But yeah, I believe that the giants were here on Earth, and everything that Jane found, it connects to the giants. I mean,
yeah, we really didn't actually get into that tonight.
Wow.
Well, I know we got into that before, but if James wants to get into that now, we can. But I thought we were just going to stay more on the current.
Yeah, I think we should
stuff.
keep it current and just keep them like they say focused. And for me, I get this problem. I run into like a stone wall as far as thinking beyond sort of where I am without brainstorming with other people. So without actually the interaction with one and FPV and hopefully others soon too. But I mean, I myself, I wouldn't be getting anywhere. But I think sometimes, at least for me, I get over certain because I don't think I'm necessarily slow, but things don't register too swift, but some things that should be obvious, they just don't hit me quick, like the plate being skewed at a different angle. I seriously could have, been blocked on that for months and possibly longer. But just sharing it, and in a few minutes, well, here you go. It was part of the 8x8 and not the 12x12. Well, wow,
Right.
you know.
Oh, do you want to go over that real quick, since we're talking about the bars and you talking about the Greenland bar and how they work as deflector plates? I think that's what you said they were.
Yeah, basically, I think what's happening is that, the earthquakes happen in very specific successions, relaying not only information to charge and discharge these plates in front of and behind the sun, but also, determine other information. That's why there are more quakes than needed necessarily to move the sun, because they're actually communicating other informations that are relative to other, systems control. It might need to cool something off or warm something off in the north, so it can turn on these things to not affect the sun but affect the wind, and cool something off, like the ocean between Hawaii and the USA. It's just these things have more than one function, and I don't know. It's like sometimes you see that bottom of the Icelandic plate or the Greenland plate, just the bottom south corner of the long rectangle one on the island is lit up, so they can be partially on or fully on, I imagine, or just have any configuration you want. And it seems like the northern half of the equator has one charge, and everything in the south half of the equator has an opposite charge. It's a dipole, for the most part. And it can shift that dipole between the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn and give us our seasons. It's just a scan. It's a scanning system, a very big one. It has a few major parts that it has to have to work. It's like your basic TV screen drawing across the face of the screen, back and forth, and retracing offset a little bit each time. It's the same principle. It's the same darn thing, but on a huge scale. Well, for us, it's huge, but basic principle is it's like Occam's razor. The simplest explanation is often the, right one.
Usually the right one, right? Yeah.
This is, we see it work in the physical world. We grew up on television sets. Who didn't, And they were the flyback with the old bubble tube and everything, and the vacuum, and the same kind and the same principle and the same kind of hardware and electrical design that is in the Nazca lines. Go figure. Same technology. It really, really is. Even our bodies and our brains, we work the same way as, a TV studio would, or a transmitter station would, We transmit, we receive. Who can deny we're not, basically transceivers ourselves? Way back when, this is 2 years ago, I was saying, and I don't mean we're robots in the sense that we're heartless and soulless and no spirit, but with the construction, and it is construction, our cellular construction is much the same. We're built mechanically. We're a series of tubes, fluid systems, and electronics, and our wave energy, if you will. But we're built the same as everything is surround us, including TV stations, broadcast transmitters, and everything. We're a unit, that's for sure, but you know, bipedal and able to move around. But there's no difference between, say, for example, the radio signal or the signal a television station has to transmit a signal for, you know, the composite color chroma signal they call it, for the audio and all the syncing to make it all a nice picture and everything. Well, guess what? When you take the signal that comes from the brain and the eyes and the ears and that composite signal, it's so strikingly similar to the composite signal of a television channel that you couldn't tell them apart. How come? Because it's the same thing. But, you know, I say and I repeat it, oxygen is a metal. We're walking in a 20% superfluid metal. We have windpipes, we breathe in air, it's all tubes. We have fluid systems contained in our skin, but we're walking around in a superfluid medium. When we use terms like air, what a misnomer, what a simplification. When we use terms like water, it ain't water. You know, at the very least, I look at it as metal hydride. More importantly, it's always got free hydronium. That's making so much of this world tick. The fact that water, so-called water, has 7% naturally free hydrogen all the time. Well, as far as fuel goes, any 10% mixture of, you know, free reactive product, free reducing agent is a fuel. So water is only 3% away, hydrogen content, of being usable as a fuel. And look how much there is around. So, you know, we haven't been using water as a fuel. It's not because the science ain't there to permit us to do it, because it's, in my book anyway, it's been suppressed. A lot of technologies are simply suppressed. Even the so-called bullshit Tesla stuff now, it's all dependent on paying for money for lithium batteries and all this shit. I'm sorry, don't mean to swear.
No, you're good. I was going to ask FPV if you wanted to just talk a little bit about Brahma. As being the source or the possible source.
He said he'd be right back in the back. Yeah.
Alrighty.
Yep. Well, something I could say real fast is someone asked in the chat a little while ago, actually, about you know, odd volcanoes erupting, and what I was thinking, and the theory that I'm thinking is that these signals have been kind of changing, because I've seen two what they thought to be inactive volcanoes for quite a few years. One of them they considered dormant have actually exploded. So I think that these processes happen, and maybe some of these signals don't need to come online for maybe even lifetimes, you know, and we wouldn't know about it. And even if it wasn't our lifetime, they don't tell us half the stuff anyway, so we wouldn't know about it. But we would definitely know if a volcano exploded, and especially if it's a weird one that's exploding now. So, you know, that's another thing, is these signals may just come on, like, say, for instance, when we went into the age of Aquarius, and, you know, then inactive volcanoes may be coming online because something was triggered when we switched into that great year, you know, as far as astrology goes.
Right, and they say the luminaries do give off frequencies also. So there's probably some interconnection with the luminaries above and some of these power points below. Maybe they're switching things on, and I mean, I'm only speculating, but
Yeah, and I was also looking into the different planets being in certain areas when large quakes happen. So when we're in the middle of, and I'm not an astrology person, but when we are put with Saturn and Uranus, I believe, when they're opposites, and I might be wrong, when they are opposites, I might be wrong on the planets, but when they're complete opposites, it causes megaquakes to happen, which other people study into that. I was just kind of reading up on it. I have an astrology friend that may be hopping on board and actually giving some really good detail on that coming up soon. So,
oh, cool. Was it like some sort of like polarity effect or something? I don't
I
know.
mean, they refer to the ones that are gas giants.
Hmm.
Those are the ones that can cause these megaquakes. So when they become in opposition of each other, something's happening. They're sending some kind of a signal that's making these megaquakes occur. But like I said, I'm not an astrologist. I
That's
don't know a whole,
interesting.
whole
Yeah, no,
lot
it's
about it,
interesting stuff.
but
Yeah,
it
it's
kind of was
interesting.
cool because I had
Yeah.
theorized that back when we started this with FPV. I don't know if I've ever said it on a stream, but I was wondering if the planets ending up in certain positions would trigger something. And then come to find out, it actually does. So,
Yeah, I think me and you've had a conversation like this before. Yeah.
yeah,
I don't
we
think it was
probably
on the
have.
chat though. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think it was live, but I think we've talked about it. So, but yeah, it's pretty cool to look into the astrology part of it. So, any astrology, knowers out there, they could look into their astrology charts and find out, did anything occur on these dates when these planets were in alignment, and different things. It could be anything. It maybe not just earthquakes. So
It could, yeah, right. It could be a few different things going on, a few
yeah,
different elements, the right variables, if you will, and then boom,
like these
there it
volcanoes
is. Yeah.
erupting. We don't know.
Right. Exactly.
So that's something for people to look into, though.
And and the stars are this, even though we don't see the stars during the day, they're still above us, still doing their thing. So if they're
Exactly.
giving off frequencies and whatnot, then well, I mean, I could only go into the realm of speculation, but it makes sense.
Yeah, it does too.
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah, that's all I wanted to add. Really, was these signals these signals are changing because odd things are happening. But why they're changing, I can only kind of, like you were saying, speculate. But I'm kind of leaning towards that we changed into the age of Aquarius, and that would trigger different things to start happening. And we wouldn't have a clue about it because, well, our histories are hidden from us. So
Yeah.
if it's recorded, it's somewhere in the Vatican basement or somewhere, destroyed. We're not going to know about it. We won't ever see those documents. So we have to make our own documents. We have to start fresh and
Yeah.
record the things that we see now. So
Yeah. Exactly. Yep.
The way I see it now, no matter how many documents and secrets the churches and all these cults have, it don't matter no more. It really don't matter. That's just playing the game. Oh, I have something you don't have, or I know something you don't know. No more playing that game. It's over. You know.
Well, this information that you guys are putting together is pretty compelling. So, using real world data and just getting all this going is starting to make more sense. So, yeah, this is definitely Sort of like the the Trojan horse.
Yeah, like if it was only the one plate, okay, there's still doubt, but one found another plate, and then there's another one, down. I'm pretty sure, like where Bird saw all the nice water and everything, that's another plate that, was on when he went there. They're not always on the full length. They can be on sections of them or whatever. You can find an oasis somewhere along one of these plates, Can be freezing everywhere else and, have 72-degree water in the middle of one. It's just the way they are.
Mm-hmm.
But there's more than one, and there's more than one people can see now and touch and feel and dive with and do whatever with. And, I'm sure all across Canada and other places, there are more places you can see this plate and touch it. All over, like, Peru, I'm sure, and all the way down Chile. And there's got to be exposed plate up there. And I know there is. There's so many of them. There's a lot of them are close to the surface, or, maybe even on the seabed, covered by, a few feet of silt. That's why so much horizontal drilling. They might just be drilling across one of these beds down the side of it and into, a span between two other plates, or a bridge between two other plates. I don't know, I can only speculate. But a lot of these fault lines and rows of volcanoes and straight lines, they're along the edges or the gaps between the two plates.
Mm-hmm. Well, isn't there a lot of fracking going on some of these lines?
Oklahoma has kind of like the record now. It used to be California was earthquake capital for the USA and stuff, but Oklahoma beats them hands down. And quakes per day, quakes per month, quakes per year. Quakes when you're asleep, quakes when your dog is trying to pee. Quakes. They actually have so many quakes, and it's admitted now that it's part of the fracking industry. Basically. You can buy earthquake insurance now in Oklahoma, apparently, and I guess they're working on it in Texas and other big fracking states. Because if you don't normally have earthquakes and then your walls are all cracked and half your stuff is broken, you're afraid your house is going to collapse on you when you sleep at night. I mean, you've been damaged, and it's not Mother Nature; it's these idiots fracking the shale and stuff.
Yeah, and if you zoom in on Oklahoma, oh my God, there's miles and miles and miles of frack pads.
Yeah, and the worst thing is a lot of them have been fracked once, okay? They started a few years back a program, they call it frack and pray, where they're refracking as many of the old wells as they drained as they can to see if they can, get a second breath out of them, if you will. So that's the frack and pray program that's going on. It's a secondary push on all the wells that they've blown dry, basically.
Yeah,
Maybe it's just a way to get rid of garbage. I don't know.
Another thing that fracked the shale is the nuclear place in Nevada, where they let off all those nuclear bombs. There's all those big potholes out there where they blew away that town.
Yeah, nuclear farming. They wanted to farm with nuclear bombs. That early on in the programs, it was under agriculture, the nuclear program.
You know what they started fracking now? Yellowstone.
Uh-oh.
That's a bit idiotic. Yeah.
Yep.
It absorbs certain temperatures, and in a lab you'll use heavy mineral oil because it can take a lot of heat and before it'll catch fire. I mean, it takes a tremendous amount of heat. It's just very hard to get it to ignite. Well, down below there are things that take a lot of heat, and they're meant to cooling, like lubricants, cooling agents, other stuff. All this oil they're pumping out, it's there for a reason. Just like the sand that was put where it is there, like, on the plate running out towards, white sands all the way to probably under the ocean, probably all the way to Hawaii, 400 feet thick of sand or something. I mean, at least across the continental USA, it's not there for nothing. You know, these deposits they're like I say, the sand, like in the South Carolina in Lexington, you look up a Sandy Run, it's 400 feet thick. It's so pure and all the same grain. It's manufactured. It's ready to be put in bags and used in glass without any purification. You can use it in the best Pyrex, best glass you can make. And it comes right out of they take off the topsoil, and then there's all this pure quartz, all the same mesh, 400 feet deep of it. It's not an accident. That's manufactured product. It's millions of tons of it. It's not there by accident. But if we take it out, and it's going to cause problems. It's there for a reason. We should leave it there for the most part. The fact is, we don't need it. We've got the energy above. We don't have to take out all these resources.
Nope, it's everywhere. Hello, guys.
Okay, there you are.
Welcome back.
Ah, what did I miss?
Everything.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Oh, no.
No actual rants for a change.
Well, rants are welcome, We expect them now and then. I
Yeah.
have my own sometimes.
Yep. I had a question for you, man. I forgot what it was. Let me go back and look at my notes here.
It was Brahma.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. I do have it written here. If you want to just go back and talk about Brahma a little bit.
Yeah, sure. Brahma, the creator, the centerpiece of the 8x8 grid. I was talking to Santos Bonacci, and he told me it was Brahma. I originally called it Satan. Brahma, the creator, it's the one in the center, then he has 8 around it, which I would call. There's 9 primary angels there. Brahma at the center and another 8 around it. So you got primary 9, and then there's all the external ones. I think there's 72 not plugged into it, but the number 72 should ring a bell for some people. And that's where it comes from. The 72 virgins, they're not linked to anything, apart from wireless transmissions. It seems, these are what we can see on the mimic map. Technology is being activated and deactivated. This is what your volcanoes are. Technology coming online and going offline and things like this. So yeah, it all fits in. It kind of mixes up scripture, sacred geometry, everything coming to life in one project. It's quite amazing to watch. I don't know about you guys, but I'm amazed. It just seems to get better and better. But yeah, Brahma, that's the centerpiece, the heart of the machine, the one that's running all the rest, it seems.
Right on. Right on.
I've showed videos of it before. I'll put
Yeah.
it back on again if you want.
I mean, you could put it on if you want. You guys have the chat open, right? And I don't know if there's anybody asking questions or anything like that. Shout out to everybody there. I don't know if you guys want to give them a little shout out real quick.
I thank everybody for coming.
Yeah, thanks for popping in, guys. It was good to see people looking at our research and supporting it in any way or form. Or if you can help it, even better. Right, what we're looking for, Brahma, the creator. He's in here somewhere. There. Yeah, that's Brahma, the creator, the centerpiece of the 8x8. You see what I mean about others being plugged into him? There's like a primary 9, Brahma in the center, and another 8 round him, or 8 should I say, this particular piece of technology. And then there is even more that aren't connected to this, but definitely come online via ways of Wi-Fi transmission, it seems. You can see on certain maps. Like, you know, I've previously done a presentation where a signal came from Antarctica. It went along one of these lines. It split into three. You know, one went to roughly, well, it first hit Mount Etna, and it branched into three. The left one went to possibly Mount Vesuvius or another volcano in Italy. The center one went straight ahead and hit the Bosnian pyramid, and one on the right branched somewhere towards through Greece and towards the Middle East. You know, we got that recorded off the Mimic map, and I could actually overlay it on here and help me reposition the 8x8 grid. And Jimbo's plate actually, you know, confirmed that relocation matched up. You know, it matched up with Jimbo's plate, as well as what I was seeing. The part I was seeing where it splits into three, you can see where my mouse is. That was the three there, where it split. That would say be Mount Etna, that one there, that bump there. That one would go to Vesuvius or another volcano in Rome. That one leads to the Bosnian pyramid, and this one went through Greece towards the Middle East somewhere. I lost track of that because you can't see it because of where the map was. But yeah, you know, that was the three signal split. I was looking for a 1 into 3 come out, and the signal came. You follow the line, it just came from the opposite end somewhere down in Antarctica. So it travelled quite a distance, that signal, and traceable over land, which was pretty cool. You know, when you see it split into three there, and you, once I knew it was hitting Mount Etna, they could see where it was going. So the technology, you know, at play. Who lives below the volcanoes? The technology that runs it. Creative technologies. This is what they're hiding, guys. What Enoch tried to describe was these technologies, and he struggled. But yeah, you know, you start going through various scriptures. Doesn't matter what scripture it is. You start putting technology into that mindset and start decoding what they're telling you or what they're trying to describe. It soon starts making sense. Hope that answers that one, Trotter.
Yeah, that was good. That was it. Yeah. I don't know if you guys have anything else to add to anything tonight. Go ahead. If not, we can shut this down if you want.
Just to reiterate, guys, it's a technological construction with a creator who used giants to help create this construction, then seems to have disposed of said giants. Or man did, one of the two, you know, someone's been busy. And since then, there's been people trying to hide what the world really is. Obviously for monetary and political gain, which we knew anyway. But now, you know, this kind of confirms what's going on. There is more land. The world is a lot larger than they're telling us. And it's run by technology you can't even comprehend. Well, we can actually comprehend some of it now because we're actually brought up with it. We're all guilty in some way of using said technologies. Because in my opinion, all technologies have been derived from the underworld in some way, shape, or form. So yeah, you know, we're all criminals. Well, not criminals as such, you know. We didn't know where it came from. I'm pretty sure the people making it knew where it came from or where it's been derived from. But that's okay, you know. The creator put them lines in the ground for people to read and learn from, and continue the running of this world. You know, someone's got to run it at the end of the day. Someone's got to take ownership. Well, not ownership as such, but play a part in their nation's care and maintenance of this technology. Over time, perhaps maybe it does need upgraded. Perhaps that's NASA's real role, upgrading and maintenance, but, you know, reverse engineer it and lie it's something else. I don't agree with that. We can see what it is, and it's not man-made. That's where I come from. Over to you guys.
FV, thank you very much. Katz, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm hearing. Well, I really thank all the ones that came in the chat and support this channel again, which is our channel. And I thank Totter, FPV1, James, for being on here too, as well. If you're all done, we can shut down if you like.
Yeah, all good here. Anything from you, one? You, Jimbo?
I'm good as gold. I'm gonna get back to the light core and get the 2,000 watts working and move on from there. And just, it was nice tonight.
Yeah, you guys, thank you for sharing all the things you guys got, and yeah, we'll be talking to you soon.
Yep. Thank you.
Bye, you guys. We'll see you all again the next hangout. Thanks for coming.
Have a good night, everybody in the chat.
Thanks, everyone.
Yeah.
And you cats for
Much
having
love.
us.
Much love to the chat. Thanks a lot, you guys.
Hello my fellow YouTubers, this is Roy back again. Let me give you the setup here. Got a Tesla coil. It's running off a MST 15,000.
Today we are going to talk about the nature of our realm, how it works, how it ties in with Santos Bonacci's knowledge and teachings, and how Walter Russell's work explains it brilliantly. I first met Santos on a panel with the Sun and Moon group, where I give him a private presentation of the beginnings of my research into how our world truly works, after discovering the Earth is level and stationary a few years ago. The research I presented was some of my Nazca Line decodings and the avenue my research was taking me after realizing what the Nazca Lines truly represent and portray. The technical blueprints to the realm. I knew I would find the correct world map when I overlaid the lines, glyphs and the Nazca Mandala. When I presented this to Santos, there was a good silence for about 20 seconds. I knew his mind was already processing all of what I had shown him, and Santos, being the very sharp person he is, was stunned by this presentation. Of course he recovered and immediately started expanding upon some of the things he had seen in the presentation. His knowledge and explanations are second to none. It was what Santos explained to me that gave me the direction I needed to be looking into. Of course I met one conscience and we teamed up, and here we are today, a few years later, still decoding the realm from within a small team of excellent researchers and friends. I have kept in touch with Santos since those days, sharing links to videos on Skype and little updates on progression. He only had to give me a few tips and I was there decoding what I found into the APM model, our model of how this realm truly works. Santos told me to look into Walter Russell's work one day, and wow, did that speed up our research once I started decoding what Walter Russell's work was teaching me. Now I'm no genius, so don't be getting that impression, but I can see and decode what all this is telling me very easily. So today I'm going to show you how all this connects together and explains a lot of what Santos is teaching you, what Walter Russell's work is teaching you, and how this realm truly works. Now what you are going to see and hear may not be to your liking. It may shock you, surprise you, even make your brain melt. But that's okay, it is what it is and I make no excuses for it. I'm here to present to you our findings, as is the rest of this team. I'm a flat earther and I came here to see how our realm truly works. And what we have found is that everything is being misrepresented to hide this realm and how it truly works. And when I say everything, I mean everything. Thus, we have to decode everything we look into to get to the truths. Okay, for this part I'm going to decode the Walter Russell optical motor to show you how it works. Notice the second law of thermodynamics is invalid in a repetitive cyclic universe of equally interchanging effect. Also take note of the direction of flow and how this relates to Walter's motor. To explain this optical motor, take note of the A and B cores and poles. This is our equatorial line, and through this pipeline water is pumped into the reactor at the centre and back out the other side of the west pole, recycled around the design and back towards the centre. Now with this design the pipe narrows at key points going to and from the centre. This in effect creates a Higgs boson. This allows a pressure zone to be created at these points. Now if you remember Walter Russell's explanation of the parts of the colour spectrum colliding from the green, yellow and orange yellow parts of the colour spectrum, which collide with white, it is basically a short circuit. This creates the circumstances that are needed to cause chain reactions. The equatorial line is the compression poles on cycle. Notice in the north and south we have the electrical harness points at the desired distances at the boson locations where this energy pressure wave is created. These are our expansion zones which nature divides and multiplies the sex pairs. What this means is that when the electrical energy is created, there are two forces that are in opposition, going separate ways from one another. positive electricity and magnetism effectively. Thus, one side takes the positives and the other side takes the negatives. As this expands, of course, it multiplies, which is what you see with the numbers increasing to a maximum of 4. And that's it. This is all that you need to generate free electricity. This motor actually generated enough power to run a 52-room university. That's all the lighting, heating, and any electrical needs a university could need. This model occupied around 6 foot of floor space. The universal mathematics are there for you to understand how the ratios work. Okay, now let me show you what Santos was teaching and what Walter Russell's motor just demonstrated in the APM model. Today you are going to learn how this realm really works. Now we will add in our trumpeters. Yes, I decoded what the trumpeters represent in scriptures. Let's add in our equatorial compression zones and our north and south expansion zones. This, ladies and gentlemen, is how our realm divides and multiplies the sex pairs. It is the exact same principle, although on a creator-sized scale. You will understand that hot flow across the equator now, hopefully. You can see now what is very special with the golden ratio. It is basically telling you that the Higgs boson zones are where the golden ratio lies, the golden parts of the colour spectrum where the short circuit will take place. They are all harnessing energy within their cubed spheres at the golden ratio. Pretty cool, isn't it? This image by Walter Russell contains some very interesting information. The gravity cycle is the motivative force of the universal heartbeat. Notice how Walter correctly uses the bar magnet as a pressure recorder, because this is what gravity truly is. A pressure system that is created by the halos we have been highlighting for some time now. We realized you do not need a container to create a pressure system. The projected halos create this system perfectly, and we have shown this in our End Times 2 video with the decodings of what Noah really is and how it works, and with references to the receding oceans events and how it was designed to contain water. Another thing that really surprised me when I overlaid this on our grid and decoded more parts of the realm, as this helped me to see how the flow was matching real world data. This is another layer of the APM model, and One Conscience is going to explain how.
When I look at this, it's truly exciting to see everything I've been attempting to express for the last few years, shown in such vivid detail. So let's discuss it and relate it to our Earth energy flow, from the perspective of earthquakes and volcanoes. From our east and west gates, we have simultaneous energy coming in, running down the equator. As it hits each cross point of expansion areas, it will split and flow the grid up and down, releasing along the way, always in the same spots. This is repeatable data that can be easily tracked. From the east and west simultaneously, the energy will flow to the pre-designed path, moving towards the center of the grid. All of the crisscross points are volcanic fields as well. Some are dormant and some are active. Depending on the cycle of the micro scale of the world determines if these volcanic fields are active. The two large S's that we see are very special points. These areas are where the energy has multiplied and expanded out the most it can be in our realm, so the power generated back in to become compressed at the center is very great. We see the effects of these areas in the form of constant earthquake activity and major volcanic eruptions. These two major spots give the power its push to continue the push that makes the journey. We see most of our major activity on the spots that are compressing inwards towards the center. All around, we do have activity but it's the main compression areas that have the most powerful effects. As we hit the center of the grid, from both sides, the energy will make its way north, as we have shown in past presentations. We have referred to this as a reset spot. However, what occurs is the energy heads north up the meridian, and it spreads out at the northern point. It then wraps around and heads east and west to return again to the gates. Then the process begins again. This effect is what we call torus energy. This is the energy we have been following across the grid for over 2 years now. This is one more layer that allows us to show you the flow in more understandable terms. This is the cause of our Earth events that science says can't be predicted. However, with the blueprints like this, and the rest of the knowledge we alone have shared, we can know our Earth and the repeatable, predictable processes.
This design and layout perfectly explains the quake areas as One Conscience just demonstrated, which we have always stated this is technology switching on. And we can see from the design the anode and cathode array setup, the positive and negatives the energy paths and grid creates, the division and multiplication of the sex pairs. You can see how these energies are distributed around this grid easily. This layer appears to be on a different level to the previous layer One Conscience just talked about, another layer in the underworld. To decode the realm, we just need to decode the best minds in the world, as they all have to stay and operate within the laws of the construct. You can make your own minds up on how Worlde decoded this knowledge, but as you can see here, this fits our grid perfectly and everything is exactly where it needs to be to work on a realm scale model. This of course adds another layer to the APM model, more parts of the construct decoded. The shapes of these two large areas also appear to have a 4-tier pyramidal design. Again, the Walter Russell explanation of gravity and pressure apply, which we know now relates to expansion and compression cycles that generate huge amounts of energy within the light spectrum. Also notice we now have an idea what would be at the east gate, another layer or area we can contemplate and work out its design. The design does appear to be recycling energy back into the grid. This is amazing information and certainly helps explain how this realm is working. The scriptural trumpets represent the torus field created by the tornado vortex the accelerators create. Two counter-rotating coils basically working together to create that environment. As we have mentioned previously, tornadoes and winds are created by the projected halos, of which we have been documenting and explaining now for years. The lunar waves I decoded in previous videos reveal the halos, as do many people's recordings, whom have been kind enough to share them. You can see various decodings of these videos here on my channel. We can now see a layer coming into view, which would represent a part of the east gates. Another addition to the APM model. Now we can see how the energy gets recycled back into the realm. Isn't that amazing, people? More blueprints that actually make sense when overlaid with the Nazca line overlays we call our grid. What are the chances of that? We can now duplicate that and demonstrate what it would look and behave like from all of the gates. And isn't that amazing? It makes perfect sense and completes the circuit. This is mind-blowing and very revealing information and helps explain a great many things. Okay, the next layer is our spiders, the tidal nodes as they are called. We call them power distribution centers. Their configurations is more in line with the transfer of energies to power other things. As they alternate, this is what creates our tides, the seawater of course being attracted to their activations and thus constantly on the move. Some are permanently on and others switch on and off. You can see by this animation the spiraling effect of this technology. We consider many character personifications, such as Perseus, to be one of these mechanisms. The cutting off of Medusa's head is really decoding into a rerouting of power. Now the red parts represent high tides and the blue parts represent low tides, and you can see how this technology is manipulating the water to create these tides. Just study it, people, and watch the flow. You'll see it circling round and round. Distributing water, some things will switch on and the water's then forced that direction and then it's rerouted another direction. The whole water table is being manipulated by this technology.
Let's take a moment and look at Perseus holding Medusa's head as seen in all the depictions. So, can we place this in our world? Yes, we absolutely can. When I outlined Perseus and placed him in the world, we come to the western United States, as seen here. He is on the west coast of North America holding Medusa's head, which is a giant in the topography of Western America, and going up into Canada. Also, if we pay close attention, we can see that Medusa is looking directly at Yellowstone. So this tells us that Perseus holding her head to look at Yellowstone is the way the power is turned off for that point, and he is directing it towards the northwestern direction instead. And to add to that, the direction that he is pointing, there are the islands coming off of Alaska where the volcanoes that erupt actually blow up the entire island and reform the topography all the time. So that tells us that there's great power being put into that area.
Now this image needs no introduction. This is Walter Russell's cosmic pendulum. This is how Walter demonstrates how the spiraling pressure waves create harvestable energy. This fantastic animation with sounds demonstrating it perfectly. You can see where the centripetal and centrifugal forces play their parts in generating energy as they spiral outwards. The inside and outside of the torus field, basically. The zero represents the equatorial line, and the left and right sides the division of the sex pairs. The division and multiplication of the harvested energies are perfectly demonstrated below. You can see now how the design of the spiral the ancients depicted everywhere is so very important and tells us they already knew this information. Notice how different parts of the colour spectrum give different amounts of energy. A big thanks go out here to P900 Coolpix for helping bring this image to life. What a fantastic, beautiful piece of work. Here is some more magnetic data from Ceres that perfectly matches what our research is showing. It reveals the spiraling flows of energy from the 3 key sites on our grid. You can see how the left-hand rule and right-hand rule spirals play their parts. The spiraling pressure waves are what create light. Remember, light does not move, it divides and multiplies, which gives the appearance of movement. Understand and follow these laws and you will create light. Compression, expansion, division and multiplication is the key. Okay, taking all the above into account, we can demonstrate now how the realm works in the APM model. We have our heat at the equator, which heats our reactor at the centre of the grid, the heart of the machine. Satan, Baphomet, or whichever name you wish to associate with this reactor. It then gives power to our first halo, which distributes the energy to start up various installations on the centre plate, the primary 8 for example. This then doubles in power as the second halo is now generating power and distributing it across the grid. Now she comes to life, and with all the larger halos operating within the golden ratio of their cube spheres, we are harvesting huge amounts of energy and transferring it around the grid. The spiders doing the same processes of distributing power where it is needed. The red and blue areas highlight the compression and expansion zones, and the Walter Russell overlay shows how the division and multiplication works on the realm scale model. We fade in and out our various overlays to see and connect these processes and introduce the gates in the north, south, east and west. Isn't that amazing, people? What a sight to behold. The overlays, the spiders, the power distribution, the reactor, the anodes and cathodes. Wow, this really is the power and the glory. Okay, now we come down to look north towards Polaris and the north gates, and we can see how the spiraling and illuminated light is what is creating our star trails. Stars are accelerated light from various parts of the visible spectrum, and their focus is Polaris, which is obviously feeding the energy back into the grid. We are basically in the eye of a storm, the inside of the spiraling vortexes that are compressing east to west and expanding north to south. This is how the APM model currently works from our understandings and decodings of everything that we have researched. This is a work in progress.
So let's talk about crystals and grasp an understanding of how much crystals play a part in our world and our luminary workings. A crystal or crystalline solid is a solid material whose atoms, molecules, or ions are arranged in a highly ordered microscopic structure, forming a lattice that extends in all directions. We can reference Enoch chapter 14, verses 10 through 16 for a fantastic description of this. They elevated me aloft to heaven. I proceeded until I arrived at a wall built with stones of crystal. A vibrating flame surrounded it, which began to strike me with terror. Into this vibrating flame I entered, and drew nigh to a spacious habitation built also with stones of crystal. Its walls too, as well as the pavement, were formed with stones of crystal, and crystal likewise was the ground. Its roof had the appearance of agitated stars and flashes of lightning, and among them were cherubim of fire in a stormy sky. A flame burned around its walls, and its portal blazed with fire. When I entered into this dwelling, it was hot as fire and cold as ice. No trace of delight or life was there. Terror overwhelmed me, and a fearful shaking seized me. Violently agitated and trembling, I fell upon my face. In the vision I looked, and behold, there was another habitation more spacious than the former, every entrance to which was open before me, erected in the midst of a vibrating flame. And so greatly did it excel in all points, in glory, in magnificence, and in magnitude, that it is impossible to describe to you either the splendor or the extent of it. Its floor was on fire, above were lightnings and agitated stars, while its roof exhibited a blazing fire. Macroscopic single crystals are usually identifiable by their geometric shape. Some examples of large crystals include snowflakes, diamonds, and table salt. A little fact is, if the world oceans were to evaporate, we would be left with 4.5 million cubic miles of salt. This would be a cube measuring 165 miles on each side. Salt in water carries an electrical charge. Also, water-based ice in the form of snow, sea ice, and glaciers is a very common form of crystals and polycrystals. Let's look at some verses that may relate to this. Revelations 22:1, and he shewed me a pure river of water of life, clear as crystal, proceeding out of the throne of God and of the Lamb. Revelations 4:6, and before the throne there was a sea of glass like unto crystal, and in the midst of the throne and round about the throne were 4 beasts full of eyes before and behind. Most inorganic solids are not crystals, but they are polycrystals. Some examples of these metals are rocks, ceramics, and ice. By volume and weight, we find the largest concentration of crystals in the Earth's bedrock. Rock, such as granite, have cooled very slowly and under great pressures have completely crystallized, but with many kinds of lava were poured out onto our surface and cooled rapidly. And in this group we find amorphous crystals or glassy matter. In these, the atoms have no periodic structure whatsoever. Examples of amorphous solids include glass, wax, and many plastics. Other crystalline rocks. The metamorphic rocks such as marbles, mica, and quartzites are recrystallized. This means that they were first at fragmental rock like limestone, shale, and sandstone, and have never been in a molten condition. Instead, high temps and pressure of metamorphism have acted on them by erasing them to their original structures and have induced recrystallization in the solid state. Now that we have an idea of what all is crystalline, let's shift to how crystals relate to electrical currents. This is due to the motion of ions and light particles. Ions move by hopping from site to site through the lattice. All solids can conduct electricity this way in crystals. The ion hops are induced by thermal fluctuations. As I said, they move within the lattice, vibrating around these points. Temperature is defined as the average energy of this vibrational motion. The more the ion move, the higher the temperature. Research shows that the higher the temperature, the more frequent are these thermal fluctuations. Ions therefore hop more often at higher temperatures. Ions are created in nature by sunlight. As the sun hits the compression point, it heats up greatly, so this switching and hopping occurs regularly during this time. As the sun hits the expansion point, the heat decreases and the ion's vibratory rate is decreasing. The light and heat begin to decrease for our sunsets. The same occurs at sunrise. Crystals such as quartz can be tapped for electricity using the piezoelectric method. By securing the crystal and subjecting it to a direct force with a permanent magnet, a detectable amount of electricity is released. We see this technology in cigarette lighters and gas grill ignition buttons. Continuously rapping on the crystal will produce usable electrical current. Although artificial, pyroelectric materials have been engineered. The effect was first discovered in minerals, such as tourmaline. The pyroelectric effect is also present in bone and tendon. Pyroelectricity is a property of certain crystals in which there is a natural polarization and as a result contain large electric fields. Pyroelectricity can be described as the ability of certain materials to generate a temporary voltage when they are heated or cooled. The change in temperature modifies the position of the atoms slightly within the crystal structure, such that the polarization of the material changes. This polarization change gives rise to a voltage across the crystal. A pyroelectric can be repeatedly heated and cooled to generate usable electrical power. This is the switching from positive to negative and expansion and compression points we see in our sun luminary. Now, if the temperature stays constant at its new value, the pyroelectric voltage gradually disappears due to the leakage current. The leakage can be due to the light particles moving through the crystal or ions moving through the air. Another example is gallium nitride, which is a semiconductor. The large electric fields in this material are detrimental in light-emitting diodes, but useful for the production of power transistors. Now let's look at crystals and light. So most people would say the fastest thing known is the speed of light, and it can't be stopped or trapped, right? Well, to stop or trap light is a technique called electromagnetically induced transparency. Researchers have done experiments. They start with a cryogenically cooled opaque crystal of yttrium silicate, which is an optical crystal material used as a host for various rare earth dopants. Doped with praseodymium, which is a soft silvery, malleable, and ductile metal, valued for its magnetic, electrical, chemical, and optical properties. It is too reactive to be found in native form, and pure praseodymium metal slowly develops a green oxide coating when exposed to air. A control laser is fired at the crystal, triggering a complex quantum level reaction that turns it transparent. A second light source, the data image source, is then beamed into the now transparent crystal. The control laser is then turned off, turning the crystal opaque. Not only does this leave the light trapped inside, but the opacity means the light inside can no longer bounce around. With nowhere to go, the energy from the photon is picked up by atoms within the crystal, and the data carried by the photon is converted into an atomic spin. To get the light back out of the crystal, the control laser is turned back on, and the spin excitations are emitted at photons. These atomic spins can maintain coherence for around a minute, after which the light pulse image fizzles. In essence, this entire setup allows for the storage and retrieval of data from light memory. It should be possible to store data for longer periods too, using other crystals, such as europium doped yttrium silicate, and by using specially tailored magnetic fields. Now we will look at one last bit and then explain why we are speaking about all this information. How can light be solid? Let's see how Ezekiel describes this. Ezekiel 1:6. The appearance of the wheels and their workmanship was like sparkling beryl, and all four of them had the same form, their appearance and workmanship being as if one wheel was within another wheel. Ezekiel 10:9. Then I looked, and behold, 4 wheels beside the cherubim, one wheel beside each cherubim, and the appearance of the wheel was like the gleam of a tarnished stone. Locking individual photons together so they become like a solid object. Researchers constructed what they call an artificial atom, made of 100 billion atoms engineered to act like a single unit. They then brought this closer to the superconducting wire carrying photons. In one of the almost incomprehensible behaviors unique to the quantum world, the atom and photons became entangled so that their properties passed between the atom and the photons in the wire. The photons started to behave like atoms correlating with each other to produce one single oscillating system. Now, what I'm going to suggest that this is the process probably how the luminaries below occur. As it happens below, we see the lights above in our heavens. Electricity being moved along our lattice grid and being stopped and trapped inside crystals to show us our luminaries. This is science reverse engineering to recreate our sun. This is what the ancients showed us, and this is what is in our faces with the royals and popes, etc., carrying their scepters with precious crystalline stones and gems. This is depicted all over for us in ancient glyphs and texts. Just take a moment with APM eyes and imagine what is in the layers below. Magnificent perfection of massive magnetic lines carrying electricity, leading to crystals as described by Ezekiel in chapter 1, verse 22. And the likeness of the firmament upon the heads of the living creatures was as the color of terrible crystal, stretched forth over their heads above. So let's define living creatures, full of vigor in active operation, or use in its natural state or place, having natural force and motion. It's easy to see how we are deceived about the living creatures and how the language has been messed with, and we believe the words to have meaning relating only to humans. However, if we know the language of the angels and understand it, we can see this is how our luminaries are working. What is that language? It's the language of frequency, magnetics, and light. To understand the original language, we need to look into etymology and understand what the words actually means. We covered a lot of this in our sigil series on how to understand the language of the angels. So let's look at what Walter Russell has to say about crystals. The science of crystallography is today without the basic foundation of a fundamental law. It is today but an organized collation of known facts of unknown causes. It is today beyond the power of man to determine in advance the exact crystallization of any element, compound, mixture, or alloy. Nor can cleavage, twining, or other effects of crystallization be determined in advance of experiment or observation. The base principle, it will be no longer necessary for the chemist or metallurgist to waste precious effort in experimentation. The application of these simple laws, all effects can be worked out on paper, even to those amorphous effects which cannot be determined by experimentation. An application of his series of drawings to the following series, which ties crystallography to chemistry and electricity as a higher chemistry or electrochemistry, will be greatly simplified in the labors of the research chemists.
This is the current model I have been recreating of our Sun's halo system. Its technological configuration, which we have been privileged to see being revealed in the heavens. Remember, revelations simply means the construct reveals itself in the end times, the end of a cycle we have covered in our End Times Decoded videos. What we are seeing are various parts of the Sun's actual projector system being highlighted. Many parts of the solar boat's technological workings being projected, as well as the Sun's image. The Sun is attached to, or is a part of, the large horizontal halo. It is this that epicycles across our sky. Of course, its physical model is doing the same movements below. The scarab beetle represents this vehicle below, which is why the scarab beetle was considered sacred. It has very special meaning, and we can see why now. The scarab beetle decoded. It represents the solar boat, the Sun's vehicle that is projecting our Sun's halo system and image. Although I use the word projection, it is more than that. It can physically interact with the environment around it, converting elements to matter as it goes. They all operate on this same principle. The Moon also has this same halo configuration, but appears to be doing a reverse role. Watch them in the sky, people. You will see and capture these very special reveals sooner or later. This is what they are trying to hide, the true nature of our realm and how it really works. So we have a large horizontal halo which contains 8 nodal points, which we have previously referenced in many decodings, of which are doing different functions. We have a smaller horizontal halo at node 1, which is where the Sun's image seems to be originating from. At the front is a vertical halo, which is obviously involved in producing a vortex which is used to start the Sun generating its solar image. This one connects to the large horizontal halo at nodes 2 and 8. The two nodes we usually see either side of the Sun, and is working in conjunction with the larger vertical halo we see at nodes 3 and 7. This larger vertical halo is usually noticed by its show of colours produced in the visible spectrum, which reveals its electromagnetic nature. You can view various captures of the Sun's halos on our Sun Halo Focus videos here on my channel. A big thank you go out to all those people who have sent in their very special captures of this amazing revelation. There is much more to see yet. Eyes to the skies, people. Okay, now we are going to decode the sacred geometry of the Rome Colosseum. We are told it was filled with water so they could practice navy games. Oh, really? Do you want to see what I see? Of course you do. Buckle up, we're going in.
Consumite luminaries
I hope you all enjoyed that little tour of this 3D model of the Colosseum. Now let's take a look at this configuration. Let's remove the platform on the right so we can see and complete this circuit. Next we will add in our poles, the equatorial poles of course taking care of the compression cycle, and the north and south poles taking care of the expansion cycle, the division and multiplication of the sex pairs. All of which are operating well within the golden ratio of their cube spheres. Pretty cool, huh? Also take note of the pyramidal patterns of the cubes, or as Santos Bonacci would call it, the pyramid, the fire in the centre. This is the heart of the machine. You can see now how the symmetry is important in the construction and what it truly means. So, the Rome Colosseum, ladies and gentlemen, is a very large power generation station. Consider Walter Russell's 6-foot in scale footprint model that could run a 52-room university, to what something the scale of this Colosseum could run. This could run an entire city with ease. Simply add hot water. So, we can now consider the Rome Colosseum decoded. I hope you enjoyed this presentation and that you can see how easy this really is. So what you have seen is how we have decoded Santos Bonacci's work into the APM model and how it explains the toroidal field and effects, which is what generates electricity. You have seen how we decode Walter Russell's work into the APM model and cross-reference it easily to the grid, worldly workings, the design and production of power generation, including a demonstration of how the realm is producing its own power and where these principles originate from. You have seen how the magnetic data provided by Ceres confirms the anode-cathode array setup either side of the reactor at the centre of the grid, how it distributes the energy, and how stars are created and are in a constant vortex spiralling north and south, the ones in the east and west being drawn in and made visible as they cross our skies. One Conscience has more than adequately given you the science hiding behind this technology and explained how it affects and interacts with our world around us. You have seen how the geometry of the Rome Colosseum was decoded easily using these principles. I have also decoded pyramids and ancient temples the same way. These will be out in our next video. From the macro to the micro, these laws apply. Power generation is simply compression and expansion, harnessing from the Higgs boson region of the equipment in use. The left and right hand rules being applied to water pressure and narrowings in the pipework to accelerate water and thus create the toroidal effect at the narrowings and widenings, as this would be the harnessing points. The toroidal pressure wave causing the circumstances needed to generate and harness electricity. The short circuit in the colour spectrum Walter Russell explained in his diagrams. All of mankind's works is designed and derived from and around this construct's workings. All the laws that Walter Russell states apply. There are a few things I disagree with from Walter Russell's work, and one is the fact that this is a technological construct which now reveals a very intelligent creator, of unknown size, as the magnitude of this construct is vast, hence the ancients finding it hard to explain and express. Also take into account etymology. Much has changed in the way words are now perceived. There have been lots of language changes and the flipping of words to hide their true meanings. The constant changes in languages may also relate to the pole shift event that we have covered in the End Times Decoded videos. There is a chance this polarity flip may cause issues with memory. As I have mentioned previously, the data does state by 2050 68% of the world's population will have dementia. Why is no one even talking about this? This may of course be compounded by the chemtrails they use to try and hide the sun's halo system when it shows, which you can see in the sun halo focus videos. Again, a big thank you to those observant people sharing their very special captures. This is the true nature of our realm, a technological construct of unknown scale. We basically work with a strip of data we call a map, of which Ceres' magnetic data has shown is a much larger realm than mainstream's maps portray. But we can easily decode and explain the effects of the realm we have encountered for years now. This of course reveals and proves a creator. Their glory is a technological glory. They were teaching science and knowledge, not worship and religions. When you decode the realm with the understanding that the scriptural angels, the Anunnaki, cherubim, seraphim, etc. are just different names for the same technologies by different cultures, you realize they are all referencing the exact same thing. They're explanations for the technologies that create and move luminaries and are responsible for pretty much most of nature's processes. The seal of the 144,000 decodes easily as 144,000 sealed rooms below. Remember, scripture tells us the underworld is their prison. These are the personified characters you have all seen in geo, petro and hieroglyphs from every culture's history. This would be the reason that we can see that they would lie about the shape of the world, because when you arrive at flat Earth you are left with two very important questions. What is creating and moving the luminaries, and who created the mechanisms that are doing it? You are here. We are here, right now. Welcome to the angelic particle matrix. Let there be light. Solomon's Key Decoded. I made this to help you understand how this really works. So a big thank you go to the creator, Walter Russell and Santos Bonacci. This decodes sacred geometry in all its forms and is the path to 0-point energy. It is based on the same principles as our realm uses. Oh, before we go, this should help you remember. The Ankh, the cross plate, represents the east to west compression zones and the north and south the expansion zones, the loop at the top representing the torus field. The Celtic cross, east to west compression zones and north to south expansion zones, the circle representing the cubing of the sphere around the reactor. A beautiful Native American one, the eagle's wings represent the east to west compression zones. Note the lovely use of red and blue shift colours. Right hand rule in, left hand rule out. The north and south representing the expansion zones. The halo is the cube sphere. A lovely Japanese example, east to west compression, north to south expansion. Note the use of a deity representing the reactor, and the halo with directional flow arrows. Another fine example, east to west compression, north to south expansion. Excellent use of the red and blue parts of the spectrum and a very ornate piece. A lovely gold example, notice the spirals indicate flow, east to west compression, north to south expansion. The reactor represented by the dot in the centre. A Maltese cross type example, east to west compression, north to south expansion. Lovely use of a ruby for the reactor at the centre, and the gates in the north, south, east and west represented by the circles. The common theme here is that everyone knew what it all represented, and now so do you. We knew this, you will remember. Hello, and welcome to APM Research, the Angels, Creation and Walter Russell Decoded. Now, as you have seen from our advanced research and decodings, we are here to decode this realm and present our findings to you, the people. We know this is paradigm shifting research, and we know it will shock you. It will literally rock your world in more ways than I can say. The world we have been presented since birth has been a great lie to hide how this realm truly works. As you have seen from our research and decodings, we have been revealing it is something far more special. This realm is a very large technological construct which of course reveals a very intelligent creator. The creator of this realm has created technologies called angels that are very much involved in the creation process themselves. We know this research will make your brain melt, and I don't think humanity is ready for all of this just yet, but we are running out of time and you deserve to know the truth. In this video, we will take you through how the angels work, how to see and recognize their processes in nature, and how to identify their signature in the heavens. When Nikola Tesla seen Walter Russell's work, he told him to lock it away for 1,000 years, until humanity is ready for it. People of the realm, do you wish to wait 1,000 years for these explanations? No, of course you don't, and it is APM's mission to bring Walter Russell's works to life and decode them for you all to understand. First, we are going to take you on a journey to help you understand how it works in the realm model, and use quakes, volcanoes and lava tubes to show how they fit into the bigger picture. Take it away, One Conscience.
Hello. So today let's discuss the volcanoes again. And as we've said before, the volcanoes are the waste and recycle system of our world. They're the vents to the underworld. Some ancients used to refer to these as their gods. They would even drop offerings like gold, and there were tales of animal sacrifice. That's true. Nowadays, they still leave offerings like leaves, vegetables, incense, candles, crystals, or some of the offerings that people still do. So, let's talk about a dirty thunderstorm. I hadn't heard of it before, so it was new to me, but I'm going to share some interesting stuff about it. A dirty thunderstorm is also known as volcanic lightning. It is a weather phenomenon that is related to the production of lightning in a volcanic plume. Well, how does that occur? Triboelectric charging from fragmentation of rocks near the vent and within the plume of a volcano during eruption offers another mechanism for electrical charging. A study in the journal Science indicated that electrical charges are generated when rock fragments, ash, and ice particles in a volcanic plume collide and produce static charges, just as ice particles collide in regular thunderstorms. Volcanic eruptions are sometimes accompanied by flashes of lightning. However, this lightning does not descend from the storm clouds in the sky. It is generated within the ash cloud spewing from the volcano, in a process called charge separation. So, what's charge separation? It is the process of an electron in the atom being excited to a higher energy level by the absorption of a photon and then leaving the atom to a nearby electron acceptor. This is what happens at the CERN facility, specifically relative to the reaction plane in PD collisions in the Alice reactor. With different plumes studied, when they started going downwind, it seemed to have a life of its own and produced some 300 lightning bolts. The implication was that it had produced more charge than it started with. A study performed in 2010 found that the water content of volcanic plumes is much greater than the water content of thunderstorms. This study also found that there may be a needed amount of concentration required in a plume for lightning to occur. Naturally occurring radioisotopes within ejected rock particles may cause self-charging of volcanic plumes. So what are radioisotopes? They're any of several species of the same chemical element with different masses whose nuclei are unstable and dissipate excess energy by spontaneously emitting radiation in the form of alpha, beta, and gamma rays. During an eruption, a large amount of fragmented subsurface rock is ejected into the atmosphere. A study conducted on volcanic ash from Iceland volcanic eruptions found that both samples possessed a natural radioactivity above the background level. At CERN, the same process is used in the Isolide Radioactive Ion Beam Facility, located at the Proton Synchrotron Booster, the PSB. The physicists investigate the structure of the nucleus. They explore new regions of the nucleus chart and study the abundance of chemical elements in the universe. They are currently aiming to expand from its core low energy science to a high energy, and they say that's nearly complete. Currently, Isolide takes half of the protons produced at CERN from the PSB and fires them into a target to produce radioactive isotopes. This is the same process I'm talking about with volcanoes. So, back to the volcanoes. The height of the ash plume appears to be linked with the mechanism which generates the lightning. The taller the plume, it appears that the larger concentration of water vapor are contributing to lightning activity, while the smaller plumes appear to gain more of their electrical charge from the fragmentation of rocks near the vents of the volcano through charge separation. The atmospheric temperature also plays a role in the formation of lightning. Colder temperatures will create greater amounts of ice inside the plume, thus leading to more friction and electrical activity. In a study presented in the Bulletin of Volcanology in 2010, it was stated that more eruptions with lightning were reported in winter than in summer. This finding indicates that the lightning activity is driven by magma-derived water rather than atmospheric water. It has been suggested that a byproduct of volcanic lightning are lightning-induced volcanic spherules. These small glass spherules are thought to be formed during high-temperature processes, such as cloud-to-ground lightning strikes. The temperature of a bolt of volcanic lightning can reach 30,000 degrees Celsius. When this bolt contacts ash particles within the plume, it will cause them to melt and then quickly solidify as they cool, forming orb shapes. The presence of volcanic spherules aids in providing evidence for the occurrence of volcanic lightning directly. So, let's take a moment and relate this to our grid and our map and try to simplify it a bit for people to understand. So, to do that, I decided to place these volcanoes on the map with the grid overlay so we can see why this happens. So here, we can see that these fall, a lot of them directly on the grid. So I thought that was pretty interesting, and it made me want to, look a little further and try to be able to show you guys the cause. So then I compared it to particle accelerators. Okay, so in this next picture, you're seeing the two of them compared side by side, and I've also circled the areas where there are accelerators and wanted to show how on each side there are these volcanic vents. So that's about all I have. So at this point, I'm going to hand it over. Emanations are radioactive light units expelled with such great force directly through lowering opposing pressures that they become luminous as meteorites become luminous from plunging directly through rising opposing pressures. Luminosity, heat and high potential gradually lessen as light units find their orbit in their proper potential positions and float spirally and centrifugally through lowering pressure zones. They eventually impact against the inertial plane where they become genero-active, positive, non-luminous light units following centripetal orbits to the nuclear center of the next lower potential. All energy is caused by a disturbance in inertia. The energy impact against inertia is the cause of motion. The energy constant of first cause is registered in waves of varying dimensions of the same constant. The one source of energy is non-variable in its constant. Variability is an illusion of dimension. Energy expresses itself in pressure zones which increasingly resist the disturbance of inertial repose and violently assists a return to that state. Energy locks itself into varying potentials. High potential discharges into the next lower potential. The pressure zones cause an orderly orbital lowering of potential to inertia where energy is regenerated. A sudden lowering of potential would cause an explosion, a flame, or a luminous streak.
Today, let's discuss our Earth energy grid again. As we study Walter Russell's work, we can get a much grander scale of the processes of Earth. The earthquakes are one effect of the compression cycle moving inward towards the center, as well as the vortex of the angels. What occurs with earthquakes is the push starts at the east and west gates and begins to push along the lattice below. On the map, you will notice some Ds are placed. These stand for deep quake areas. You will also notice the circles. These are our Earth's chakras. In the deep earthquake areas, we have some very large technological processes that are either placed deeper or have much larger processes than other regions. These areas record a depth between 200 kilometers to as deep as 700 kilometers. That's what we're told anyways. If they are placed deeper, it would give us an idea of how deep the layers go below. Or, if it is a larger process, it would be much more powerful, which would push down, up, and out with the energy of the process coming into use. An extra point of interest are that deep quakes, which is any depth deeper than 200 kilometers, will lead to a shallower, larger quake by about 1 to 2 magnitudes. Also, when two earthquakes hit from these deep areas, the central point, called the fulcrum, will also receive an earthquake. Or, at times, we don't see the effects just as earthquakes. At times, the push and vibration comes in the form of eruptions, which FPV is going to elaborate on a little bit more detailedly here shortly. A volcanic eruption is typically equal to a 5.0 at the minimum on the Richter scale for earthquakes. Once it hits a deep area, this causes a spread out in all directions from the push of the energy. From an APM perspective, this is showing us there are more activations and processes occurring that are following and aiding luminaries in their set paths. These patterns, you will notice when studying them, occur at equal distances repeatedly. Learning these points enables us to see where technology lies below. Most are placed at 10 kilometers deep, but we also have some that lay between 50 and 100 kilometers, 150 to 200 kilometers, then of course our deep technologies. Again, this is what we are told the depths of different earthquakes are. What we have noticed is these follow the sun across. However, there isn't just the sun in works here. There are other luminaries that need to be accounted for and will activate as the luminary moves over these areas, showing these are localized events. We also need to account for alignments, which have shown us in the past will affect the vibration of the grid as well. The vibration will be doubled up as the luminaries get within a certain degree point of each other. These degree differences are showing us where different technologies are located and giving us the double push. Remember, there are 144,000 of these angels below that need to be accounted for. Now, as it moves across the grid, we see the repeatable, recordable data that there's always the same points on surface that show the effects of what's going on below. These points are so much always the same that we can place them weekly on a map and redo it each week and basically have several maps all showing the same thing. Clusters will occur more north and south as it follows the sun ascent and descent towards the north and south regions based on seasons. However, again, it will always be repeatable and recordable to be the same month to month and year to year. What this also explains is antipodes, as the effect of earthquakes precedes and follows the luminaries in and out of areas through their travels. When we get to the center of the grid, our compression cycle is complete. The process then moves northward and southward for the expansion cycle. The north and south movement then fans out to head east and west to begin all over again. This is what I have referred to as the torus energy flow in the past. Walter Russell would refer to this process as the cosmic heartbeat. Now we can see it and how it works with these visuals to aid us. This is some of the major effects of the angel technology process that are very noticeable to us here on the surface.
Okay, now we will decode the quakes with the help of Walter Russell and some magnetic data from series. What you will see from this spiralling is how it overlaps the key quake areas and thus causes the quakes, which we have always stated as technology switching on to aid the luminaries in their crossing. You can see what the realm is doing with the positives and negatives, the division and multiplication of the sex pairs. This spiralling pressure wave is harnessed and utilised by various technologies and halos. These are what are responsible for the quakes. You can see in the east we have the negatives and positives being divided at the equator, and in the west the same but opposite processes take place. So it basically makes 4 quarters where it divided them equally to maintain an equilibrium. These 4 areas we can reference with various colours from the likes of John Dee's work. This is the realm stacking the divided sex pairs into a type of giant capacitor of various layers. The quakes in the east and the antipodes in the west are connected and decoded with this animation, and now you can see how they are caused and the connection between them. Walter Russell's work and of course the spiralling pressure waves from the angel technologies below. Notice how the green data, which is magnetic data, appears in the red shift and vanishes into the blue shift. All the visible light of our colour spectrum is utilised, charged and discharged in time cycles. This magnetic data can also be seen here in these images produced by series. This is real world magnetic data. Notice how it perfectly matches the paths in the animation you just seen. A snapshot in time of some real world magnetic data. You will get to understand these more as we go on. Here's 2 clips from Kim Johnson and Super Dave 44 that capture clouds taking the form of paths. This is the electromagnetic data you just seen manipulating clouds. They simply are drawn to it and take the form of the magnetic data and thus reveal its presence. So in this clip you have seen how the realm creates it, how Walter Russell defines it, how one conscience has mapped it, and how we decode it to bring it to your attention. In this next clip we are going to decode another Walter Russell image that is very much related to the angel technologies and show you how they are responsible for volcanoes. Notice Walter places these below ground. I'm surprised this hasn't been queried before, but what it is depicting is the various processes that take place with the angel technologies. In image 1, this represents a calm day with mild winds and a low pressure. The angel's halo is running at slow speed, its spiralling pressure wave and cone is mainly below the ground. The electromagnetics are represented with the excellent overlays made by P900 Coolbix's husband. In image 2, this halo is running at a slightly faster speed. Its cone and pressure wave have now breached Earth's surface and are directly affecting the environment around it. The pressure increases. In image 3, we can see the angle of the cones changing and its spiralling revolutions of speed is faster. A greater pressure is achieved and of course we get a windy day. Image 4. Danger now threatens as the cone apices approach conjunction. The gravitative centre contracts to a point north as the cones tighten their angle. This is caused by a greater speed of rotation within the halo. Image 5. The crash as the cones meet at Earth's surface. Energy formerly extended over a wide area is now concentrated to a point of north, or directly above the halo that is generating it. And of course a visual sighting of a tornado, which this technology is solely responsible for. This also decodes the volcanoes, as you can see how this process is responsible for creating them. They are basically in the induction zone of two halos, or coils, as demonstrated here in this excellent video made by DataBeatDev. Notice it doesn't take long for this magnet to heat up and basically turn into a liquid state. It will then go into nuclear meltdown and fall and basically becomes lava. The realm and its volcanoes of course remove the lava down its manufactured lava tubes, which will exit into the sea to create sand, or become more landmass as it hardens on the surface. These halos may be the seraphim, the fiery ones mentioned in scriptures. Different halos, frequencies, angle of cones and configurations doing their intended purposes in creating, maintaining and destroying, which of course is a repeating cycle. Okay, let's go a little deeper. To explain this more, we will decode another Walter Russell image. The generation and degeneration of mass. To decode this is quite simple. The lower image represents the halo or coil, and its flow at a slow spiralling speed. As the speed increases, its magnetic field is elevated above the halo, and the conquest of centripetal force is achieved. Take note of the diamond at the centre. This is the overlapping cones you've seen in the previous clip. There are two halos with overlapping cones. One is using the right hand rule and the other a left hand rule. This is what is needed to drive the cones together to create the diamond at the centre. The top image is showing us the various angles of the cones, which is produced by different speeds. Simply increase the speed to make a tighter cone. Notice what it is doing is forcing the various pairs of magnetic poles to a point of north, or above. This basically becomes an electric dipole. This is the conquest of centrifugal force. Please take note of the changing angles of the cones that create the diamond at the centre. Ladies and gentlemen, this is how our luminaries are created and elevated above us. This is what I mean by an electromagnetic projection. They can penetrate everything, and they all play a very big part in the realm and interact with every species that lives here. Take it away, Walter Russell, P900 Coolpix and Rihanna.
Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Fine light in the beautiful sea. I chose to be happy. You and I, we're like diamonds in the sky. You're a shooting star, I see, a vision of ecstasy. When you hold me, I'm alive. We're like diamonds in the sky. I knew that we'd become one right away. like a diamond. We're beautiful like diamonds in the sky. Palms rise to the universe as we moonshine and Mali. Feel the warmth, we'll never die. We're like diamonds in the sky. You're a shooting star I see, a vision of ecstasy. When you hold me, I'm alive. We're like diamonds in the sky. At first sight, I felt the energy of surrender. I saw the life inside you. Shine bright tonight. You and I, we're beautiful like diamonds in the sky. I too, I'm so alive. We're beautiful like diamonds in the sky. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Shining bright like a diamond. We're beautiful like diamonds in the sky. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Shining bright like a diamond. We're beautiful like diamonds in the sky. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. So shine bright tonight. You and I, we're beautiful like diamonds in the sky. I too, I'm so alive. We're beautiful like diamonds in the sky. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Oh yeah. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond.
The Creator's glory revealed. As you can see, people, our Sun's halo system reveals its electromagnetic field and the field lines and cones in use. We see it as the Sun halo and the amazing angel shape that gets revealed above it. The coloured arcs are the Sun's magnetic field in various states of sphericity, showing in the visible spectrum, which you now know is created by the acceleration of a flow around a halo, which of course bends its electromagnetic field to produce the cone and turn itself into an electric dipole of extremely high potential. Pretty amazing, isn't it? Anything we say, of course, is always going to be an understatement. We can never give this the wording it deserves, but we sure can appreciate the science, the knowledge and the glory we are seeing and revealing. Would you like to go deeper? Of course you would. And so the question becomes, what is the purpose of our angels? What are they doing? Our angels are all creators in their own right. Let me show you how. This Walter Russell chart digitized by P900 Coolpix will help me explain what is taking place here. Our angels' purposes are the very arts and acts of creation in all its forms. Take a look at the information this spiraling pressure wave reveals. This chart explains the process perfectly. Follow the pressure wave around as it spirals outwards. These are the octaves mentioned by Walter Russell in his periodic table. This is the alchemy of the technology, the positives and negatives interacting with the earth, air, fire and water events depending on the location of the angel below. Now, as you have seen with the angles of the cones, they are very important. Anything that is within the angles of the diamond can be created. As you've seen with the volcano animation, the Sun can adjust its cones simply by using faster or slower acceleration around the halo. This of course widens or narrows the cones. At slow speed it is at ecliptic expansion, and at high speed it is at maximum compression. This process now shows us on the chart the Sun is operating within the yellow parts of the colour spectrum. Anything within the cone's angles on this chart can and will be created. This now tells us the Sun is basically creating and incinerating carbon and many other materials on this list when at maximum compression of the cones. Everything within the carbon line is created and incinerated, using some very serious electrical potential. Again, the division and multiplication of the sex pairs is taking place, the positives and negatives being created and divided and placed within their layers of relative electrical potential. Their mass is forced into existence through these processes of compression and expansion, and depending on the spiraling speed of the halo, the hardness and softness applies that you see within this list. You can now see how the colour spectrum plays its part in these processes. Simply adjust the cones and it will interact with that part of the colour spectrum which, as you can see, produces different materials. The red stars are items Walter Russell found himself and added to his periodic table. The division of the sex pairs, the positives and negatives, are there for you to see as male and female, and of course come under the magnetic or electric domination parts of the process. There is so much information contained within this chart it's going to be impossible to cover them all, but I want you to see how the cones' angles are related to each part of the process, and of course the spiraling pressure waves effects as it goes through the electromagnetic spectrum and interacts with various elements in the environment and atmosphere. Now, the sunspots we see may very well be various elements that are being incinerated, kind of like impurities showing that take longer to incinerate. The ones north of the sun's equator behave the complete opposite way to the ones south of its equator, as in spiralling the opposite way, which is what would be expected within an electromagnetic field such as this. In scriptures, it mentions mountains of gold, silver, copper, tin. I hope you can now see how this is easily achieved with the processes of the ancient technologies. Remember, this technology is far larger than our human scale and is the very reason they struggled to describe what they were seeing in scriptures. All holy books are records of humanity's knowledge and decodings of this world around us. The decodings of our very reality and of course the Creator's glory. They go hand in hand. This is a creation, thus there is a Creator. I'll remind you again. Walter Russell stated there will be a time when religion and science have to come together. Can you see why he would say this, people? Religions were born defending the truth, the sacred geometry and its meanings, the true nature of our realm. This is evident everywhere. We have simply forgot what it all relates to. But hopefully through our research you can see how easy this really is in piecing back together our history and lost knowledge. You will also notice Walter Russell added sound to this chart, the octave scale highlighted in red. I'm going to pass you to P900 Coolpix for more information on this part of the chart.
Hold your breath. Make a wish. Count to 3. Come with me and you'll be in a world of pure imagination. Take a look and you'll see into your imagination. We'll begin with a spin, traveling in the world of my creation. What we'll see will defy explanation. If you want to view paradise, simply look around and view it. Anything you want to do it. Want to change the world. There's nothing to it.
As you know, APM Research have been researching and decoding the waveforms, so this is an update on current research and new information decoded. All things in our universe are constantly in motion, vibrating. Even objects that appear to be stationary are in fact vibrating, oscillating, resonating at various frequencies. Resonance is a type of motion characterized by oscillation between two states. And ultimately all matter is just vibrations of various underlying fields at every scale. All of nature vibrates. Something interesting happens when different vibrating things come together. They will often start, after a little while, to vibrate together at the same frequency. They sync up, sometimes in ways that can seem mysterious. This is described as spontaneous self-organization. We think of sound as something we hear, something that makes noise, but in pure physics terms, sound is just a vibration going through matter. The way a vibration goes through matter is in the form of a sound wave. Sound is made when things vibrate. Sound is the effect of matter colliding. It takes 3 different vibrations to hear a sound. 1. The object that makes the noise vibrates. 2. The air molecules vibrate as the sound moves through the air. 3. The eardrum vibrates when the sound wave reaches it. When sound waves move through the air, each air molecule vibrates back and forth, hitting the air molecule next to it, which then also vibrates back and forth. This is represented by an air molecule moving to the next air molecule and returning to its original position. The air molecules do not travel with the wave, they just vibrate back and forth. When the vibrations are fast, this creates high frequency. You can hear a high note. When the vibrations are slow, we get a low frequency. It creates a low note. People can hear sounds at frequencies from about 20 Hz to 20,000 Hz, though we hear sounds best from 1,000 Hz to 5,000 Hz, where human speech is centered. But these are not the only frequencies out there. For instance, humans can't hear a dog whistle, but a dog hears it perfectly fine, and there are probably billions of other frequencies that are not audible to humans, but that doesn't mean they're not there. Every object or material in our realm exists with its own certain frequency of vibration. It can be represented as a wave in which the lowest possible frequency is called fundamental frequency. Objects also have a series of frequencies because they are made up of a variety of materials. Every piece of matter has its own resonance frequency or series of frequency because all matter is made up of atoms. Atoms are formed by electromagnetic waves that have a specific frequency. When these atoms form a larger piece of matter, the frequency of the electromagnetic waves is the frequency of that matter. Our realm is made up of billions of different materials and objects. Therefore, it operates at a huge number of different frequencies. For instance, the average house brick will have a different frequency to a block used to build the pyramids, and a house built with bricks will have a different harmonic resonance frequency to a pyramid. This is what sacred geometry is about. Even the geometry and architecture of various buildings takes into account their resonant frequencies for their locations, and you can see how the architecture actually matches sound waves, and they are always rising sound waves. A good indicator that they are designed to withstand the spiraling pressure waves from below and of course from the halos above. All buildings have to take into consideration the duality of the halos, of course. We live in between these amazing processes taking place, the centre of the saying, as above, so below. We believe that buildings are not only built for the frequency they resonate with, but to harness the free energy from the air. Now we can understand better why these designs were chosen and even take a guess at which sound waves are taking place in each area. This is a very deep subject, a very large rabbit hole, as there are many processes taking place here, so we will just concern ourselves with frequency, vibration and energy, and I'll demonstrate that now.
Music, the lights.
music playing loud, no distraction. Together we have bound. Let me show you all the glamour and gold. Secret fantasies in a showbiz world. Music lights, I sing and dance for you all night. Sequins and pearls, and lots of pretty girls you gotta have. Singing, and they're calling out for more. Let me take you through a night of ecstasy. I like to hear the sound of a mystic melody. Music lights, I sing and dance for you all night. Sequins and pearls, and lots of pretty girls you gotta have. Music lights, I sing and dance for you all night. Sequins and pearls, and lots of pretty girls give me rhythm. Forget your sorrow, let it all fade away. Forget tomorrow, let's start living for today. Let me show you all the glamour and the gold. Secret fantasies in a showbiz world. Music lights, I sing and dance for you all night. Sequins and pearls, and lots of pretty girls you gotta have. Music lights, I sing and dance for you all night. Sequins and pearls, and lots of pretty girls give me rhythm. Give me music lights. Sequins and pearls. Do you ever question your life? Do you ever wonder why? Do you ever see in your dreams all the castles in the sky? Oh, tell me why do we build castles in the sky? Oh, tell me why all the castles way up high. Please tell me why do we build castles in the sky?
The frequency of a light wave is how many waves move past a certain point during a set amount of time. Usually 1 second is used. Frequency is generally measured in hertz, which are units of cycles per second. Colour is the frequency of visible light, and it ranges from 430 trillion hertz, which is red, to 750 trillion hertz, which is violet. Waves can also go beyond and below these frequency, but they are not visible to the human eye. For instance, radio waves are less than 1 billion hertz. gamma rays are more than 3 billion hertz. Wave frequency is related to wave energy. Since all the waves really are is travelling energy, the more energy in a wave, the higher its frequency. The lower the frequency is, the less energy in the wave. Gamma rays are very high energy and radio waves are very low energy. When it comes to light waves, violet is the highest energy colour and red is the lowest energy colour. Related to the energy and frequency is the wavelength, or the distance between corresponding points on subsequent waves. You can measure wavelength from peak to peak or from trough to trough. Shorter waves move faster and have more energy, and longer waves travel more slowly and have less energy. Aside from the different frequencies and lengths of light waves, they also have different speeds. In a vacuum, light waves move their fastest at 186,000 miles per second. This is also the fastest that anything in the universe moves, but when light waves move through air, water or glass, they slow down. That's also when they bend and refract. So what do sound and light have in common? Sound and light both exhibit oscillatory wave-like characteristics with various frequencies, wavelengths and amplitudes. The sense intensity is dependent on the amplitude of the wave. Both exhibit Doppler shift towards higher frequencies when the source of the wave is approaching us. Both undergo refraction, diffraction and interference. Walter Russell stated that waves of light do not propagate but reproduce each other from a wave field to wave field of space. The planes of zero curvature which bound all wave fields act as mirrors to reflect light from one field into another. This sets up an appearance of light as travelling, which is pure illusion. All motion is curved, and curvature is spiral. As human beings, we are good at translating vibration. Your body is a vessel that contains frequencies which can be perceived as sound or vibration. To understand vibration, a scientist named Ernst Chaldee put sand on a metal plate and vibrated the plate with a violin bow. The sand arranged into different geometric patterns. Many of these patterns can also be found in nature, such as on the back of a tortoise or on a leopard. When a similar study took place in water with sine waves, the higher the frequency gets, the more complex patterns that appear, like the divine pattern of a sunflower. Scientists called this study cymatics, from the ancient Greek word which means waves. Water, as we know, is a highly transformable substance. It makes up a significant portion of human, animal and earth, yet it can absorb and receive energy. As Dr. Masaru Emoto's experiments on the water show us, water reacts and turns to different patterns that look highly related to various human feelings. Words like love or gratitude attract the most pleasing physical molecular formations in the water other than the words hate or disgust. The finding of cymatics also shows the scientific connection between humans and water. Moreover, just like when you turn to a radio station, your energy tunes into the same vibration and attracts the same information to your reality. As Dutch physicist and scientist Christian Huygens found, if you place two clocks close to each other and have their pendulum swing to a different rate, the pendulum will end up swinging at the same rate. Because we live in an energetic field, your energy output will attract the same reality to you. Scientists called this study cymatics, from the ancient Greek word which means waves. Have you ever noticed how large flocks of birds resemble harmonograph patterns? It is as if every member of the flock are tuned into the same frequency and therefore easily fly, maintaining certain patterns naturally without having to watch and pay attention to the other members for cues on how or when to move. Walter Russell said, "The trouble with humans is in forming wrong conclusions in relation to nature's expressions. We think that elements are different substances and that each substance is permanently existent as such. That is not true. Elements are but different conditions of light pressures. They are the raw materials for fashioning of creation's images in the patterns controlled by light waves. They appear when the pressures necessary for their conditions appear and disappear when those pressure conditions cease. Every element in each octave occupies its own pressure position in its wave. Each element seems to be a different substance as the electric pressure conditions of each position in each wave of matter changes. However, it is not the substance that changes, it is the condition of the substance. Voidance and recreation is one of the simplest and most obvious principles of nature. I cannot imagine how it has escaped discovery during the centuries. The universe is a symphony of vibrating strings, as all objects have a natural frequency or set of frequencies at which they vibrate, including the weather.
Follow the sun, and which way the wind blows when this day is done. And breathe in the air, set your intentions, dream with care. Tomorrow's a new day for everyone, a brand new moon and a brand new sun. So follow the sun, the direction of the bird, the direction of love. And breathe in the air, cherish this moment, cherish this breath. Tomorrow's a new day for everyone, a brand new moon, a brand new sun. When you feel life coming down on you like a heavy weight, when you feel this crazy society adding to the strain, take a stroll to the nearest water's edge, remember your place. Many moons have risen and fallen long, long before you came. So which way is the wind blowing? What does your heart say? What does your heart say? So follow the sun, and which way the wind blows when this day is done.
Now we will decode the pyramids. We will take a little tour inside and look at the design and decode it using knowledge already gained. First, I want you to take notice of the shape of the Grand Gallery. Notice how the sides taper upwards, narrowing as it ascends. Where have you seen this before? That is correct, in Walter Russell's work where his motor divided and multiplied the sex pairs, the positives and the negatives. So what the Grand Gallery is doing is channeling energy towards the King's Chamber. Now we will take a look at the Queen's Chamber. Again, we find a channeling of energy. Someone else noticed this. I found this image on redpill.com. Do take a look at their website. So we have the King and Queen chambers directing electrical energy into two rooms. So let's take a further look at these rooms and what is therein. First, you notice the star shafts as they are called. Please take note of their angles. The King's shaft's angles are 32 degrees 28 for the northern star shaft and 45 degrees for the southern star shaft. The Queen's Chamber star shaft angles are 39 degrees for the northern shaft and 39 degrees 30 for the southern shaft. Also take note of the shape of the cones they both create. So using the angle of the cones and the previous knowledge decoded from our cones' angles, we can easily see they are both involved in harnessing matter from our digital chart. Pretty amazing, isn't it? These chambers are, or were, involved in harnessing electrical energies and producing elements from the Walter Russell chart. The shafts are also made of granite, which of course is conductive. These are very specific angles of cone for a very specific purpose, as you can see. This is another APM research decode. Brian Forster gave me permission to use some of his clips where he was inside the Giza pyramid and also the Osiris shaft, and reporting on what looks like a black substance. Listen to Brian in these clips and see this for yourself.
And as well, one can't help but be in awe of the interior of the Great Pyramid. This is ascending into the Grand Gallery. And here we have the sheer scale and beautiful workmanship of the Grand Gallery. You can see the faceted surfaces. The Grand Gallery is hundreds of feet long, and it's an ominous and awesome experience to be inside the Great Pyramid. Our tour in March of 2020 will rent the interior of the Great Pyramid exclusively for our tour for 2 hours, which is what we do every time we go to the Giza Plateau. We will also be once again exploring the Osiris Shaft. So if you'd like to join our tour in March of 2020, the space is very limited, as in spaces. Now we're going to go into the King's Chamber itself. You have to bend over quite a lot. And once you're inside, you see that the walls and the floor are solid, very thick blocks of Aswan granite. And you can see very tightly fitting together. And this is the wall. Once again, the beautiful Aswan granite brought from more than 500 miles away. And now we're descending, once again through the Grand Gallery, of course. You can see that the ceiling is at least 20 feet tall from the ramp at the bottom to the top. This is solid limestone, perfectly fitting blocks. And now we're going to enter the Queen's Chamber, quote unquote. The labels Queen's Chamber and King's Chamber are false, because this, of course, and I hopefully I'll never have to say it again, the Great Pyramid was not the tomb for anybody. It was a giant energetic device. So once again, beautifully polished limestone surfaces, super tight fitting. And now we are inside the quote-unquote Queen's Chamber. You can see that the ceiling is beveled. The giant limestone blocks fit perfectly together. The acoustics are actually very poor in the Queen's Chamber as compared to the King's Chamber. The King's Chamber's acoustics are phenomenal because of the presence of all of that granite. Limestone tends to absorb sound. And here you can see the top of the ceiling. And then this curious series of notches that in fact hide the opening to other internal areas, most likely of the Great Pyramid. Getting ready to go down into the next level, but of course because of the nature of the space, only a certain number could go down at a time. But this is looking down into what is the next level of the Osiris shaft. Again, cut into the bedrock. This could not have been done with hand tools during the dynastic period, with bronze chisels, etc. So now we're down in the next level and looking up to the level above, which was the small room. You can see the ladder on the right is very rickety, but a newer one was installed, which is on the left-hand side, and it is quite a safe experience to go down. And now looking into this room, there are 6 niches, and in 2 of the niches are large stone boxes. You can see the tool marks here in the wall. The lighting isn't that great, so flashlights of course were required. And then again, this is one of these stone boxes you can see on the left. Very mysterious. So this is moving into one of the niches. Again, 4 of them are empty. What has happened to the actual boxes, excuse me, if they were even in there, is unknown. But now we're going to focus on this, which is one of the boxes that has this very mysterious goo-like organic material on the surface and also inside. Next time we go in, I would like to actually take a sample in order to find out what that material is. It doesn't appear to simply be fire or smoke, because there's very little smoke on the ceiling. It seems as though something happened to whatever or whoever was inside the box, like an explosion of some kind. And then this is the other box, which is more roughly shaped, and inside, mysterious massive damage, again as if the interior of the box exploded. Very strange. This isn't simply tomb robbers going in and trying to extract material from the interior. There's some kind of chemical process went in here which is very weird. So again, looking up the ceiling, there are bits of splat, but not what I would call smoke or carbon material from a flame. Some other kind of strange phenomenon occurred here. And this box, supposedly the material is not granite, it's not basalt, it's not cyanite, it's not diorite. It's a stone that is not found in Egypt. So weighing in at a minimum of 30 tons, where did this stone come from? How was it shaped? And how was it brought down the shaft system into this niche
Here again you can see the tool marks, very similar, almost scraping like tool marks. And then we're looking down into what will be the actual bottom level of the Osiris shaft. This is Yusuf Awiyan, who was one of our guides. The water that he's in is crystal clear, and he's standing on top of another giant box that's submerged underwater. So we are presently 200 feet minimum underground in the Osiris shaft. And there is underground water, of course, at Giza. But this water is crystal clear. So where exactly did it come from? And was it intended that this water be in there and be part of whatever process this structure originally performed? Because they call it a symbolic tomb, which is a really cheap way of saying we don't understand what this was made for, who made it, and when it was made. It's clearly megalithic, and thus it's likely at least 12,000 years old and was found by the dynastic Egyptians. They did not construct this, because this possibly could be beyond 21st century technology that was involved, which we see also at other places in ancient Egypt. The clear signs of lost ancient high technology that was present long before the time of the pharaonic people. If you don't know who Brian is or haven't visited his channel yet, I recommend you go there immediately. Brian does tours all over the realm and makes fantastic videos from many great places. You will not be disappointed, and he can even take you there on his tours should you wish to go to some of these amazing places and get first-hand information, also including exclusive visits to places not normally open to the public. Okay, so knowing the angles of the cones, we can add a protractor and see where on Walter Russell's chart the cones are designed to operate within. We will do the King's angles first, so that's 45 degrees south and 32 degrees 28 north. And the Queen's angles of 39 degrees for the northern shaft and 39 degrees 30 for the southern shaft. This places the cones in this region. If magnetic declination is a consideration, which I think it is, it gives us this configuration. You can see now what was being produced within the King's and Queen's chambers by simply using this chart. Amazing stuff, isn't it, people? So my decode of the pyramids is that they are designed to harness energies from the passing cones of various luminaries that pass by, or angel technology that permanently resides below the pyramids. Remember, the six-winged sarcophagi of Tutankhamun? This represents a sealed room below the location it was found. If you remember from scriptures, they were made very ornate, cast in gold, and even jewels were added. This is one of those sarcophagi, and it represents a sealed room below. One of the 144,000 sealed below, to be precise. Remember, scriptures tells you the underworld is their prison. The six wings represent three cones, which obviously relate to their three modes of operation, which will produce different angles of cone as you've seen in the Walter Russell image decode. A left-hand rule cone, a right-hand rule cone, and of course ecliptic expansion, where the cone is virtually horizontal and running at its slowest speed. Isn't that amazing, people? Everything is falling back into its original context and making more sense. The King and Queen chambers represent the positives and negatives of electromagnetism, and Brian rightly stated that they are not the burial chambers of people, and it is in fact a giant energetic device. So a brilliant deduction and decode by Brian, and now more information from APM research that can shed more light on the subject. To reiterate, this pyramid with these angles of cones are operating within the yellow parts of the colour spectrum. This is involved in creating matter in the carbon line. This can include gold, silver, zinc, copper, and of course others. This is a very large electrochemical process. All ancient sites can be decoded using the APM digital Walter Russell chart to reveal the angles of the angels' cones by simply seeing what is being mined in those areas. It's as simple as that, people. They are either harvesting the energies to produce their own materials and or mining and or creating any of the materials on this chart. Once you find the right angles for your magnetic declination, it is a simple case of figuring out which part of the APM digital chart applies to that location. Then simply setting the angles of your cones and build and harvest accordingly. This is obviously not to the correct scale, but will serve its purpose to demonstrate how the pyramids and associated sites would play multi-part roles in harvesting and utilising the spiralling energy waves of electromagnetism across many sites. These installations can be found all over the realm. Today's man-made sites may look a lot more modern, but they are all still doing the same processes. Sites being mined that don't have large structures nearby are more than likely areas that are in a state of dormancy, awaiting their turn to come online and do their intended roles. There is no such thing as an extinct volcano, it's just waiting for its time to come online and do its role. Do you remember the Mexican pyramid they found amounts of mercury below? Hopefully you can see now how this is easily achieved. I'm going to pass you over to Jason now for some serious science and numbers Jason decoded whilst working on this project.
Energy and mass are two states of the same thing. What we call atoms are equal and opposite electric charges held apart by a magnetic dipole. The energy is held in the atom as potential that we associate with mass. When the toroidal magnetic field collapses into the ecliptic, the negative charges are no longer bound and collapse into the positive charges. When the charges meet, a wave of energy is formed equal to the mass of the charges multiplied by the speed of light squared. The squaring is due to the fact that mass and energy are inverse properties of electromagnetism. Where the mass is equal in value to the inverse of the speed of light, the energy is equal to the speed of light. 1 over c times c squared equals c over 1. 1 over c and c over 1 are inverse to each other. Inside the magnetic dipole, the positive charges are held in the center diamond. The negative charges are held in orbits perpendicular to the magnetic field. When the magnetic field collapses into the ecliptic, the two opposed charges form an electric dipole, which quickly implodes on itself due to the fact that the charges are now free of their magnetic restraints. We know what happens when two opposite charges contact each other. We see it in cosmic ray showers. The two opposing charges annihilate each other and become radiation energy. Mass and energy are inverse properties of electromagnetism. Energy becomes mass again when it is subjected to a strong enough magnetic field to reform the magnetic dipole.
Now a quick look into more of Walter Russell's experiments reveal he was indeed working on electrochemistry and using voltages and equipment called the transmuter that had adjustable angles which caused a spike in various gases it was tested upon, as reported in Fulcrum, the science newsletter of the University of Science and Philosophy. I'll leave a link in the comments where you can download these PDFs. The Fulcrum newsletter is definitely going to be on your wants list. If you read through this newsletter, you will see they repeated the Walter Russell experiment and used the angles required for fluorine, and when it tested, it indeed showed a spike in their fluorine sample. I highly recommend these PDF files of the Fulcrum newsletter to add to your collection in your quest for science and knowledge. They contain some extremely useful information for those seeking more explanations and answers, and will give you a breakdown of the equipment that was used should you wish to look into building your own devices for experimenting in this field of research. Now, I'm sure most of you have seen Roy, YouTube name Vinnie St. Vincent, and we have featured a lot of Roy's work in APM research videos. Roy is a guy that conducts his own research and experiments with various methods of approach and focusing on ways to try and conduct free energy. He builds his own test rigs and will happily explain everything to you and break down what is taking place. We have been liaising with Roy and passing on information that we think would help further his research and experiments, from knowledge gained from our own research and decodings, mainly related to expansion and compression, and helping Roy understand more of what Walter Russell's work is actually explaining to the viewer. From this information, Roy built a mechanical device of which he is going to be testing, explaining, and giving you the data he can extract from its operation. Roy has also taken it a step further, being the creative guy he is, and built another model based on what this information and design is showing him. Roy will also be running tests on this new model and recording the data and ultimately share it with you, the people. Roy will do his best to take you through all of the processes in nature that the greatest minds of modern times have shared and help you understand what they relate to in nature and help you understand the processes taking place within his model. And he will show you the empirical data as and when he has recorded it. I'll leave a link to Roy's channel so you can go and browse his extensive video collection and of course keep up to date with current experiments.
What's up, my fellow YouTubers? This is Roy back again. And Mr. Vincenzo over here. Say hi. He's doing his rounds. Protect the dad. So I've been working hard on this. I'm not going to run it right now. I'm still in the midst of aligning all this stuff up. North poles, you'll find this very interesting. North poles facing out. And then when you get into the inside, it's all south. And basically what I have set up here is the top is, even though it's screwed, I had to screw it, but it's floating because the two magnets in the center here are south and south. And the magnets are so strong, it's holding up the wheel, but the wheel wants to tilt over. So I tried to create a box just to slide the top in and let it hover on top. And basically it is, but it wants a kick to the side. So I had to throw a screw in there on each side. But it's pretty interesting. Counter rotating, I could have these run simultaneously the same direction or a counter. So this is going to be a good run of experiments. And you can see that a lot of induction on that top one there. The bottom one, a little less induction. And I'll have controls here on these variable resistors. Two separate coils, bifilers, two separate transistor systems, two separate variable resistors. Stay tuned. This is going to be pretty cool. Hello, my fellow YouTubers. This is Roy back again.
Wherever there's an empty space, split the time in two. And when you come to clean your face, I'll see you smiling through. Hold my hand, hold my hand. Let me take you back to Wonderland. I will take you back to Wonderland. Are your eyes so damn certain that they can't see love? And is your heart so full of locks and keys that it can't open up?
You guys leave your comments. I'll post the video up on Big Juicy over here. Do I need to give you a little taste? You guys want a little taste? You guys don't want a little taste, do you? Do I have it all hooked up? I don't know. Hell no. Start falling apart here. You guys want a little taste, don't you? So this is sick psychotic shit here, because I put 15,000 volts in here, and basically I put the primary down the bottom, so it becomes two pickups right here. I'm not putting DC into both of those, but you're going to see a positive come out of here, because this wire is the top part of this cone. This wire is the base of this cone, and then this wire coming out is the base of this cone, but this wire that I have sitting here is the pointed part of the cone that's inside here, which is the positive. So you got a negative going to ground, you got a positive here, you got a positive there, you got a negative here, and then these 360 turns of coils in between the two pickups here are also dipoles and also have juice on them. Let's see, I need to shake up my bottles a little bit. Saltwater bath, sitting in oil. These guys here, they're pretty loyal. They are a loyal bunch. They love it. Mix up some juice over here. All right. Well, damn, I can't believe I'm doing this. Fire and hole.
oxygen zone. Love the breathe. It's fresh air. Ionized. Leave your comments, guys. Peace out.
Let's check out these lava tubes. Take a very good look at the design of these tubes as I take you through this. While in the tube, science says lava temps at 2200 degrees Fahrenheit. When we think of lava tubes, we don't think of something that appears constructed. We especially don't think of something completely cleared with grooves of some sort along the sides, as I'm showing here. Science says the tubes have grooves due to the levels of former flows. Well, that doesn't make a lot of sense to me, because wouldn't a flow of 2200 degrees Fahrenheit melt the former groove? A little bonus information regarding lava. As we all know, lava is a thick red flow. But did you know there is blue lava? In Indonesia, there is a volcano called Kawah Ijen in East Java that ejects blue lava. Science says it's due to incredibly high sulfur content. It is one of the most unusual volcanoes in the world. Its underground activities result in bright blue flames rising into the air as well. The people that live there call it Blue Volcano and describe it as electric blue fire. This one here is especially interesting. What an odd formation for a flow moving at 19 miles per hour. If you study it carefully, you will notice what we did. From an APM perspective, this narrowing that widens into this chamber is basically a venturi, which, as we know, is a form of compression and expansion, which is designed to keep it flowing, which of course is part of the cleaning cycle. In other words, it has been intentionally designed to handle this process. So, let's sum up the blue lava. Now that we understand the process a bit better, we can relate it to Walter Russell's chart with the cones and angles that are needed to produce these elements. The results of the blue lava indicate that emissions of Kawah Ijen are dominated by acid water outflows, especially for the ligands chloride, fluoride, bromine, with active fumaroles contributing significant semi-metals, selenium, arsenic, antimony, mercury, as well as carbon and sulfur. As we look at the Walter Russell chart, we can see the elements being produced using the angular layout. Sulfur being the largest for this particular area, causing the very, very rare blue lava seen in this one volcano in the world. As we know, specific angles produce specific elements. Now, as I cannot elaborate yet the way I'd like to with chemistry, we can see the different angles of the cones making the different elements that have been identified in this particular volcano. The largest set sitting at 10 degrees north and 10 degrees south. All of the elements produced are of the female domain, as well as all in the magnetic property domain. It must be a mixing of these particular elements being mixed at these specific quantities, and then mixing with oxygen that make the blue lava. This is creation before your very eyes. This is the angels creating as they have been designed to do. This is one of the many functions and roles they perform. I hope this helps you see and understand the creation process itself and the alchemy of the machine. The spiral was an ancient symbol throughout the world, attempting to explain to us the workings of the angels and nature. Just a reminder from Walter Russell's work, All Motion is Spiral. We're going to show you what is sacred about the spiral today. Here is a clip I took from this video off Weather Decoded channel to highlight what is occurring. Let's check out some weather patterns. Notice how they appear to switch on and off. I want you to pay close attention to the spiral patterns that are clearly generated locally. What you are seeing here are the angels coming online to create the current that generates the wind and creates all we call weather. You will see the weather patterns as the storms move west to east across the United States. Notice how the storms arrive in different areas and display their spiraling vortex motion. This is a very obvious signature of our angel technologies. As the electric current is passed through the spiral conductor, it is generating a magnetic field. These are the field lines moving and not our planet, as Roy demonstrates here.
Now we're talking about an advanced Linky here. All right, guys? Advanced. Now, if you were to take an axle and throw it through the center, we're going to show not the earth turning, but we're going to show the field turning around the earth. Now, one thing I want you guys to see here is you're going to be looking at the curvature in the center. And this is the center of the planet. You're going to be looking at the curvature, and you're going to be looking at the magnetic field coming out from the curvature, coming around through the center. So the magnetic field is spinning is what we're talking about here. Now I want you to look, because you're going to be looking at, when I do this, what you're going to see is a field moving out from here, around, back around again. And then you're going to see a field coming out from this end and coming back around. It's a sine wave, guys. Look in the center. It's creating a sine wave. And also in the outside part. This is the field lines on the surface. on top of the surface. You can see the energy, you can see the movement where it comes out, goes around, comes back out and goes around and moves, it comes within itself. So it got me thinking. Yes, you could look at it like that this is the energy inside the magnet. The material, like Ed says, the material of the magnet is not the substance. I'm showing you guys now the substance, on how the substance moves. You see that? You can see that it moves in and outward. And it's angular too. Now think about this. The planet sits on an angle and it moves in a cycle and of a rotation like this. Now, is the planet turning? No. It's the field turning. And I didn't even know about what you guys were talking about earlier until I realized this experiment. This experiment showed me that the field lines around the planet. Now, does the center turn? Yes. The center is a hollow. The field is turning. This experiment showed me something tonight I had to post to you guys. And I know nothing about flat Earth. I know nothing of the Earth just standing still. But in the big picture, to compress everything together, it would be flat.
The weather and clouds are not only being created, but are reacting to the electromagnetics as well. Here are some beautiful examples of this process that you should all be familiar with, and now you have the cause of these effects. This is also what's occurring with hurricanes. It's being manipulated by the electromagnetics, as well as cyclones. Just as spirals are found all over weather patterns, they are also found all over nature itself. We see in oceanic life as sea creatures get caught up in the spiral vortex here in the fish NATO, and with this colony of salps. We can see it in plants such as this aloe plant and this leafy cup coral. We also see it in pine cones, in animals such as this chameleon's tail or the snail's shell, as well as the sliced snail shell exposing the inside of the shell. Also, spiders web their homes into the spiral formation. Our own DNA strands show us the perfection and beauty of the spiral. We also can look up to the heavens and see the spiral in galaxies, as we can see in this clip here. So, I hope you can see how special this spiral really is today, and how this vortex of energy creates and affects all of our world. This is one more way we can see the angels at work, performing their given tasks. Remember, there are 144,000 of these at work in our realm.
The morning glory is very aptly named, isn't it? Some people call these roll clouds, but ask yourself this: what could possibly make clouds behave like this? Only electromagnetics have the power to do this. Electromagnetics on a grand scale. Notice the rotating vortex contained and held stationary. In some cases it appears to release the clouds and the winds take them away, which probably means it just shut down and the clouds blew away. This can also be related to the 4 pressure changes we record daily. Another option is the halo that is holding the clouds actually starts moving in a certain direction, which reminds me of the Antikytherian mechanism in a way, which means there is a very large electromagnetic device moving below. On the subject of gravity and pull, there is no such force as a pulling force, but there is an obvious pushing effect from these halos that can affect oceans and seas. You would only need to increase the power into the halo to increase the pressure. These halos can be seen stretching for hundreds of miles and are very predictable in some locations. Isn't this truly amazing, people? Look at that. Hello and welcome to APM Research, the Lunar Wave Decoded. This video is to help explain and understand the lunar wave as it has been termed. A big shout out here to 1111 Code, whom captured this amazing halo over his home. You will notice as 1111 Code pans around to check the sun's location, it is not part of the sun's halo system but a separate entity. We have covered these in previous research, so this video will help unite them all. Here are some previous research videos on these stationary halos. This is Crow 777's video capturing what he called a lunar wave. What it really is mankind's, or the humans' first ever recording of an angel's projection in the heavens, and it was captured by the moon going past the stationary halo, and it being revealed as Crow 777 calls the lunar wave. It's actually just a stationary halo in the heavens that the moon's highlighted as it went past it. So I would say he was probably the first human in history to record a seraphim's projection. This is an animation I did here to show what's really going on. There's the projection, this is the moon going past, and these are the 2 lines that you could see going down the moon. It's always 2 lines, and that's why you're looking at a circle, 2 sides of a circle basically. These are what people are calling sundogs in the heavens. They're not sundogs, they're projections used for guidance. And they usually have 8 nodes on board like this. You'll see them. When you see the sundogs, you will see these around it. So we'll give Crow 777 a little award for that. First human ever to capture Seraphim's projection. So I made a special card just for that moment. But that's what we're looking at, guys, a projection. These waves that people call them, they're just projections from the technology in the underworld. Here is another amazing video by Take Back Space TV. In this clip you can see Jupiter highlighting another stationary halo in the foreground. You will have to remember, all luminaries will highlight these halos. It is not unique to just the Moon. Notice in this clip, the first part of the halo, it was a very slim line going across the face of Jupiter, and the second part was a slightly thicker band. This can be explained by the thicker band being the closer part of the halo to the observer. Here is another amazing capture by John McKeon, who captured another halo as Jupiter highlighted it in the foreground as it was passing by in the distance. Notice the stars or moons also being occluded on the left side of the screen, indicating the halo is quite wide, which would be expected with the halo being in the foreground. These halos are really responsible for that shimmering effect we see in the heavens. They play a big part in that, as such is the nature of an electromagnetic projection. Here is an animation that basically shows what is really taking place here. Eyes to the skies, guys. People everywhere are recording the sun halo now. You can see these in some of our halo focus videos and some of our presentations. So a big thank you to all of those people helping capture these and sharing them with the world. These are very special. Look for them and you will see them. Here's another stationary halo being captured by Sandra. We originally called these Seraphim from our Decoding Scriptures 2 video, where we link them to sarcophagi and scriptures. So, halo hunting tips. Once you locate one, mark it with your compass or the general direction you've seen it. Now wait for one of the luminaries to pass in the background and record it. You will capture the projection as the moon, for instance, passes in the background. Good luck people, and keep those videos coming. There is much more to see yet. Know thy world, only then can you be at one with it. This is the current model I have been recreating of our Sun's halo system. Its technological configuration, which we have been privileged to see being revealed in the heavens. Remember, revelations simply means the construct reveals itself in the end times, the end of a cycle we have covered in our end times decoded videos. What we are seeing are various parts of the Sun's actual projector system being highlighted. Many parts of the solar boat's technological workings being projected, as well as the Sun's image. The Sun is attached to, or is a part of, the large horizontal halo. It is this that epicycles across our sky. Of course, its physical model is doing the same movements below. The scarab beetle represents this vehicle below, which is why the scarab beetle was considered sacred. It has very special meaning, and we can see why now. The scarab beetle decoded. It represents the solar boat, the Sun's vehicle that is projecting our Sun's halo system and image. Although I use the word projection, it is more than that. It can physically interact with the environment around it, converting elements to matter as it goes. They all operate on this same principle. The moon also has this same halo configuration, but appears to be doing a reverse role. Watch them in the sky people, you will see and capture these very special reveals sooner or later. This is what they are trying to hide, the true nature of our realm and how it really works. So we have a large horizontal halo which contains 8 nodal points, which we have previously referenced in many decodings, of which are doing different functions. We have a smaller horizontal halo at node 1, which is where the Sun's image seems to be originating from. At the front is a vertical halo, which is obviously involved in producing a vortex which is used to start the Sun generating its solar image. This one connects to the large horizontal halo at nodes 2 and 8. The two nodes we usually see either side of the Sun, and is working in conjunction with the larger vertical halo we see at nodes 3 and 7. This larger vertical halo is usually noticed by its show of colours produced in the visible spectrum, which reveals its electromagnetic nature. You can view various captures of the Sun's halos on our Sun Halo Focus videos here on my channel. A big thank you go out to all those people who have sent in their very special captures of this amazing revelation. There is much more to see yet. Eyes to the skies, people.
Land-based ones will create tornadoes, high winds, storms and lightning, as seen in these video clips. So big thanks to Chris Hughes for the tornado footage, and Underwater Huntress and Kevin Johnson for sharing their amazing waterspout captures of these events, of which you can see are an effect from the Angel technologies. Ones below the oceans are what create whirlpools and waterspouts, storms and lightning. It is the same spiralling forces. It is the earth, air, fire and water events, referenced everywhere. This is what it truly relates to, part of the processes of the Angel technologies. The APM model addresses and references the causes and effects quite easily, as you can see.